And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright? So, hello, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good day, good evening, and well, it's not evening where I am, but maybe evening where other people are in the world. So, it's good afternoon to those in this region. So we will be talking about the UFOs in Congress and different things of that nature. So now what we'll be doing is switching over to the other screen. Okay. Hello, Rebel. Good to see you. And Rebel says, Charlie Kirk just got shot at Utah University. Some people are saying he's deleted. It looked really bad. Oh, Rebel, okay. Thank you for this breaking news. Okay. I'll go look this up right now. Let's go to the other window. Over here. Well, this way. And oh, I have to go and shut this down over here. Okay. And then reopen it. Yeah, so that is extremely unfortunate that occurred. We'll be seeing what's going on here, right? Oh. Okay, so I have to look at it through this way. We're just going to go here, and then go Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that is true. So let's change the title of this video a little bit. Okay, here we go. I want to take this part out. Yes, it is confirmed that he was. Alright. Putting this here. And saving. Okay, thank you, Rebel. Now I'll proceed to read this. Oh, hello, Rita. Good afternoon. Oh, Facebook has the video. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is indeed. Okay, and I'm going to look at this. Trump ally Charlie Kirk shot during event at Utah Valley University. Turning Point USA executive director can be seen in the video getting struck, but condition is unknown. Alright. Charlie Kirk, the powerful right-wing activist, Trump ally, and executive director of Turning Point USA, has been shot on Wednesday while hosting an event in Utah. In videos posted circulating on social media, Kirk can be seen getting struck while speaking and sitting beneath a tent in Utah. Hello, Moki. Good afternoon. And of course, yes, absolutely, it is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. In video posted circulating on social media, Kirk can be seen getting struck while speaking and sitting beneath a tent in the Utah Valley University courtyard. Kirk was there as part of the American Comeback Tour, which hosted the TPUSA chapter at Utah Valley. There's also video footage of students on a campus running away from the sound of pew pew shots, gunshots. Rebel says, "It looked like one shot to me in the neck. He started to bleed heavily immediately. It looked really bad. Associated Press says he's in critical condition." And Moki says, I saw a close-up video. One shot in the neck doesn't look survivable. Yeah, well, prayers for his survival by a miracle, or if not, that is very not a good day. Very unfortunate. I don't want anybody on either political spectrum, Democrat, Republican, to have to be in this situation. Either side. So, this is certainly not a good day, as everyone said. In video posts circulating on social media, you see, he was struck while speaking and sitting beneath the tent in Utah Valley University courtyard. Kirk was there as part of the American Comeback Tour, which is hosted by the TP USA chapter in Utah Valley. There is also video footage of the students on campus running from the sounds. Today, about 12:10, a shot was fired. Visiting speaker Charlie Kirk, the university said in a statement, he was hit and taken from the location by security. Campus police is investigating a suspect in custody. The school added that the campus has been closed and the classes are canceled until further notice. Police are investigating, the university added. Leave campus immediately. Spokeswoman for Utah Valley University told The Time that Kirk was struck by the suspect who had fired from the building about 200 yards away, that the suspect was not a student. So they must have had to have known that he was going to be there. And I do think they should, whoever, if it's Republican or Democrat, anybody that's speaking should be told to have this safety, like with when Trump or any president in the future will go to speak up on the podium, they're put behind this bulletproof glass, and I think everybody should have that if they're going out and speak. A lot of YouTubers and activists go to these college campuses and talk to college students, and Abby says, I didn't see him get shot, but I'm shocked. Good to see you, Abby. Yes, it's certainly a tragic news indeed. And it looked to me like his shirt bounced twice, like shots hit him. Or our young people need Charlie Kirk. He has the pull through. Yes, amen. The Utah Governor Spencer Cox posted on X that he would continue to share updates, that those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life. Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family and all those affected, he wrote. Okay, Abby, understood. Thank you for being around. Rita said they interviewed a man who knows the guy they took into custody. He said there's no way it was him. They have the wrong guy. Yeah, that makes sense. Whoever did this was very clever how they did this assassination attempt. Hopefully it was just an attempt and not successful. It was prayers that they catch the person that did this. Donald Trump wrote on True Social, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. J.D. Vance, the vice president, tweeted, say prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. Those sentiments were echoed by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Prayers to Charlie Kirk, an incredible Christian American and humble being, "May the healing hand of Jesus be upon him." Amen. Oh, yes. Nice to see you too, Abby. The FBI Director, Kash Patel, the FBI is closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response to the investigation. Eyewitnesses told The Guardian that Kirk was being questioned about mass shootings when he was shot in the neck. Desert News reporter Emma Pitts, who was at the event, said Kirk was on the second question, that it was regarding the mass shooting. The person he was debating had asked about if he knew how many mass shootings had involved a transgender shooter, to which Kirk responded. Pitts said then he asked how many mass shootings had there been in the last couple of years, and before he could even answer, we heard gunshot, and just as we saw Kirk's neck turn to the side, it appeared that he had been shot in the neck. Well, that timing is very uncanny right there. Almost like it was a cue of some sort. There was blood immediately, a lot of blood, Pitt said, after the shots were fired. So they're saying there are multiple shots if it's shots fired. So it could be multiple shots. Everyone immediately took to the ground. We were just trying to stay hidden. Then Pitt said, "Everyone start running away." Eva Terry, another Desert News reporter who was at the event, told The Guardian that the direction of the shot looked like it came from the middle of the right side of the audience. Describing the suspect, Terry said he looked like an older gentleman, probably in his late 50s and 60s, wearing what looks like a worker's uniform. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma wrote in a post that he was praying for Kirk, said that Kirk's wife and their two children were all present at the event in UVU. That has to be very traumatic, if he lives or not, for the wife and the kids to have to go through this type of loss. And JFK was unfortunately assassinated in daylight like this, and he was a Democrat, so, and he had different, although he's not a president, there's different political figures, specifically presidents throughout our history, that have had assassination attempts and have been assassinated. So going back to the 1900s, and it was a similar political people that it is today, actually, if you study the history about it. And the shooting was quickly condemned by California Governor Gavin Newsom, who said the attack on Charlie Kirk was disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. And because, as I said, it's like you don't want either side to have political violence on either end. It's not how we do things here. And you don't want to have a domino effect of both sides, people doing that. You don't want to have like a turn into the purge. It's not. It's like how countries in Africa are, or Africa, or third world countries in general, wherever they are. They're all over the world. Asia. You have people that have these type of, they'll delete each other. But over here, we vote, and there's freedom of speech. People could be activists. So I think it's more of an act of terrorizing people and trying to put fear into people than it is actually making a difference. If anything, it will do the opposite effect for somebody's cause that they believe in it. So shortly before the shooting rang out, Kirk tweeted, we We are so back. Utah Valley University is fired up, ready for the first stop back on the American Comeback Tour. All right. And now what we'll be doing is seeing any new updates about Charlie Kirk. A political activist and Trump ally Charlie Kirk shot in Utah event. Let's see. Less than a minute ago, this just came out, and Democratic. Hello, Roxy. Good to see you. Welcome. The Democratic governor and figures took to social media site on X announcing the shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah today in political violence. The California governor, as we said, okay, Rita, understood. Gavin Newsom called the shooting disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form, Newsom said. Pennsylvania Gov. Josh Shapiro also condemning the attacks, calling it in a post, "It's horrifying. Political violence has no place in our country," Shapiro posted. "We must speak to moral clarity." Echoing other governors, Maryland and Westmore said he condemns the shooting in strongest possible terms. So we have the different people coming out and condemning the attack that occurred. So the political activist Charlie Kirk has been shot and is in critical condition, shot in the neck. And politicians on the Democrat side and are, Republican side too, are condemning political violence. You heard about that, yes. And I don't think a Democrat or Republican should be shot or deleted. I don't support political violence on either end of the spectrum. Okay, Rita, good to see you back. The echoing other governors, Maryland, Westmore, said that it condemns the shooting in the strong possible terms. As I have said in the past, as I will continue to say, political violence is never acceptable. Former Vice President, right on Roxy, former Vice President Kamala Harris said in the events today was deeply disturbed, her adding that we all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence. Gretchen Wilmore to condemn political violence, calling the attack horrific, unacceptable. North Carolina Gov. Josh Steen said people can never tolerate becoming numb to political violence. Our nation is weaker when people are afraid to share their opinions or disagree. Stein posted. All right, this is just came out. Suspect not yet in custody. Universities say despite earlier statement. So the suspect is not in custody. As Rita predicted, it is not the person they thought it was. The suspect in the shooting of the political activist Charlie Kirk is not yet in custody, according to spokesperson from Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police did have someone in custody. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot, but we don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. UVU spokesperson Scott Trotter said in a statement. Initially, the school said the suspect was in custody. Kirk was not invited by a student group, was speaking Wednesday afternoon when a shooter fired from campus building about 200 yards from Kirk, a spokesperson told CNN. Okay. And just to be clear, that Kirk was answering questions about transgender mass shooters when seconds before he was shot, and I think that is quite an intriguing coincidence that it happened to be at that moment. Yes, Abby, amen. And I hope they get this monster before he does this again. I agree, Rita. Yeah, I do too. And as I said, if this was a Democrat or Republican, whoever it is, I would be against this type of behavior on either end of the political spectrum. And I do hope that he does survive. And it's because you don't want to have a cycle of this happening, because you could have, when you have a group, a religion, or a political group, or a sensitive topic like this, it's best to not resort to violence like in this type of way or other ways, because it would only push that side that you're attacking further into extremism, where they would perceive as extremism, and you don't want to have this domino effect of political violence going on. And it's not how the country was founded to be. It was founded to be, you go from your communication and you vote and things like that. Of course, if it's a situation like the Civil War or World War II or something, there's like a difference. But this is not the same type of situation, and it's only going to, a life is going to be lost. And Shecky said so far it has been from one side. It does seem like that, Shecky. In my opinion, it seems like that's the case so far. Yeah. Going back to the 1900s, actually. Going back to 1900s. There is, Garfield was, assassination attempts were on him. And this is all the way back. This is before the USSR was even created. They had the certain groups doing these things. So, yeah, so far that's what it seems to be. Yeah, I agree. And, okay, Rebel said they're saying it was a rifle shot from 200 yards away. Not sure how they know that the suspect is not in custody. That's a good question, Rebel. And as I said, he was shot right on cue when they talked about the transgender mass shooters. It's right on cue. And Abby says, my heart still aches for Irina. I cannot tell you how upset it makes me that people walked past her and didn't even render help or aid until after she was gone. I cannot tell you how sick that is. Abby, I do think that is sick for people to not get the help that they need in those situations, especially someone is on critical condition. It's very essential that people are given that help, and people shouldn't just walk away. All right, and it has been going on for many years. Yes. Now the gangs in Chicago are threatening Trump. This country is getting crazy. Yeah, you see the people in South America that are trying to import their cargo, they're upset about this situation, and the people in Chicago are maybe connected to that because that's how they make money. So they're going to putting a hit on them. And they're going to be very vocal about it. They're not as an intimidation. So yes, and Chicago has a history of that type of violence going back to Al Capone. So yeah, it's definitely a history. Oh, hello, G. It is great to see you. My fire lily and over here, my G, my pod paraja sapphire. It is great to see you here. I always love to have you on board. And yep, so yes, G, we are all well. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for coming through, my Aphrodite. It's always nice to have you here. And Shaki says, it is hard to love back those which hate you, but is how most good folks are raised. I watched a full video, Irina's murder. The people set it behind her did nothing. Right. I may fall asleep during this chat, LMAO. I work till 4 a.m., showered, then went back to work. Just finished my project deadline. Praise God. Amen. I heard about someone getting shot. No idea who that was, but praying. Thank you, G. I also heard about the school shooting again. Ah, yes. Yeah, those school shootings are happening too often. Too often. And I'm just going to see there's a school shooting. I want to go look that up. Yep, there's a school shooting. Yes. Now, we're still going to be talking about Charlie Kirk, but I want to derail it a little bit and go this way. There is a school shooting. All right, let's see. At least 3 injured in the shooting outside Evergreen High School. Wow. At least 3 people are in critical condition after a shooting involving the assailant Evergreen High School in Jefferson County. Okay, going here. All right. Closing this down. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, G, for the update. I listened to like 4 crime things yesterday, Urena, then some guy who deleted his wife acting like her actual ex-stalker. So many cases I listened to while working away. Oh, okay. Well, that's good that you're keeping up with the cases. Yes. And hundreds of police and law enforcement officers responded to the high school in 2930 Buffalo Park Road. Active shooting, which county officials reported on social media at 12:40 p.m. 3 people from high school are being treated at the Common Spirit St. Anthony Hospital in Lakewood and are in critical condition. Spokesperson Lindsay Radford said. At least 2 victims are students, and third is probably also a student, Sheriff Office spokesperson Jackal Kelly said. Kelly not confirm if any of those injured were believed to be a shooter and said that the school is now being cleared. Parents and guardians should not go to the high school because of the ongoing police activity. A reunification area is set to Bergen Meadow Elementary, 1928 S. Highland Drive. Who would have ever known that living and being normal, waking up, being thankful for this life we are given, simply going to school, working, being kind to others, would be such a difficult task? High school in Colorado. Ah, yes. Oh, you know what? You know what also happened in Colorado? The Columbine. That's where Columbine happened. The and remember the school shooters who explain the school shooting phenomena is that all those school shootings always happened throughout history. The because of Eric and Dylan's massacre at Columbine, they want to start a chain reaction to have more school shootings. And in my opinion, people that were felt alienated, bullied, or wanted to do something evil were encouraged by these two to do this. So it's a chain reaction rather than a chain reaction of compassion towards one another. It's a chain reaction of destruction. So this is, living and existing and trying to live your life like a regular person seems to be an impossible task these days. And meanwhile, they comment on NY being bad. Yeah. There's a lot of places all over the that are really in bad shape, and to just pinpoint one place is not right. So, I do agree with you, G. All right, the states are losing it. Everyone out to be bad things, murdering, etc. Who has time for that? In, and meanwhile, they comment on it would be bad, trying to be as good as person possible. I think it's true crime is bad for young people. They follow it and know what to do and not to do. It's like teaching them the perfect crime in the future. We love it, but really it's dangerous. Yeah, absolutely agree. It could be extremely dangerous and detrimental to people, young people that are influenced, that are easily influenced into something. They can be emotionally upset about things and influenced to do these type of activities. And I think media and social media do play a role. As much as I love to say how much I love social media all the time, I can't deny the negative parts of it. All right. Broadcastify audio details Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley University. Agents from Denver Division and U.S. Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives are also responding to the shooting. Spokesperson Crystal McCoy said personnel from FBI's Denver field office also responding to the agency said in social media. Okay. Let's see this. Exactly. And I'm looking at chat now, and yes, G, absolutely. I totally agree. So true. And I hope no one was deleted, Rita. Yeah, and Rita said, thank you, trying to be still like this happened. And, I mean, look how much we are learning. They watch these trials, alright, and anyone following Samantha Curb's case, I just listened to her on the stand and didn't follow it. Another nut job. I've not seen that. I've seen parts of that trial. I've seen parts of it. Okay, going over here. In a statement, Gov. Jared Polis said he carefully monitoring the situation. Evergreen High School and Colorado State Patrol troopers are on the scene to support local law enforcement. Students should be able to attend school safely and without the fear across the state and nation. We are praying for the victims and the entire community, Polis said. In an email sent to the parents and guardians at 1:45 p.m., Jeffco Public Schools officials said the shooting happened outside the school and the building is still in lockdown. Clearing the school will be like taking another hour, officials said. Wendy's Newman's 15-year-old daughter and sophomore at the school didn't answer her phone right away. After the shooting, when she finally called, it was from borrowed phone. She just said, okay, she couldn't hardly speak, Newman said, and holding back tears, she gathered that her daughter ran from the school. It's super scary, she said. We feel like the little bubble here. Obviously, no one is immune. All right, that's about the school shooting that just happened. Ray said, I hope not either. Not looking good for Charlie Kirk. I've been praying for 9 minutes straight. Amen. Broadcastify audio details Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley University. Here, the moment of Charlie Kirk's shooting was reported on the Utah County Public Safety Broadcastify channel. The shooting was reported on the scanner at 12:26 p.m. By the sound reported, one individual that was shot, unknown where the shooter went, one official said. Let's be advised, UVU in Orem has an active shooter in Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information, officials continued. I'll explain to you who Charlie Kirk is. Right here, right now. He's a political activist. He was shot in the neck. As of September 10, Charlie Kirk is a conservative political activist and media personality known for founding of the pro-Trump youth organization Turning Point USA. His public profile was recently thrust into the news when he was shot and injured in a college event in Utah. Background: Kirk, 31, rose to prominence through his activist work aimed at young conservatives. In 2012, he co-founded Turning Point USA with Bill Montgomery, building it sufficient force and campus conservatism political stance. And he's a Trump supporter, is leading voice in the MAGA movement. He regularly speaks at the conservative events and podcasts and talks at different shows. Family and faith: he's an evangelical Christian faith. Family life with his wife Erica and 2 children are essential to his political image and politics. Recent events: Kirk had been launched the American Comeback Tour to visit college campuses and engage with students. Kirk's political questions are rooted in the conservative Christian world. Youth outreach: he Turning Point USA, politics high stance in college campuses, promoting principles like free market, limited government, and let's see, he believes in Christianity. He believes in the culture wars. Now, the controversial criticism about him, which is from the other side, believes he was spreading misinformation, face accusations to spreading misinformation, falsehoods regarding the 20 election, the COOF, the vaxes, and other matters. Proactive tactics, like he was talking about the plague from 19. He was critical about that. Protests occurred during the campus appearances from students critical of his views. proactive tactics. And Abby says he was a peaceful debater. I know about him, but I'm not 100% familiar with him. But I know a lot. I've heard of him quite a bit and seen some of his stuff, but I'm not as familiar with him. So he was speaking. So what happened, G and everybody, was that he was speaking at an outdoor rally at Utah Valley University, and Kirk was shot in the neck. Condition: he was taken to the hospital in critical condition, underwent surgery. Suspect: the university reported the suspect was taken to custody, but actually it was not really the suspect they were looking for. So the person's still on the loose. Condemnation: politicians across political spectrums widely condemn the attack, including Trump, Governor Gavin Newsom, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Kamala Harris, and people on the right and the left have condemned this. The Democrat Republicans have condemned this, and the FBI is assisting the investigation. Yes, the person's on the loose. He is not caught. He's still lurking. I agree, Abby. Somebody has to know something. Yeah, definitely. Are they requesting help? Another official asks. We're not sure yet. We're just trying to get units. That way, the first response. And just from the university, it says the suspect not in custody. University says despite earlier statement, the suspect in the shooting of political activist Charlie Kirk is not yet in custody. According to the spokesperson from Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police would have someone in custody. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot, but we don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. The campus is closed for the rest of the day. UVU spokesperson Scott Trotter said in a statement, according to Desert News. Initially, the school said the suspect was in custody. Kirk, who was invited by a student group, was speaking Wednesday afternoon when the shooter fired from campus building about 200 yards from Kirk's spokesperson told CNN. G said someone walks in public in front of others and no one knows who this is. Wow. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Rebel. Alright, so this is unofficial. Rebel says John Solomon from Real American News has reported that Charlie Kirk is allegedly dead. Has been allegedly been deleted, as we say here. Confirmed by other sources. Has not been confirmed by other sources as of yet. Well, if he has passed on, if this is true, rest in peace to him. Condolences for the loss to the family and his supporters, and this certainly is a disgraceful situation. G said, "So sad, so young. God protect his family. May his soul rest in peace. In Jesus' name, amen." Yes, he has a wife and 2 kids. G. Disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Democrats condemn the shooting and political violence. Democratic governors and figures took to social media site X to announce the shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah today in political violence. California Governor Newsom has condemned it. And G said, "Well, I came in here happy, and then hear all this terrible stuff." Yeah, G, and I. This is really unfortunate, and I want all of us to be happy and feel good and not have a bad day in our lives. And it's unfortunate with these type of people that ruin a very beautiful day like this. And one good thing is that there's unity and us coming together and we're there for each other, so that is a positive thing about it. Shout to Mary Toodles. Mary Toodles. A political activist has been shot and probably passed away.
I heard something about it. I'd never heard of him before.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't know who it was. I heard somebody got shot, but when I saw the name, I never heard of it.
All right. And also there's a school shooting in Denver.
I didn't hear about that.
G says, "This is what happens when we remove ourselves from our Savior." And chats and G in chat says hello to you.
Tell them I said hello.
All right. She says hello back to you in chat. And yes, G, this is what happens when we remove ourselves from our Savior. Yes, I agree completely. Yes. When people remove that out the equation, you get people that do things like this. And I believe the belief in God and people do it in different ways is very important. And when people go away from that, you can do whatever you want to do, and then you get into stuff like this because it's of the devil, of evil, and people that may not believe in anything. It's of people that just have no morals to them that want to do something wrong, and it's not good. So, the the faith in our Savior is very important, and people stray away from that, and this stuff happens. Yes. G says, "I don't think politics, celebrities, or any of that comes into play. I think everyone with a breathing heart is not happy. He's harmed. In the respect, all parties agree. I mean, after all, we all are human." That is true. That is extremely true, 100%. That Kamala Harris has condemned this, Gavin Newsom. Everybody's condemning this, especially in our country, was founded on principles of people could say their opinion, freedom of speech. But if somebody's actions and speech is going to harm or hurt other people, it is intolerable and unacceptable. And people have to be doing this in such a way that is not of violence, but of peaceful expression and voting and debates. We are not like third world countries across the world that will do barbaric things. We don't do stuff like that. Hello, Anna. It is great to see you. Abby says he was in critical condition, but he was taken to the hospital in critical condition, so it could be possible that he is indeed gone. And Fox still says critical condition. And Anna says, "Hi, hearing you. Frank got home, told him what you're saying, and he has his TV on in office now. Frank knows who Kirk is." Oh, okay. You're welcome. And G says, "We live in such a messed up world, my friend. So happy Ron was okay, sending the best of love." Yes, amen. Shout out to Tom. And it's all about ego, money, power, and sex, etc. Yes. And what, Tom? What do we say in Crime Honey? Even those who don't pull the trigger are guilty as those who do. Disgusting. I can't even imagine it disgusting. Hi, alien, everybody. Disgusting. Okay. And chats, let's see. Hello, Lynn. Good to see you. Good to see you, Tom, as always. And because you are normal, loving, kind, would it matter who the person is who saved your life? Was it a Dem or Republican? None of that should ever matter. It's all indicative of the human you are. You know, because especially with the trial chat, there's people of different political views and religions, and everybody came together to help each other out. Thus, I have such a diverse group of friends from there that I appreciate. Some are Democrats, some are Republicans, some are different religions, some are no religion, some are white, some are black, some are all kinds of different races. So that is the beautiful melting pot of this country. So I do think that regardless of political or religious differences, we all are human and come together for this common goal of self-preservation, because you have The Purge, that movie I watched in 2016 that came out back then, and is everybody could just go and delete each other. And if you just have that, everybody is divided and standing alone, and just no one survives, like a prison. Because in prison, from what I've heard, some places, I've never been to them, thank God, but people are divided and attack each other all the time, but they all are wearing orange. They're all in the same thing, regardless of their race or whatever they are. So I think it's a lot of people in our world, not in the prison world, but out here, you have the same thing. So I do think it's important and stressing that people of different views and opinions should have peace and respect for each other. Rebel says a lot of radical leftists are celebrating it. Yeah, and that is not nice. That is not good. No one should accept this type of violence. It should be all condemned. But there are people that are sick out there that will do that. I remember, one time in here I got into a debate with one of my companions about I was saying the assassinations are wrong. The other person was like, "Oh, it could be a good thing in a way, because these people are trying to hurt the Americans and stuff." I'm like, "No, it's not. It's not good to have anyone assassinated. I don't care what political spectrum they're on. No violence. All right. I don't believe violence on either side." So, yeah, I think that's just the golden rule. And for instance, you had the Third Reich. The Third Reich, and you had USSR. Both were very violent. And the USSR deleted the royal family of Russia, and they genocided people that disagreed with them, even people in their own party. And the Third Reich genocided the many Jews and different people that disagreed with them, and had war everywhere. So it's just, then they get paranoid and start attacking their own people. So when you have that happen, you lose the value of what the country was originally founded for, that they had in mind. If you lose the freedom here, you'll have it nowhere else, because so many people came here to seek freedom. All right, everybody, a special announcement. Charlie Kirk has died. Has been deleted, Trump says. President Trump announced Wednesday that conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been died after being shot during the event in Utah. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. Trump wrote on True Social. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America and better than Charlie. The president went on, he loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Millennia, and my sympathies go out to the beautiful wife and family, and Charlie, we love you. All right, and so there you go. And people should never view things with celebrities or politics or anyone different. They have no more value to God than any of us. I always say, even the party you don't like, if we were your uncle. And I think people argue about politics. They never think, what if I was born in a family where my uncle ran as such and such? Him and loving uncle. Would you agree with people who are mocked? Yes. All members of the chamber of those gallery, please rise. Moment of prayer. Charlie Kirk and his family, Mike Johnson. Yes. And I totally agree with you completely. And I totally agree with you, G. Absolutely. And why I never said side with any political team. I am true to myself. I know every human is valuable. We have to think of them being part of our own family, loving kind. Gee, I believe that. I totally agree with you 100%. And I have the same view and the same type of thinking. I believe that compassion causes chain reaction, like what Rachel Scott was one of the Columbine victims. That's something she advocated for. She was the first one deleted in the Columbine shooting, and she said that compassion could cause a chain reaction, and that their school could have been more compassionate to each other, and that's how they could stop bullying and things like that. But a lot of people will take the Columbine shooting route and do stuff like this. So I think, gee, it's a very good way to think that regardless of their political views or their religion, it's not by all of these things, but by the content of their character that makes a person. So I do agree with you completely, and that's how I view things. I have friends on both sides. I think that, seeing everybody as a family, and as Americans, we are one big family. Yes, that is true, Michael. Yes. Very sad. It's uncalled for, Rita. Freedom of speech is why he was shot. Thank you, Rebel, for the link. Liberty says, hello, I just heard this man has passed. I wasn't familiar with him. May he rest in peace. Amen. All right, so this is right from Truth Social from Donald J. Trump. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Millennia, and my sympathies go to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. All right. That's from the president. And thank you, Rebel. And we can now confirm that he has passed on, unfortunately. He's in a better place now. He's in the Lord's hands. So that is, a better place so there's no more suffering. And he served his country by speaking freedom of speech and saying what he thought, and he did his constitutional duties and exercised his rights that nobody has the right to ever take, and that the flag of the United States stands for freedom, and that's something that these people can never take away, ever. That the USSR and the Third Reich and other totalitarian regimes did not survive, and the Cold War was lost, and these people also will lose in the long term, that want to have this type of barbaric political violence. And our patience has worn thin, yet we will stay calm, collective, and straight to the path of peace with each other. And he will certainly be remembered for what he did, and this outrageous nonsense must be put to an end. It will not be tolerated in this country. He was 30, but we will see exactly what his age was. He was 31. All right, changing the title. Okay. And Oh, hello, Cecil. Good to see you, buddy. OMG, I just heard the devastating news. Breaks my heart. Hello, everyone. Moki says, I can't stop crying. He was a huge influence on me. Yeah, and hello, Regina. Good evening. I am totally sickened by these criminals. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. God bless his family and those who lives have been touched will continue to touch. Amen. All right. A very spiritual leader to students on college campuses. And a lot of college campuses have been destroyed by the cultural influences the of the USSR when they had their ideological subversion and America's own falling and corruption and leaving the Lord. They left values of America and Jesus and they went to the path of darkness and here we are. So and he was there to try to get these college campuses to see the truth of God and his own political views, and that is very good that he did that. But it is extremely disgraceful that he had to go so soon. But his impact will be remembered for generations. He is martyred for the cause that he stood for and for the country. He also will this will backfire on the other side. Certainly. That these agitators, these political agitators that have existed for centuries, will understand that the freedom, the privilege of freedom, could disappear in a whisper, especially to these individuals, and all actions must be taken to preserve the freedom and justice of this great country and all people. Amen. I believe eventually a time of peace and prosperity will await us. And the great dream of America has only begun. And G said, how come no one stopped him? Is this a big event with a crowd? How did he run? Don't they have security in those buildings? G, it could have been a stage setup where there could have been inside people collaborating with this hypothetically. You have a crowd of people, and this older gentleman went and shot him and ran off. So I don't think you're supposed to bring something like this on campus, but they certainly did not have the proper security where Trump or one of those people speak. They right or left, they have a plexiglass, so if they get shot, it will ricochet. So they didn't. They had poor security, or they had some sort of insider person that was collaborating with this disgraceful action. And yes, my friend. And okay, reading all this up. G said, Romans 12:19, it is mine to avenge, I will repay, says the Lord. Amen. And I do believe that, G. And with this situation, I completely agree where the avenge is in the Lord's hands. And I believe that God is the greatest of all planners. And any of these hardships will come ease. So I do believe that God has this taken care of, and he will avenge the situation in his perfect timing. And so many have traded the great guidance for misguidance. It is completely horrid what's happened, but we have to trust in God's plan, and the dots will connect in the future. So yes, I totally agree, G. This goes on as we also have another school shooting too. The world is disgusting me. Yes. Yes. I totally agree. These school shootings are completely ridiculous. And to also make clear to everybody, there is a shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado and leaves 3 students hurt, first responders, not certain how many shooters. G said, moving forward, they really need to protect schools and any speaker like this. I mean, they spread money on nonsense all over the world. Protect them. Exactly. I totally agree. And I do think that the America has not been the main focus in recent times. But whatever these stupid ideas and these projects that they're funding that are silly, that they're not using that to protect the schools and protect the people that are speaking. It is certainly that they only want their own greed, their own money, their own survival. That is all that matters to them. And the people will not follow them into this path of destruction, but we have to put the American people and values first, and the students. You have people going to school, people doing the regular things, people doing and exercising their proper American rights, and that should be protected. We have all these different things that they're pushing, all these conflicts all over the world that they're focusing on, but not the main thing that's important. So that is certainly, Jay, I totally agree with you. And they should not keep on spending money on nonsense and being fools because the patience, the American people, has its limits. And I believe that time has come, has been reached. But I do am confident that there will be a time where, just like after attacks of the past and tragedies, we will see unity, especially after the 9/11 attacks. There was unity in this country after that horrible event that occurred, and actually tomorrow is the anniversary of it. So what a coincidence for this to occur this day. So yes, I believe that there will be unity at the same time amongst the American people in this. And may God protect all of us and all Americans from future issues like this. And may we learn from these mistakes that we can continue forward and evolve to really practice and participate in the American system as it was intended to be. G said, how many more do we need to realize that there's a big problem? Literally, told my daughters to purposely never be a teacher because, honestly, at this rate, I am terrified. Yes. I absolutely agree. Child TV Sunny Bell. And a person there said he wasn't in the crowd. He was up on a balcony or something. Somebody running long gun. Okay, let's see where the shooter was exactly. According to the multiple news reports published on September 10, 25, conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot while an event in Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. What happened during the outdoor Prove Me Wrong event, Turning Point USA, a single shot was fired. Kirk was struck in the neck. Location. The shot came from the Lucy Center about 200 yards away. So it came from LOSEE Center about 200 yards away. And suspect status. Initially, news outlets reported a suspect in custody. However, university officials later clarified that no arrests had been made and that the investigation was ongoing. The victim status. Initially, reports varied on Kirk's condition. Some outlets reported hospitalization, while others, including President Trump, indicate that Kirk has been deleted. So, campus response. The university was put on lockdown. All classes were canceled from the day. Investigation, FBI, local authorities are involved in ongoing investigation. All right. Three minutes ago, it has been confirmed, as I said 3 minutes ago, that Charlie Kirk, conservative activist and Trump ally, killed, deleted in Utah shooting, and it has been confirmed by CNN. CNN's John Miller contributed to the post. So confirmation from CNN about this. And Rebel, thank you for all this information that you're giving us. And everybody else in chat that's giving information and being there for each other. And I appreciate all that. Yes, it has been pretty well confirmed. That is true. And GOP Senate. Okay, so GOP Utah Senate Curtis warns of escalating political violence. Says Kirk, shooting very personal. GOP Senator John Curtis condemned the political violence in the wake of Trump ally Charlie Kirk's shooting, reflecting on the impact on his community. The Utah Republican said, "This is my backyard. This is very personal because of that," and leaves a scar, as you well know, not just on Charlie, but on everybody that was there and on the community. Curtis spoke to reporters before President Trump shared that the Kirk had been deleted in the shooting. Asked about the state of political violence in the U.S., Curtis responded, and really is escalating, urging Americans to reevaluate how we're talking about issues. G said, basically, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. We have to be thankful for every gift of breath and every day love one another. Amen. I agree. They say that child abuse was on the rise during the coup. Homeschooling will be on the rise. All right, quote, if we're not honest, we're having the conversation with families that are too heated. We're having conversations among friends that are too heated, and they're obviously escalating it and gets to a broader conversation. It's not healthy. It's not who we are. This is why there is impactful to me. It's especially not we are in Utah and the county where this happened. And I would hope we're better than that, he continued. And Michael says, per Fox News, the man that was taken into custody had nothing to do with the shooting and has been released. Yeah, because they do not know who it is at the moment. They don't know who it is. CNN political commentator remembers Kirk as enormously courageous and unapologetic. His views. And senior political commentator Scott Jennings reflected on Charlie Kirk's legacy, calling him one of the most unique and special people in the conservative movement today. And he was able to convince people involving his political stance might not have been otherwise done, Jennings told Casey Hunt today following his death. He went to call Kirk a godly person, unapologetic about his views, enormously courageous, and enormously influential. He was leading people. He was influencing people when he did something, when he said something, when he took a stand on issue. You can bet that people would move, Jennings said. The UK still hasn't said that he's been deleted. Scared. Well, today is certainly scared. A scared day. And G says people, they don't even know. Okay, when people commit these acts, don't they realize they are getting caught at some point and lose their lives too? Is it worth it? Yeah, it's just these people that do this thing either think they're not going to get caught, or they're so convinced in their position that they're doing something good, that they think that they're doing the right thing. Like even like the terrorists and the different people like that, they thought they're doing the right thing. They thought they're doing a righteous thing. People that were doing these type of activities throughout history, they just were given over to their delusions, and that the worst things are done with the best intentions, and they really thought it was the right thing. And people also, as Abby would say, are just pure evil. Just they just want to be evil to people. But they will go, if they don't repent, they will go to hellfire for eternity. They will lose their freedom and go to prison. It wasn't worth it, but they thought it was worth it. Yeah. Because the devil has given them illusions of their lies, and God gives people over to the desires of their heart. So it's quite unfortunate. Oh, hello, Pussycat TV. Great to see you. And like I said, I can't stop crying. This is just awful. G said, I truly think, see, so people are so focused on their own gain, they forget the children. We must trust our kids to these facilities and facility. They are only human, but the government must help these schools. Amen. I agree, G. Hello, Jerry. Great to see you. And we're beyond prayers. It's time for some ass kicking. Yeah, and Jerry, I completely empathize with your feelings, and it's certainly frustrating, and this needs to certainly end. It certainly does. And as I said before, the American people, their patience has limits. And at the same time, as G said, Romans 12:19, it is mine to avenge, I will repay, says the Lord. Vengeance is also in the Lord's hands, and God is the greatest planner, and He will vindicate and give justice to us over this and make everything new. At the same time, us doing our part with faith. All right. All right, Toodles. The person has passed away. What's that? Okay. I remember when Trump was nearly assassinated, and it was very difficult to believe,
I
but
think that was set up. I mean, I don't believe it. I think that was a setup
understood.
for him to win the election. But I mean,
Yeah, okay. I have a different opinion, but I understand your position. And
but this guy I never heard of till like an hour ago.
yeah, and that was very difficult to believe where that would occur, because it's shocking when it happens. It's very dark, and all the darkness in the world cannot extinguish a single candle. And Turning Point confirms Kirk's death deletion. Charlie went to his eternal reward with Jesus Christ in heaven. Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, has announced his deletion in a note to employees and supporters. It's with a heavy heart that we, Turning Point USA leadership team, write to notify you early this afternoon that Charlie went to his eternal reward of Jesus Christ in heaven. Amen. And G said, anytime a kid threatened another, almost always girls fighting over boys, oh well. One threw bleach on another's, stupid pulling of smoke alarms, things of that attention, they'd bring detector next day. When I was in school, the doors were never locked. It was safe to come and go as we please. World has changed. And what good is it the next day, only next day, how another 364 days we have in a year. 365, actually. And absolutely crazy. Protect the children, indeed. The most precious possession you have in the world is your own people, as G and I emphasize. Regardless of politics and religions and stuff, the people in your life that truly care about you, that is the most important, precious possession you have in this world. And it's in our situation, it's our countrymen, it's our families, and our freedom to practice as we please to do. Because these people that did this assassination, they want our freedoms to be taken away, and they want to take away the American values and ideas, which we fought against the Crown of Britain to preserve this country to be a free, independent state. There's in World War I, World War II, we have defeated fascism and communism across the world and fought against other groups, and we certainly will overcome this in the long term. As I said this, although I was not there, my grandma was there when JFK was assassinated. It certainly is a very unfortunate situation when this happens, and Kamala Harris and people on the left and the right have condemned this, and Gavin Newsom has condemned this, and I'm so thankful for Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris's condolences about the situation and their condemnation of this political violence. It is very noble of them to do. And that we could face as much unity as possible would be great. There is a military personnel that I was seeing on a podcast that said that he was in the army and Obama saluted the fallen troops and stood there like a statue, and he was greeted everybody, and he was very good to those soldiers that he met. And the person did not agree with Obama's political views, thinks he's corrupted, but he respected him for that. So it is good to see any kind of unity between the two different political sides as much as possible. All right. And I saw this girl, Wealthy Dad, on social media, 40 billion, and she literally has 3 chefs for one dog and chef for her one cat, and they eat out of a container bowls. Scared. I mean, honestly, if I'm ever that wealthy, I will do is bless everyone else with it. I will definitely take care of my family, but the day I have 3 chefs of my dog for my dog, that's the day I have lost my soul. Yes, but this man is killed in broad daylight by a crazed maniac and can't be found because he wasn't protected. And those innocent children in critical condition in school. Yes, absolutely, G. That is absolutely true. And oh, hello, Bubbles is sad too. And I do want to make remarks about the school shooting. Any child that is hurt, Jesus said, if you hurt any child, they deserve to have a boulder wrapped around their neck and thrown into the sea. And children to this day are not being protected in schools from school shooters. And we've been having a pandemic, a plague of school shootings since '99, consistently. So I certainly think that schools and the system must take action to protect schools and teachers and students and faculty from these types of horrid atrocities. And these innocent children that didn't do anything wrong to anybody, and children I feel are precious and innocent and cannot do any wrong. Like, you had the attacks from Sandy Hook, you had the attacks of Columbine, and many more. And you had the attack in Florida that happened in 2018-19. And it's great when people can see that this is not right. And it's good when people can come together about this. And I hope and pray that the children in critical condition do not fall into the death, that they can continue to live, but they will forever be traumatized by this. And I believe there will be a situation where you'll have people that will be homeschooling their kids, and people will be much cautious, because remember, there's a case that we're following where there's a Walmart where there's people of all ages getting shot, and it was disgusting what occurred. I think there must be a stop to these type of atrocities, or at least do is what we can to prevent it. And I totally, completely agree with this. That this crazed maniac at the right time will be caught. He will be caught and put to justice. And they did not protect Charlie Kirk. They did not protect him enough. Certainly has been faulty. In 2025, they cannot protect a political activist that's talking to college campus. I was watching another one recently on YouTube, and they make some interesting points back and forth and have a good conversation. This is completely horrid that this atrocity has occurred. That this completely makes me speechless. It really does. But I'm optimistic that there's better days ahead by this. I'm certainly confident about that. The resilience of the American people has shown time and time again to overcome all obstacles. G said, "Did you hear about the Amish lady who said God asked her to delete her son?" Yes, that God asked her to kill her son. Yes, I saw that and I reviewed that case. Definitely. And I'll tell you all that are watching and listening what that is exactly. And 2 minutes ago, there's an update right now. 2 minutes ago, Trump orders flags lowered to half staff in honor of Kirk. President Trump is ordering the All-American flags lowered to half staff in honor of Charlie Kirk after the conservative political activist was deleted Wednesday. Biden has said a remark about the incident. There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. Former President Joe Biden has called an end for political violence after the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah. There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Biden said in post on X, "Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones." All right. Now we'll review this case that G mentioned. That I talked about previously, but we'll talk about for people that are here now. Okay. Going here. All right, here we go. Ruth Miller is an Amish woman from Ohio who was charged with the aggravated murder and other offenses in the August 25 in August 25 after authorities say she drowned her 4-year-old son in Atwood Lake. Following the incident, Miller told law enforcement she gave him to God and believed that she was acting on divine instruction. Alleged crime. On August 23, 25, while vacationing with her family, Miller allegedly took her son, Vincent, onto a dock and drowned him in a lake. This is completely disgusting and horrid. You know, and G says, I think what's also happening is insecure, depressed, very vulnerable to a cult like Robert Shin guy who runs M3. He's got some dancers on his TikTok making money for him. He has them not talking to their families, living all under the compound, and he heads the Shekinah church. All of it's possible because of the vulnerable minds. And 100% majority is based on depression. I wonder why 80 years ago, did whose parents who had nothing, they did shoot up schools, etc. exactly. I do think with social media, it's more prevalent and people could see it and hear about it more quickly than used to, but certainly, in my opinion, more frequent. And G said, and like this cheerleader who deleted her baby, killed her baby, and Alexa Treviso discarding their kids like garbage in their garbage bags, all have the law protect them. It's sick. A spiritual delusion. According to the Tuscarawas County Sheriff's Office, both Ruth Miller and her husband, Marcus Miller, were expressing what they described as a spiritual delusion and began with a swimming into a lake together as a test of faith. Husband's death. Marcus Miller's body was also found in a lake. He is believed to have drowned after swimming back out into the lake himself, reportedly feeling he had failed his religious test. Authorities do not believe he was involved in the son's drowning. Golf cart incident. After drowning, her son, Ruth Miller, allegedly drove a golf cart into a lake with her 3 other children, a 15-year-old daughter and 18-year-old twin sons. They were able to get out of the water unharmed. Legal proceedings. In September 25, Miller pleaded not guilty by reasons of insanity to all charges, which include aggravated murder, felonies, assault, and child endangerment. In domestic violence, her attorney stated that the mental defect prevented her from understanding the wrongfulness of her actions. Chilling body cam footage. In the footage from the incident, Miller can be heard telling deputies that she gave her son to God and that her husband had swallowed by a fish. I think she killed the hubby too. A whole thing is very sus. I agree. This is certainly a cult, and this is certainly a topic that needs to be talked about because people need to not be vulnerable. People need to be steadfast and not go along with these things. It is completely horrid about this type of behavior. It is completely unacceptable. Lynn, agree. Majority-based depressed and wonder what people 80 years ago did who had no parents, who had nothing. Did they shoot up schools, etc.? Nope. And all these cheerleaders who deleted her baby and Alexa Treviso discarding her kids like garbage in their garbage bags all have law to protect them is sick. I think she killed the hubby too. The whole thing is sus. She even announced people will say, I am sick, but I assure you, I am not. God told me to do it. But she claims insanity now. Magical how her mind is stable now. Oh yeah, G, I think that it's a very eclectic mind. It's like a light switch where people can, in a flip of a switch, that they were insanity and now magically her mind is stable and that God told her to do it. The devil made me do it. The Santa Claus made me do it. All these. I believe in God, of course, but my point is this person is using God as a straw man. Probably doesn't even believe in God. Like, for instance, Chad Daybell did not like Tammy Daybell, so he came up with a scheme to get rid of her and collect insurance on her. And he wanted people to be taken out and use religion as a way to, as a tool of control. Now, I do think this is an excuse that all of a sudden it's sane and God revealed a revelation. I'll tell you all this, a secret. God does not reveal a revelation to people to do stuff like this. Okay? God does not want people to do this. Doesn't make any sense. And thou shalt not kill. And if you think of something, it's as bad as doing it. So in this case, I think she's guilty of sin. Completely. So that is certainly what do agree with you, G, about that case. And people come up with the stupidest excuses. They certainly do. Okay, Abby, I understand. It's a very upsetting thing. Very upsetting thing. G said God must avenge them even more because they aren't just deleting, they are using him as the cause that has to be for some level of a greater sin. Amen. I totally agree. Definitely. All right. Yeah, because the legal proceedings, like I just read, is that in 25, Miller pleaded not guilty by reasons of insanity to charges which include aggravated murder, felonies, assault, child endangerment, and violence. Her attorney stated that a mental defect prevented her from understanding the wrongfulness of her actions. Chilling body cam footage. In the footage from the incident, Miller can be heard telling deputies that she gave her son to God and a husband being swallowed by a fish, which is really stupid. All right, let's see about this other one. Case of Alexei Travi- Travizio was a teenager from Arista, New Mexico, charged with first-degree murder and the death of her newborn son. Yeah, was he alone? Oh, yeah, Norm, it's not good. I agree. And she said, I want to ask her, why do you feel God gave him to you? Is he wanted back right away? I mean, did he need him to help clean something up in heaven? Did he need help him do some chores? Was it a loan? Did he loan him to her and he wanted her back? I mean, good grief. Life and death are in his hands. Yeah, but definitely, G, that was a great question to ask. We would have a field day with her. And Norm said, this will activate Trump in a way that is hard to describe. He will go after these people on a level that is almost inconceivable. Trump must be feeling weird right now. He didn't die when he got shot. That's how I would feel. Yeah, certainly would be a weird feeling indeed. And yeah, I do agree with you that something will happen. And I do believe that vengeance is in the Lord's hands. Yes. And G said, Norm, 100%. I was thinking same things. He's thinking, when I was shot, I lived. This poor guy didn't. There are no words really for this insanity. Absolutely. G, definitely. I agree with Chat very much. Chat, he must feel very weird. Because he was able to survive it. His other one didn't. The alleged crime. In January 23, Trevizio went to the Artesia General Hospital emergency room for back pain. Their medical staff discovered she was in labor. Trevizio locked herself in a bathroom and gave birth to a boy who was later found to be deleted in a trash can. Was dead in a trash can. The arrest. Following the autopsy, the determined by the baby's death was homicide. Treviso was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence. Legal developments. The case has been marked by legal battle. Moki says Trump orders flags to half staff. Yes. Thank you for the update, Moki. Legal developments. The case has been marked by legal battles over admissible evidence. A district judge ruled in Treviso's favor to suppress certain statements she made to medical staff and video footage taken to the hospital. The New Mexico Supreme Court later took an appeal to decide whether this evidence can be used by prosecutors. This legal dispute can cause her trial, which was scheduled for August 24, to be postponed. Abby said murder is murder, and Alexi is guilty too. Facts. Facts. Ongoing status. As of September 25, the case has been submitted to New Mexico Supreme Court for a decision. In addition, the criminal case, Treviso's attorney filed a wrongful death suit against the Artesia General Hospital. The lawsuit claims the hospital staff's negligence and administration of certain medications, such as morphine, caused the baby's death. When is there going to be a hearing for Luigi? How many there are chat adoring and praising Luigi? Well, let's see. Let's look this up. As of September 25, Luigi Mangione has 2 upcoming dates in New York for the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thomason, whom he allegedly shot and deleted in December 24. The state case. A New York State court hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, September 16, 25, for the state murder and terrorism charges. Federal case. A federal court hearing is scheduled for Friday, December 5, 25. During the appearance, the judge is expected to set a trial date for 26 for the federal charges, which include the potential for the death penalty. Mangione is facing separate state and federal prosecutions for the deletion, and trial date has not yet been set for either case. His lawyers have requested that the federal case proceed before the state case, arguing that the deletion penalty possibly in federal court raises a significant constitutional issue. Good luck and prayers for you tomorrow, Tom. Good luck and prayers for you, Tom. Yes. All right. Abby says Luigi is guilty. You're welcome, Tom. Luigi is guilty for murder, but the CEO is too. It's hard to have empathy for those who play God, in my opinion. I agree, Abby. Where I don't think it was right for the CEO to be murdered. but I don't deny that perhaps the system could be changed, and they there's a lot of these companies can nothing wrong making money and stuff like that, but I do think that if there could be a reform into the system without causing inflation issues and other things like that, or having a healthcare system that is good, that people can get their medical needs taken care of, I could definitely understand your frustration, Abby, with the how it is. And of course, Luigi, what he did was horribly wrong, and that the CEO did not need to be deleted. That was wrong what Luigi did. There could have been other ways of expressing himself. Yeah. And Milky says, Charlie wasn't radical. He was just a Christian American who supported Trump and spread common sense around college campuses. Yeah. This guy wasn't an extremist. No. He was completely. To do something low like this is really low. Really low. Yes, G, facts. Facts. Alright. Victims of political violence show support for Kirk. And Abby says, Rita, you aren't alone. Trust me, I got goosebumps. I can't believe it. Yeah, I feel very devastated. I'm out completely outraged by this. What happened? It is really creepy and disturbing and heartbreaking that this had to happen this way. They're going to start trying to do this to everybody, in my opinion. That's what these people probably want. That they always had this audacity to. I'm not saying that the either political side's perfect, but they always accuse the other side of being fascist and stuff like that. But it's like the fascists did assassinations and stuff, and so did the communists on their enemies. I mean, that's also, or if the other side is what they say it is, they're just being as bad as the other side, if the other side really even was like that in the first place. So I do think that it is, a lot of times what these people do, they're the pot that calls the kettle black. Like, they accuse others of what they're guilty of. That's what, allegedly, Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister, said, that it is, accusing others what you're guilty of. So I think this other side of where this violence is coming from is certainly guilty of that. Now, it could go either way, and both sides could have tendencies for this, not this type of violence, but could have extremists on both sides. I'm not saying that one side's perfect over the other, but certainly a lot of these assassinations are coming from a certain point of view. So, and ironically, the group that doesn't believe in these type of firearms and stuff are using them. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Following the deletion of the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, we're hearing from political figures who have also faced political violence. Former U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a man who authorities said was a believer in conspiracy theories, struck the Democrat's husband in the head with a hammer, which was wrong. And 22, Pelosi called Kirk's shooting a reprehensible and said the political violence has absolutely no place in our nation. Nancy Pelosi has condemned the political violence. Former U.S. Rep. Gabrielle Giffords, she was shot in 2011 in Arizona and suffered a serious brain injury. Giffords said she was horrified to hear of Kirk's shooting. Democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those arguments with violence, she said. I will also make this argument that what these type of things that Charlie Kirk was doing is like a change of my mind. You have different Alicia, it's very devastating, very unfortunate news what's going on, and good afternoon or evening to you. And I can make this argument that he's allowing the other side with these college campuses, he's letting the Democrats, the left, whatever people want to call them, talk about their position. And he'll talk, and a lot of times you'll see these things, change my mind type things, where these YouTube activists go to college campuses and they talk to people that are liberal a lot of times. And the liberals get to say their point of view. And they could have a voice, and they both have like a debate, a discussion about it. So I think that is very important to have that type of discussion. And hey, they could have a position that is right, and people could see that. So if anything, they're taking away their own side's voice of expression, because their other side is having a voice. They're having a debate. So it's not like Charlie Kirk was even saying his own opinions about things. Like, we're not having a speech about his own point of view, but they're having like a debate about through different people. On college campuses, they have a lot of people that will see these things, and they will talk about their side of the story a lot of times. So I think that it's harming both sides having a discussion about it. And Abby says, we have some chat right here. Let's see what chat says. Abby says, I read that. Abby, trust me, I got goosebumps. I can't believe it. Lynn says, I didn't know him, but nevertheless, his life shouldn't have been taken. It's very sad in such a young man. Abby said, my coach thinks a civil war could break out over political views and rights. Could you even imagine? Abby, it certainly is possible that could heat up to that point. I predicted or thought of a possible civil war could occur if it escalated. And it very well may happen. And I don't know how long that civil war is going to last, but it certainly will happen. It could happen. It's not going to happen. It could happen, possibly. It's probably highly unlikely to happen. But if the right circumstances were in place, like a hurricane or a tornado, if it all kind of fell into place, you could have a cyclone form. But hopefully the national government would step in and try to settle it out. Yeah. And Rita said, Abby, I feel so awful right now. I'll miss him, and his wife and kids must be devastated. I can't even begin to imagine what the wife and kids think of this. They lost a father and a husband, and now she's without him, without the husband in her life, and they're without a father. And this is going to cause generations of people to be angry about what happened and upset, and it causes a ripple effect. It is unacceptable, and it must be put to an end. And the fans and the people that watch Charlie Kirk, people on the other side, it is absolutely horrific. The side of peace and love. Oh yeah, the side of peace and love, the summer of love and tolerance. Yeah. Alicia said, I feel so bad for that man. They totted off saying that was the shooter. The hyenas were after him, yelling and spitting. His pants fell off his ankles, and it wasn't even him. Yeah. Yeah, that had to be very traumatic for that person that wasn't the shooter. Absolutely. And and that's what happens a lot of times in these cases, that they may find the wrong person. Right now, as we speak, it seems that the person has not been caught yet. Tom said if they could let everyone on the right and left who want to have a big gangs New York style fight in a giant field, that might settle it. Yeah, Tom, because I saw something about the if a civil war happened in America, and this is gonna be a little political. So, and everybody in these political, there's different factions in both political parties and political views. There's different factions to keep that in mind. Okay, different factions. So there's exceptions to the rule, but you're gonna have people. You're gonna have soy warriors, and you're gonna have people with guns and bazookas and things like that. I mean, I don't know. It might be quick, but as I said, it that would be interesting to see how that would work out. It's not like the Tom versus us down here anymore. Oh, the North and the South. It's not like it wouldn't be like that. It's people all over the country culturally versus another culture, like the political views, and you have people scattered across the different parts of the country that would think the same thing. Like Tom and I are eye to eye, and we're from the north and south. And somebody over in Timbuktu somewhere that is a person like this that would do an assassination we would both agree that the person is in the wrong. And the Civil War would not be like the same thing last time, it'd be something totally different. And I totally agree with you, Tom. Let's see how that would be settled. All right. And Abby says the people really need to consider taking themselves out instead of strangers, especially successful strangers. Charlie was very successful. Irina had escaped the war and was trying to build a new life. Yeah. Very well said, Abby. I was already angry about Irina's death, and now Charlie just dropped it off. Moki says there are TikTok libs celebrating. Well, Moki, they are very vile, evil people, and as G says, that vengeance is of the Lord. Romans 12:19, it is mine to avenge, I will repay, says the Lord. And I believe that God will avenge the situation and give retribution and to what happened. And these evil people will fall into their own traps and snares. All right, they will regret their actions eventually. Tom said, I was in a chat where there were some celebrating. If the situation were reversed, I wouldn't be celebrating. I wouldn't either, Tom. That's what I'm saying. If they're a communist or a socialist or they are what Democrat, liberal, whatever, and I have family that are Democrats, that are cool people, that are, I believe, good patriots of the country. So I would not want anybody on any political side to have to go through this. Like they had, this is what they did in Europe and these other countries. Like they'll go and like genocide people for it's. We're not like that here, and also China too. It happened in China, and Japan also at one point with their war in World War II, also. Although I love Japan. Yeah, just we don't need to be like these other groups of people that were goofy. Like violence is not acceptable. Prominent political figures react to Kirk's death. All right, so Donald Trump Jr. addressed Kirk directly, saying on social media, I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will not even be silenced. We will never be silenced. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, said, all of us must now dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil and steal Charlie from this world. Former Vice President Mike Pence called Kirk a truly good man and said he and his wife Karen Pence are praying for Kirk's family. Okay, Lynn, understood. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee. Zeldin said, "There are so many emotions and so many memories following Kirk's passing." He said Kirk's patriotism was unwavering, energy was limitless, and impact was unmeasurable. Vice President G.D. Vance wished Kirk eternal rest. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins, who said she knew Kirk since she was a teenager, called him her sweetest friend and said his deletion is profound tragedy. Charlie, I will miss you forever, and we will fight on your name. It will one of my life's greatest honors to do, she said. Rita said, they're sick, Moki. I don't know what's the answer is bringing them back to Earth. I'm 61 years, and I've never seen such shit. I said some of the people to shave their head like Britney in 2009 is Britney Beach and go off. Yeah, right. And can you imagine if the shooter isn't a white guy? Scared. Yeah, Moki. I certainly think that if he's not, I wonder how the news is going to react if he isn't white. I wonder what that's going to be like. It's going to put them in a spot. Yeah, absolutely. And Elisa Rowland's people that celebrate this murder of someone is simply speaking is disgusting. I'm glad people show their true identity so we can see them in the open. And then we all were, like a prisoner, blindfolded, fending off woes from every direction. And then the blindfold is straight from our eyes, and we could see who our enemy is. And we recognize them, and their filth and their greed has stabbed the heart of this great country. And certainly in God's timing and His will, and through great acts of activism and peace, we will wipe this plague from our nation. Milky said Van Jones has blood in his hands. Yeah, he definitely he has a lot of tears in his hands too, because he cries a lot. Nothing wrong with crying if it's necessary, but I think he does it as a little bit of a show. For sure. Alicia says, Mookie, if it's not, media will try to do their best to cover it up and sweep it under the mat somewhere. Now, I will say, certainly, there is this body cam, this footage of a store, a gas station in Mississippi at night. And this white guy was in there, and this dude, this homie, a thug, took out his pew-pew, his gun from his back pocket, and walked out. I don't recommend anybody doing this, but the guy went up to him and asked him for his gun back, and he got the whole clip got emptied on him, and nobody really did anything, and that was not in the news. You wonder why it was not in the news? Just certain things, in my opinion, are promoted and other things aren't. And Rita says, I'll bet he had a scoop on that rifle. Yeah. Had a scope. I read that wrong. Scope on that rifle. Yes, I do agree with that. He most likely had a scope. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins said that, okay. And Treasury Secretary Scott Basant called Kirk a brave man, a devoted husband, a loving father, and great patriot. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Kirk's deletion is a monumental loss and highlighted his help making the president transition to the most successful in history. Charlie will be remembered for the kindness and his loyalty and his devotion to America, Lutnick said. One thing that I want you all to know that I'm seeing a pattern with this assassination. It was a guerrilla warfare tactic. So it was a hit and run. I'll explain. There's a tactic that was used in warfare by various people, including our country and also the communists, that you would go and shoot somebody and then leave as a way of demoralization and invoke terror and to delete an enemy. So this was certainly a guerrilla warfare where they did a hit and run. And they're not known where they are. So this is certainly what that is. Mogi says the train murder had already radicalized a lot of people, but this will put everyone over the edge. Yeah, I agree, Moki. This is going to cause more radicalism. This is going to cause more conspiracy theories to come out, and we'll be definitely reviewing it as time goes on. Monumental loss. The highlighted his help make the presidential transition the most successful in history. Charlie will be remembered for his kindness, his loyalty, and his devotion to America. All right. This is a tragedy for America, not just for Republican Party or for MAGA. David Urban, former Trump campaign advisor, says. All right, this has to do with Charlie Kirk. Okay, so where things stand as officials search for a suspect in Charlie Kirk's death. Police are still looking for the suspect and weapon after political activist Charlie Kirk was fatally shot at an event Wednesday, according to law enforcement source. Officials are set to host a news conference soon. Here's what things stand right now. Search for suspect. The search for the suspect is still underway. A law enforcement official briefed on the matter told CNN the initial search had not recovered the pew-pew used in the shooting, the source also said. They had not recovered the gun used in the school Okay, read that again. Now, one thing I want to say, Moki, I think with the UFO Congress hearing was very, very good. And they're making a lot of headway with it, and it seems to be very buried about the information about UFOs. And they're certainly taking a keen interest in it, and it's quite crazy the censorship those people went through, those servicemen went through for their speaking out about it. The search for the suspect is still underway. A law enforcement official briefed on the matter told CNN initial search has not recovered the gun used in the shooting, the source also said. Now, there was something with in guerrilla warfare in Colombia, and not Colombia, but in Cuba, a guerrilla warfare tactic was to shoot and leave get a stupid, not a stupid gun, but like a goofy gun that you could just leave behind. Not the most advanced gun, just a simple one. And they could leave it behind, and then they would run. But this situation, it would leave evidence and proof and DNA and stuff. So they took it this time to not leave a trace. Had not recovered the gun used in the shooting, the source said. Campus is closed. The video taken by CNN affiliate KSTU shows a slew of officers clearing the building looking for the alleged shooter. The campus is closed, according to the university, which said the police are evacuating the students. A shooter fired from a campus building about 200 yards from Kirk. University spokesperson told CNN. And this is very not good for the students. Not good for the students either. Moments after the shooting, one witness, Jeremy King, said after the shooting, the bodyguards grabbed Kirk and rushed him to... Alright, so, Lynn, they have not found the shooter yet. by the way. Bodyguards grabbed Kirk and rushed him into the SUV. A video from the event appears to show Kirk shot in the neck area and then recoil in his seat. On the ground, Raydon Deschenay, who attended the event, said there were no security measures in place at the event to screen people or even take their tickets. Seconds before Kirk was shot, he was heard on video answering a question about the transgender mass shooters in America. Before he started speaking, Kirk, who went wearing a white t-shirt, read "Freedom" across the front, threw red MAGA hats to the crowd. There's a symbolism here. He was wearing a shirt that said "Freedom," and him wearing a shirt that says "Freedom" and blood on him is a sign that the attack was not on him politically for his just only for his politics, but the freedom of America was harmed this day, and that their intentions are to destroy freedom in general. President's reaction, as we said, for other prominent figures. Okay, we said that. All right, going up. All right, more is that investigators have not identified a suspect, and federal law enforcement sources say investigators don't have a suspect identified at the shooting of the death of activist Charlie Kirk and have launched a manhunt. Two federal law enforcement officials told CNN. Attorney General Pam Bondi said that agents from the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and the FBI are at the scene to assist. Law enforcement officers can be seen in video footage combing buildings, including rooftops and premier open-air venue where the shooting occurred in Utah Valley University, an apparent effort to collect evidence, including possible shell casings. All right. All right. I want to see if there's any updates about the school shooting that occurred. Okay, let's see. Doesn't seem anything new updates about that. All from 3 hours ago. Let's see. 48 minutes ago. Okay. That's a reel. Okay, that was a reel. Okay, going this way. Denver shooting. Press conference any minute. Okay, thank you. I have to do something for you all to see the screen. Let's see if it could work now. I'm just curious. Oh, good. It works. Okay, good. Here we go. Thank you, Moki, for updating me about that. All right. Shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado leaves several students hurt, suspect among the injured. Oh, yeah, Aaron. It is very, very. Just completely devastating. Just. It's infuriating what happened with Charlie Kirk, and they have not found the person yet. I declare in God's timing he will be caught. Amen. 3 students were critically wounded on Wednesday in a shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado foothills. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says one of those students is the shooting suspect. Okay, Abby, you take care. Good if you're going. Good night to you, and hopefully tomorrow's a better day. Tom says, Moki, I don't think they would like what happens. The right starts fighting back. They may think they want that, but it's unholy hell that could be released. Yeah, absolutely. Amen, Aaron. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Yes, we will, Abby. Thank you. The shooting took place after afternoon at the school located at 29300 Buffalo Road, Evergreen, which is 28 miles southwest of Denver. See if there's anything new about it. Jackie Kelly, the public information officer of Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, said they began receiving numerous calls about a shooting at the school at 12:24 p.m. Hundreds of law enforcement officers from across Denver Metro responded to the help with the situation, so they formed multiple teams cleared the school room to room. And more of these children should be protected more. All these conflicts they're funding and these nonsense that they're pushing, they need to protect the schools. Nearby Wilmot Elementary School was placed on lockdown just after 1:50 p.m. St. Anthony's Hospital in Lakewood said there are 3 Evergreen High School students at the hospital who suffered gunshot wounds. All are in critical condition. We've received 3 victims, all minors from Evergreen High School. They are currently being actively treated for St. Anthony Hospital. We are at level 1 trauma center prepared for situations like, said Kevin Cullinane, President CEO of Common Spirit St. Anthony Hospital. Each of the victims that we have sustained gunshot wounds. All 3 victims are either in emergency department or operating rooms at this time. All right, so they're still in operation. You know, they have this problem where you got to remember, can be short. Life is short. You never know when the last day of your life is, and that's why I recommend living every day as if it were your last day of your life, but take care of your body as if you're going to live forever. And Charlie Kirk did the thing that he loved to do. He touched many lives. He was very successful. He had a wife and kids, and we're all going to die at some point. And he did the thing he loved to do. And he made an impact. And he caused a ripple effect even more from his death. And that's why we all have to cherish every breath, every moment with each other. Because anything could happen to anybody. All right? And I'm glad and thankful for all y'all being here with me as we discuss these different topics. And the updates from y'all are very important. Thank you all very much. Aaron said, and the people are saying such nasty things online. I gotta stay off social media. Yes, Lynn. Yes. Live each day as if you're your last, because one day you'll be right. Yes. That is the quote. Absolutely. And when things like this happen, we have to trust that somehow the dots will connect in the future. As I always say. eventually in the future, it all makes sense. And having faith is something that should never be, and hope should never be out. And we're having faith and hope. I will say that the plan failed because Americans and all of us still have faith and hope in this nation and in ourselves. Law enforcement later confirmed that one of those three students is a suspect and the scene at the school is now safe. They said a fourth student was also sent to the hospital with unknown injuries. The school district announced that a reunification center is located at Bergen Meadow Elementary School, located at 1828 South Hillwind Drive. Those with the students at Evergreen High School are encouraged to get reunification center, not the high school. Well, thank you, Rita. I really appreciate that. Lynn says she sat in bed with a coffee living room. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Lynn. And that's a dream, definitely. And Aaron said, yes, I'm thankful to come here. Not many of my family friends have the same views. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you have a place where you could speak out and say your opinions. Shortly following the shooting, an Evergreen High School teacher told CBS Colorado that they were on lockdown with some students inside a game room in the school just after 1:30 p.m. People could be seen exiting the school in single file. Authorities have Highway 73 closed in the area near the Evergreen Lake access, and the lake remains open. A mother who spoke with CBS Colorado said her son was near a door when the shooting happened. At the school, the Evergreen High School freshman was the lunchroom when he heard 15:30 gunshots. And Aaron, they're flying the American flag. Trump has ordered the flag to be at half mast, and he, they do, as I said before, they do not know who the shooter is. They have not called him or her, which I think it's probably a guy, but we don't really know. It's allegedly a 56-year-old man. She suggested that parents talk to their students about this kind of scenario, what actually they should take. Obviously, you don't think it's going to happen at your school or your child, then it happens in your backyard, and you're shocked. But it seems to be happening so much that the students shouldn't be shocked, I guess. Her son said he wants the victims to know that everyone is thinking of them and hoping they will be okay. Jerpolis, several other elected leaders in Colorado issued statements after the shooting expressing deep concern. We are all praying for the victims and the entire community, Polis said. My brother isn't a lefty, but he won't let me say Trump's name. He doesn't like him. And Aaron said, Rita, I'm not a huge Trump fan as a person. He's crazy, no filters, but you can't deny what he's done. And Aaron said, but yeah, where I live in Ontario are anti-Trump. Yeah, yeah. We got our own stupid problems up here. We're a huge dumpster fire. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, seeing the updates. Let's see. Let's go here for a second. Let's go right there. Yeah, now I think it's absolutely important where people can continue to be united, and this needs to stop. Yeah. So with the school shootings, it's crazy that the school year is starting out. They they have this situation occur where right as the school year starts for people, this the school shooting happens and this other thing occurs. I will say that I'm very creeped out and disturbed by this. Okay. Yeah, it's very creepy. Let's see. Oh yes, Lynn, that's fine, and it's okay that you are just doing that. We appreciate your company. More condemnation. All right, so shooting of Kirk is in direct opposition to our values, says Mayor of Orem, Utah. The shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is in direct opposition to our values, said Dave Young, mayor of Orem, Utah, where the fatal incident took place. As a community, we are praying for Charlie's family in this difficult time, he said in the statement. Yeah, he's 31. We are also mindful of the hundreds of students and community members who witnessed this horrific event. Utah's campus should always be a space where differing perspectives can share and debate with respect. Efforts to restrict the freedom have no place here. Utah investigation is leading of the assistance of Orem Police Department and local and state federal agencies, Young said. All right. GOP lawmakers angrily accuse Democrats of fueling violence as tensions erupt on House floor. Just after the House chamber paused for a moment of silence for conservative activist Charlie Kirk, a shouting match briefly erupted on the floor as one GOP lawmaker accused Democrats of fueling political violence. Rep. Lauren Boebert, who is vocal supporter of the public prayer, complained that silent prayers get silent results, with Democrats audibly groaning, according to a person who witnessed exchange. Then Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, who was also close to Kirk, personally began hurling explicities at Democrats, that person said. Luna was the woman yesterday that did a very good job with the UFO disclosure. They were talking about UFOs in the Congress the other day, and they're going to try to do what they can to get information released, because a lot when they try to get the UAP disclosure released, they don't release anything. They say it's like invalid. So the soldiers were seeing on their bases these strange flying objects that are doing supernatural things and resisting fire, hellfire from our missiles, and it just went away and came back together. It just doesn't make any sense. So they did very well yesterday. There's Democrats and Republicans. And viewer discretion is advised. We're about to get into cursing. So you fucking caused this, Luna shouted across the House chamber. According to another person who overheard the remarks, CNN has reached out to Boebert and Luna for comments. In response, Democrats will be heard shouting back about school shooting in Colorado Wednesday and a call for action on gun violence. And I do believe in self-defense, and understandably people will be angry about this because both would be linked to the shoot. So I've just talked about the Colorado, because I will say I have consecutively talked about the Colorado shooting that just happened and this shooting of Charlie Kirk. We've talked about both, and I do think that if they didn't have guns, they would do it another way. But I can understand people's frustration with that, although I do believe in the right to bear arms, of course. But something isn't going on right here. Yeah, Luna's awesome. And it was very good. She did very well yesterday. Along with the other congressmen. I don't expect people to agree with my politics. I don't mind if they don't until they get nasty. And you know what? We all aren't going to agree on everything. We all have difference of opinions. We all have different tastes and different things that we like. I definitely agree with that we all have our different opinions. We have our different tastes. And we certainly can agree to disagree a lot of times. So I do think that it's okay if people disagree with politics. It's okay if people disagree with a religion or with a type of food to eat. Or if you're eating a type of food, like say some people might like apples, some people might like oranges. If people like a different TV show or a movie, whatever it is, we all can agree to disagree sometimes. So that just makes us human. We're all not cogs in a machine. We all think differently, and it's good to think different. I think that this type of violence is completely prohibited, and especially if somebody disagrees with you. It's such a childish thing to go delete somebody over, or murder somebody over a disagreement of politics. It's really petty. A healthy chat is fine. It's when it's turned nasty that isn't fine. It was a tense moment in the House where lawmakers were processing news of the Kirk's death. President Trump announced Kirk's passing at around the same time. Shortly after, the Speaker, Mike Johnson, could be seen talking to Boebert. The Colorado Republican appeared upset after a conversation that was seen. Walking up to Johnson afterward to whisper in his ear. Both Boebert and Luna were close to Kirk. Luna was visibly emotional as she entered the Capitol on Wednesday afternoon, telling reporters about how Kirk personally encouraged her to get into politics. Because of him, Luna is there, and he made a good choice with that. Luna's great. As she walked into the Capitol, Luna also lashed out at Democrats and accused them of getting people killed. As she spoke to reporters, "Stop with the rhetoric. You're going to get people killed. You're going to get one of us killed too while you continue doing it," Luna said when asked about her message to Democrats before Kirk had been pronounced dead, deleted. Okay, right now, everybody. Suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting is in custody, FBI says. A minute ago. A suspect in the shooting and killing a conservative activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody, FBI Director Kash Patel announced. Quote, the suspect for the horrific shooting today took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to local state authorities and Utah for your partnership, the FBI, Patel wrote. And now, authorities are holding news conference with Charlie Kirk was shot and deleted on Utah campus. Local authorities are expected to provide details. Activist Charlie Kirk was shot and killed in Utah University. Suspect not yet in custody, according to university spokesperson. But suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting is in custody, says FBI. So the FBI says that they're in custody. Thank you, Moki. Thank you. Yes, yes. I'm going to go look for it. Let's see. Conference Charlie Kirk. Okay, here we go. Copy link. Here we go. We're going to watch it right now. Okay, we're going to turn this up. And here we go here. Go like this. Like that.
This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here. with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. to ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Is there any indication or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed-circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yep.
A question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot? Was this a
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
To our media partners, we will be sending a release out with updates through one channel of information, whether it's DPS or FBI. So please make sure that you fill out the Google form with updates specific to this incident. Thank you.
Thanks for all your help, man. Yep. This is ours.
Okay, so that is it. That's the press conference. Hello, Brandy. I'm glad you're able to come here. Yes, it's very sad. Yeah, very sad. And yeah, Charlie went to dozens of campuses every year, and yeah, that was the press conference. And I do agree with you, Lynn, that 6 officers and 3,000 plus people is not a highly secure. Yeah, and they were saying, I guess maybe they have a weapon. I was telling y'all before, in some of these guerrilla warfare tactics, they'll leave the weapon behind. So maybe they did retrieve a weapon. Okay, so all right, we have they asked Cass Patel put out a statement only saying he was dressed in black. Okay, let's see about updates with this. And Brandy, I hope that you're doing well. It's always nice to chat with you. Brandy said, I also want to say I'm not on the other channel anymore, and want to send love to you and Miranda. Okay, I will let her know, Brandy. Thank you very much. But I'm glad to have you, here with us. I appreciate you in chat. I wasn't even there yesterday for most of the time. I was there like towards the end of it. I came in. All right, let's see if they found the person that they're trying to say they found. All right. Is it? Hello, G. And G says they have the suspect. Okay, so yes, thank you, G. They now have the suspect. The Utah Department of Public Safety, FBI, are leading criminal investigation. Okay, going down here. Oh, yeah, that's where suspect... All right, 19 minutes ago. Suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting is in custody. A suspect in the shooting and deletion of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody, FBI Director Kash Patel announced. This subject is horrific, and today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local state authorities and Utah for your participation. Moki said there's a post on social media saying the poster couldn't wait for someone to evaporate Kirk and then posted something was going to happen. Ah, that's very sus. Very sus. Scared. Today is a day of being scared. Utah FBI Department of Public Safety and FBI are leading the criminal investigation into Kirk's death. Officials say Utah Department of Public Safety said FBI will co-leading criminal investigation into the deletion of conservative activist Charlie Kirk and state's Public Safety Commissioner Bigu Mason. And after Kirk was shot, he was taken by private vehicle to Tim Penagos Regional Hospital, where he was passed away, said Wednesday news conference. Moki says, listening but have to do some chores, BRB. Okay, Randy, understood. Alright, Moki says, internet has IDs that the poster as a trans dude. Scared. Scared. Was here but working. Oh yeah, working. Yeah, facts. Officials believe shooting was a targeted attack. The shooter involved in today's incident fired one shot at one person, according to Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bigu Mason. Officials do believe it was a targeted attack towards one individual, he said in a news conference. Thanks, Moki. I'll read it right now. Alright, let's look at this thing Moki sent us. G says, same brandy going to market. Facts. Alright, here we go. I want to tell you all, disclaimer, that this is internet rumors. Internet rumors. This is all hearsay at the moment. Okay? Alright. Alright, so Omar says, allegedly, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. And Omar says, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow, Omar says. With a smiling dog. With a, well, it's a nefarious smiling dog. Dogs are very cute. That's a cute dog, but it's being used for a nefarious meme. Alright. Alright. And here's some information. Those are Freedom followers. Satan, Marines, synth waves. Interesting. These are what the person follows. Okay. Different accounts like Tay and Ham, Max. So this could be in connection. This could be alleged evidence in this crime. If it was a person like that, a trans person, this will cause a apocalypse. This will be that will be something very apocalyptical. Yeah. Investigators are working with Okay, Moki says, so the picture is supposed to be the guy who posted that message. Who knows, though? Lots of people post stuff like that. Yeah, Moki, it is a thing for a disclaimer. It's all hearsay. It's alleged. It's not confirmed. It's allegedly an angry trans person. So that is allegedly the person. I'll go over it one more time. Yeah, dude that thinks he's a woman. What Moki said, yes. Go over it again. All right, this is allegedly an internet rumor of the angry trans person, or the person that thinks he's woman. All right, and then the person Omar says Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow, 1 day ago. And then this is what the account follows. He has these different accounts. And Moki, disclaimer from Moki, we're going to say, a disclaimer from Moki, but we do not officially know that at all. I'm just looking at what is on the internet, and people reported the guy to the FBI the day before. So it's all alleged. It's not confirmed. It's just an internet rumor. It's hearsay. All right, as we say in court. Just information for y'all to just have. All right. All right, person of interest is in custody, Utah governor says. A person of interest is in custody following the shooting, deletion of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, Utah Gov Spencer Cox said Wednesday. The investigation is ongoing, but I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you, we will try you, and we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law, Cox said. Person of interest is currently being interviewed, officials said at a news conference today. Larry said, seems to be planned, obvious to me. Trans fuel being used to fuel hate, probably. Scared. Video of suspect on roof. Okay. Right. Okay. Also want to make clear that there is a school shooting in Denver, Colorado, and three children were injured. So there's also that happened concurrently with what happened in this situation.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying. Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying. Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there?
you see this black silhouette on the roof right there. And the title says, "New video shows the suspect who shot and killed Charlie Kirk laying prone on the roof of Lewis C. Center at UVU moments before the shooting." All right. So this is it play again?
Just saying. He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying. Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there. Just saying. He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
I like that he slipped in the DP state. That we're a DP state. Yeah. He needs to meet old Sparky, or get the lethal injection, or need to. I think over there they have the firing squad. Definitely. Yeah, Liberty, definitely very suspicious indeed. Yeah, definitely. And I also want to say that yesterday Congress had the UFO hearing, and it went very well. And what those servicemen saw was certainly out of this world, or some sort of strange technology, and they shouldn't have been persecuted for trying to speak the truth. Luna and the other congressmen did a very good job at conducting that hearing. That's what we originally were going to talk about today, but this came up. Moki said they are doxing people who are celebrating. Good. Those idiots. FBI sets up tip line for information about the shooting. The FBI has set up a digital tip line for information about the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the agency announced on X. The Utah Department of Public Safety and FBI are co-leading the criminal investigation, the state's public safety commissioner, Bu Mason, said earlier. Person of interest is in custody. Utah governor says the person of interest is in custody following the shooting and the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Utah Governor Spencer said Wednesday the investigation is ongoing, but I want to make it clear right now, whoever did this, we will find you, we will try you, and hold accountable to the full extent of the law, and there's also a death penalty. Okay. A vigil to be held for Charlie Kirk tonight in D.C. A prayer vigil will be held in honor of Charlie Kirk in Washington, D.C. tonight. Montana Congressman Ryan Zinke said on a post on X, it'll be held at a church capitol on the Hill. Aliens know we're manipulative, dishonest, and not bright as a group, I'm guessing. Yes, definitely. A lot of time, people have seen orbs and plasmoids when they're communicating with the UFOs, said that the Earth people need to stop having wars and violence. Yeah, definitely. If they're the Watchers, if they're the Angels, if they're aliens from another planet, which I do believe they are aliens from another planet, they certainly are observing this and are just shaking their heads. An example that one of the congressmen said yesterday in the UFO hearing is that he drove motorcycles, and he likes to ride motorcycles, and if you take a Harley or an Indian and you bring it to people that were on the Mayflower, they wouldn't really know how to work it. Maybe they could turn it on, but they wouldn't really know what it is. So these aliens with this advanced technology that have been on this planet for thousands of years, that have been around here and there allegedly, would be observing this and be shaking their heads. Like, we're a bunch of people with sticks and huts and stuff fighting each other. It certainly, they would be aware of that for sure. Faux show. Now, with basically with the UFOs in Rome, ancient Romans saw UFOs. They saw the same orbs and stuff we're seeing. So it's nothing new. They've been seeing this for thousands of years. These things. It's nothing new. They've always been here. And remember, humans have a free will, and they're allowed given by God, so they're allowed to do right or wrong. There's pros and cons to it. Investigators are working with CCTV footage only, official says. Investigators only have security camera footage to work with at this moment, and the Commissioner of Utah Department of Public Safety, the only information we have, suspect possible shooter, is taken from the Circuit TV, CCTV here on campus. We have that. We're analyzing, but security camera footage, so you can call and guess what the quality of this is. He said Wednesday at news conference. Authorities do not have a better description of the suspect dressed in all dark clothing, he said. The shot on Charlie Kirk came from a long distance, potentially from a roof. Mason added. Police scanner, facts. Okay.
Maybe the CS building is just east of the library. He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle.
I see no plate.
350.
Blue Honda Odyssey, no plate.
35. And east 600 north. Denver.
To UVU, there was one shot. We are staging at the front of the school by the roundabout.
Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest. We are regional currently.
34 from Medic 35. Other victims. Break all incoming units. You guys can cancel. We just have the one victim.
All right. So that
Maybe the CS building is.
That was the police scanner about the incident. Okay, thank you, Moki, for that. Yeah, wow. Wow. Yes. Oh yeah, this is just what Lynn was talking about. 6 officers were at a campus event with 3,000 people, University Police Chief said. That's very understaffed. It is very understaffed. Yes, Smokey. I do. Six officers were at campus event with 3,000 people, University Police Chief says. University event where Charlie Kirk was shot and deleted had over 3,000 people in attendance and 6 officers on ground, according to Jeff Long, the police chief. Utah Valley University event was in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. Long said at a press conference on Wednesday, "We have waterfall area," as he, Kirk, was kind of in a lower area surrounding by buildings. Plainclothes police officers were also in the crowd along with Kirk's security team that travels with him, according to Long. "We trained for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered. Unfortunately, the day, because we had the tragic incident." Thank you, Moki. All right, and here we go over here. Okay, so now the officials believe only one person is involved in the Kirk shooting, the governor says. Okay. And officials believe that okay, thank you, Moki. Officials believe only one person involved shooting, governor says. Okay. Let's see. All right, thank you, Moki. Let's see. Okay. There. Yes. Yeah. That is horrible. Yeah, that is very horrible. That certainly isn't something somebody would survive. Right there. Definitely. Thank you, Moki. A man running on roof after shooting. In chat, the link Smokey's putting in the chat is the footage of the actual him getting shot, and viewer discretion is advised for that. And it hits him in the neck, and blood's gushing everywhere. So just viewer discretion is advised. A warning to you all. Those are the sensitive links material. Okay. All right. Moki's showing this. This guy running off from the roof. over here. Yeah, you could see the dude running off the roof. Yeah, it's quite disturbing. Okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna put this disclaimer in the chat right here. Links are sensitive. Your discretion advised. And alien spaceship does not know how to spell anything, so we're going to look this up. Is that it right here? Let's see. Okay. Sensitive. Links. Right there. Okay. Moki, thank you so much. Very great with the links. It's a terrible, horrible situation, but thank you for the links. Oh yeah, I agree, Moki. And it certainly is an evil, horrid action. And for those wondering that are listening, the links are in the chat for those that want to view it. And I have the viewer discretion advised warning for sensitive audiences. Charlie Kirk is sitting there and explaining, just doing his thing, and then a bullet hits him. It looks like in the left side. It could be mirrored, but in the left side, and his neck kind of tilts in a strange position, or an unnatural position, and blood is gushing out like an oil mine, like they struck oil. And the crowd running and screaming. Then some other clip that she showed was the dude, the garbage running off the roof. That was seen. So yeah, those that want to look at that, the links are in the chat, and they will stay in the chat, of course. And thank you, Moki, once again for the links. And it's very evil and creepy. It certainly is. And I think that it's with social media, as dark as it can be, if we did not have the social media that we have now, we wouldn't be able to see and to know about these things so quickly like this, and you can see the people taking videos on their phone of something so tragic. And this will be certainly used as evidence in the trial. Yeah, what a bastard, absolutely. What a bastard. Loser. And that was a very, I will say, a horrible, it was a marksmanship, was precise, unfortunately. It was a professional assassin, in my opinion. It was a complete kill shot. It was that from that distance. It was terrible, but that was a really, really effective shot like that. Very stealth. And we certainly will have all agree that this most likely was done by a professional. Definitely. All right, and then I see a headline: Supreme Court lets transgender students in South Carolina continue using boys' bathroom in school now. Yeah, certainly a professional assassin. Certainly. Now, going this way, see any new updates. Let's see. A minute ago. Yeah, and you have 3,000 people and 6 officers. And it looks like a similar type assassination that was done to the president on the roof at an angle that certainly is the same similar posture as the other ones. Certainly. Because that's what that other shooter did. And I do think there was a lack of security, a lack of preparation. They should have done more efficient security measures, and they should have had him behind plexiglass where if he got shot or they shot at him, they could get him away. But yeah, that to me looks like a completely, like, in my opinion, I'm not a professional, but it looks like he was delete right there. He was gone. It looks like when a cat or some big cat or an animal catches a prey and it twists the neck. And that's certainly what it looks like. Broken neck and just gone. Like that. So, recipes to Charlie Kirk, and that's extremely disturbing. And this is not what this country stands for. And really completely atrocious. So that seems to be the... Oh, that's the... Oh, that was the wrong window. I closed out the wrong window. Okay. Go back to YouTube Studios. Changing the title a little bit. Right here. We'll put this right here. And save. Larry says, I guess we need everyone in a Pope mobile. Yes. We need everyone in a Pope mobile. No one's safe now. Right. And see if there's any updates about the school shooting that occurred. Two hours ago, let's see, school shooting update. Anything new with the condition the kids are in? Doesn't really seem to be any updates about the school shooting. But anyways, there's a school shooting, and it looks like everything, there must be still in critical condition. They're saying 2 students injured. Okay. Now, see about the Charlie Kirk, which we already checked. Okay, so yeah, it seems that we're currently up to date right now with the Charlie Kirk updates. The person, to give an overview about what happened, which we're still here, we're still talking. So, Charlie Kirk has been assassinated by a bastard wearing black. And Charlie wearing all black. It was on the roof, and he shot at Charlie Kirk with one shot. He did a kill shot, and his neck broke, and he was in the Lord's hands in that moment, in my opinion. Even if his pulse was still running, and he had no reaction. Say like completely went unconscious, in my opinion. And he was doing his duty of free speech and talking to kids on college campuses, debating liberals about their view, and they have a place to speak and talk. And that exercising his constitutional rights. And they had a press conference, and they had about 6 police. They had 6 officers on a campus of 3,000 people. People clearly were seeing somebody on the roof, just like they did with the attempted assassination on the president. And a mother, a wife, and kids are without a father or husband now. And this is certainly a tragedy, and he has been assassinated. In this, a political, on both sides of the political spectrum, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, people on the right and the left, Democrat, Republican, have all condemned this action, and that violence will not be accepted. I'm sure former President Obama will say something too. And this is not what our country stands for, and this hopefully does not cause a domino effect of escalation. So that is what happened. That with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We covered it as it was happening, and Rebel told me about it, and Rebel gave the information in the beginning about what we needed to know, and chat collectively gave us information. We all work as a team. We have great teamwork. And G mentioned a Denver school shooting occurred and 3 students were injured, and they seem like they're still in critical condition. No new updates about that. So today is a very dark day. It's a very creepy, disturbing thing that happened. And you have some degenerate soy losers that we're celebrating this, and we have to understand that vengeance is in the Lord's hands, and God will handle and deal with all these things as we do our part and be activists in spreading peace and the correct way we were supposed to do things in this type of country. All right, so this is basically like what we're doing today. And Jerry says, you don't have to be a professional, so-called a 200-yard shot is gravy for a hunter. I know I've made a 300 shots every day with a proficiency with firearms can make that shot easy. Charlie is a beautiful soul, and this really pisses me off to my core, and fuck the left and the Dems. Jerry, understood. I certainly feel the same way. It's very disgusting. And I do think that political violence has been, in my opinion, encouraged allegedly by that side. Definitely. There's something strange where you don't see it happening at the moment from the right. You only see it from this other side. And I'm not saying all people, Democrats are communists, but, the communists murdered the Russian royal family, and they murdered people all over Russia and China and Vietnam. So they certainly are, if these people share these same extremist views as the other group does, they certainly are emulating that side, definitely. And I'll see with Garfield, was a president from the 1900s. Let's see. And Jerry, the person, and Lori says, hey, my people, just stop by for a bit. Good to see you all. Good to see you, Lori. And I'm glad that you're here and safe and doing good. And because earlier, obviously there was assassination of Charlie Kirk that we were covering as it was unfolding. And over in Denver, there was a school shooting that we were also talking about. And consistently throughout the entire time today, we have been covering it along collectively, congruently with the chat. And Moki has been providing some very good links, and everybody's been providing very good insight and condolences for the situation. I think we make a very good team here. And to talk about this historical situation, okay, on July 2nd, 1881, President James A. Garfield was shot by a disgruntled office seeker named Charles Gute. Although Garfield survived the initial shooting, he died 79 days later from complications caused by his doctor's unsanitary practices. Let's see. All right, that was the wrong one. Let's see. Well, anything. So Garfield was a president that was. Get more details about Garfield. He was a president that was assassinated in 1881, died from complications. And where he said, "I just thought about it. Thought about it right before I left work today. I just found out about it right before I left work today. Oh yeah, it's scared. Yeah, Jerry, definitely a hunter could have made that shot. Yes. And very morbid, very disturbing. And the links that are in the chat, Lori, if you scrolled up, they're sensitive links showing him being shot and the blood coming out of his neck. Your discretion is advised if anybody wants to view those. All right. The setting. On the morning of July 2, Garfield was at the Baltimore Potomac Railroad Station in Washington, D.C., preparing to take a train. Lori said, I work in education but cannot spell. Yeah. Scared. The assassination, Charles Gute was a delusional and unstable lawyer who had been stalking the president, and Gute believed he was owed a diplomatic post for his role in Garfield's election campaign. After being repeatedly denied a position, he became convinced that the deletion of the president was his divine mission. The shooting. Garfield was walked through the station with his Secretary of State, James G. Blaine, and was shot, the president, twice from behind with a .44 caliber British Bulldog revolver. One bullet grazed his shoulder, the other lodged behind his pancreas, but did not immediately strike the vital organ. The motives. His arrest, he said, I am a stalwart and author is president now. There's a reference to the political division within the Republican Party at the time. Gute hoped that the assassination would elevate Vice President Chester Arthur, a rival faction member, to the presidency. All right. And let's see. Going here. Medical mismanagement. Dozens of doctors probed Garfield's wound with their bare hands and unsterilized instruments in a futile attempts to locate the bullets. At the time, American physicians had not yet widely adopted the antiseptic practices of Joseph Lister. They wrongly believed that infections were caused by bad air, not germs. Deterioration. The president developed the blood poisoning and other infections of his condition worsened over the summer. Okay, and Garfield died on September 19, 1881 at the Seaside Cottage in Elbron, New Jersey, not New York, where he had been moved to escape Washington's heat An autopsy later confirmed that the unsanitary medical care contributed to his death. Consequences, Goot was found guilty and hanged in 1882. Public outrage over the assassination and the spoils system motivated to lead the passage of the Pendulation Civil Service Reform Act of 1883, which required the federal jobs to be awarded based on merit rather than political affiliation. All right, 2 minutes ago, someone says, "I saw him get shot. I saw people running for their lives," international student said. It's also putting terror into the students as well. Samar Macy, an international student from India, had just started filming Charlie Kirk's speech on his phone when the shot was fired. Quote, "I saw his blood on the table. I saw him getting shot. I saw people running for their lives. I saw people falling on each other, and it was scary," he said in a video posted on Facebook. Macy from New Delhi said there was no obvious security around Kirk, nothing that might have protected him from a shooter in the crowd. Video posted to his Facebook profile showed Macy and other people urging them running through a campus building to go and get out and get out. Someone is seen stumbling over the floor in their haste to leave. He told CNN affiliate ABC Radio that he and other students worked at the university immediately started trying to evacuate the crowd. He said attendees, including a mix of students and others from outside the university who didn't know the way out and who weren't sure how to leave the area. And Moki says something, to be fair, is that Charlie did these campus events all the time. And there is a time, like, in the past where, say people were going to fly an airplane, or people are going to the mall, or go to school, or go to the grocery store, and no one's going to think that something like that's going to happen. So I totally understand what you're saying, and he's done it so many times and never had a problem with it. Now, I do think with the political climate being as heated and a former president nearly assassinated, which is now the president of the United States again, I would say that caution is best to do. I would do, but I'm not everybody, and Charles always did these events all the time. And he would not think that he needed such an extent of security. And if he had the security, would they even have been accurate? How well would they have been able to catch it so quickly? Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Just like the Titanic. Okay, the Titanic was supposed to be unsinkable, and if it were to hit an iceberg head-on, 2 flood compartments would have been hit, and it wouldn't have sunk. So if they hit an iceberg, they would have been okay. This would have been towed to New York. No one thought that Murdoch would tell people to completely miss the iceberg by a hair and almost miss it, but then completely wreck half the ship open and have the thing sink. So people just didn't always think of things. There's one time I was doing a phone live, and we were talking about Titanic, and on the Titanic, how it sunk, right? And one of the subscribers, he was telling me, it was a new subscriber, we were talking about how he was working on an oil rig. That's where he works. Very hard work. Hats off to him. That's really brutal. And a horrible accident happened. And it's just sometimes, things like that happen. You could look back and see what you could have done differently, but just things happen. You look back, see what you could have done differently, but sometimes it just happens. It just was meant to be that way. And we could all, God forbid, an accident happens or a meteor falls out the sky, or like when I'm out in places, I wonder if somebody's going to do something. If I'm at a movie or somewhere, somebody's going to do something like that. It's not like it was. I love technology and I love a time period we're in for that. But I think if we're in '95, I don't know if people were paranoid about the same things, or I do not fear anything. I believe in God, and I'm not paranoid. But I do wonder. It's like, could this be something that could happen? So people used to do things without these type of problems. So there's certainly a lot of problems going on with the younger generations. Thank you, Moki, for the links. Joyce says, just popped in for a few, but will have to go in a bit to get my kiddo. No, shout out to your kiddo. And we have this situation where, shout out to you, Joyce. As you know, Charlie Kirk has been assassinated by a person. There is a school shooting in Denver, and 3 children are in critical condition, but nothing new has come out about it. And Moki said, U.S. President Donald Trump has just signed an immediate order mandating the death penalty without the possibility of pardon for the shooter of Charlie Kirk. Wow. Facts. Yes. Violence will not silence the people of America, of the United States of America, Utah Congressman says. The Utah Rep. Mike Kennedy said he and his constituents will continue to speak their minds following the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Violence will not silence the people of the United States of America, Charlie Kirk. He spoke this mind and under threats. He continued to speak his mind, and I find that to be admirable. The Republican congressman who represents the district where Kirk was fatally shot told CNN's Jake Tapper, I am truly saddened by this, Joyce says. Yes, it is extremely heartbreaking. Yes. Kennedy said he received death threats as a state legislator, and home was vandalized by his efforts to move certain legislation forward. He added political violence is entirely unacceptable and will not intimidate him. Foul language, violent rhetoric, and violent acts are not going to make my colleagues here in the United States in Congress stand down either. Yes, he did, Lynn. Yes, he did. And so everybody coming in that's watching, listening, a political activist, Charlie Kirk, ally of President Trump and in the MAGA hemisphere, and who regularly goes to college campuses like many other conservatives, and will communicate with liberals and conservatives alike, and people have a democratic republic discussion about things as the constitutional rights say people can have. And this assassination occurred, and people scrolled up through discretion is advised. He was shot in the neck, and he looked like a broken neck, twisted, and he was just limp. He was limp, and his blood was gushing like it was like oil was struck, and it was a precise hit, the precise maneuver, unfortunately. And we were watching as it unfold with the different news coming out, and then okay, Moki, I will. And there was a school shooting in Colorado. 3 students were injured. Charlie Kirk embraced religious themes in years prior to his death. Having once advocated for separation, which Moki, I'll get to the link in a moment. I'm going to play that in a moment. I'm going to read this one more thing, then we're going to get right into Charlie's best debate moments. Having once advocated for separation of church and state, conservative political activist Charlie Kirk embraced more religious themes in recent years and often spoke about politics in apocalyptic terms. Kirk, a staunch Trump ally and co-founder of the Turning Point USA, was deleted after being shot at an event at Utah Valley University at Conservative Political Action Conference in 2020. He praised Trump for his understanding of 7 mountains of cultural influence, a reference to a Christian nationalist movement that calls for believers to exert influence in government, media, education, business, and arts and entertainment, family, and religion. One of the campaign trail with Trump in Georgia last year, Kirk referred to the contest against then Vice President Kamala Harris. Spiritual battle election was civilizational. Defining these next 12 days will define the future of our republic, he said in the October rally. The forces of darkness have tried everything possibly can. All right, so now we're going to go over here to this other window. And William McKinley was shot by Leon Kazalgazis. Let's just call him C. Leon C., a public receptionist, Pan-American in Buffalo, New York, and he was an anarchist. Socialist. So it's nothing new what's happening. And that was in 1901. But that was before the USSR was formed. Alright. Alright, here we go. We're going to play Charlie Kirk's best debate moments.
Off with this, why does your opinion trump over any other people's opinion?
Right, so do you believe that there is a truth out there?
Everything is subjective, but there is a right or wrong morally, especially when you're in a cultured society that is based off a set of standards and norms that we act on and we act as.
So everything is subjective. So is it objectively true you and I are having a conversation right now?
Yes.
So that's not subjective then. So not everything is subjective.
So why do you believe morals?
Right, so something is objective.
Yes, but why do you believe your subjective
I'm
opinion
gonna get
trumps
there.
over other people's opinion?
Well, let me ask you another question. I'll tell you, I will answer.
Please don't interrupt me.
Well,
You can, nope, let me finish my sentence. I do not want to hear it. You think that your opinion is over other people's opinions. You think you were right subjectively.
Okay.
What is right or wrong?
Okay, is murder wrong?
Yes, of course.
Well, then abortion should be illegal. Answer to question.
What constitutes a human? What is a human?
Deoxyribonucleic acid and conception.
But to me, a
formula.
human would be someone with a consciousness who is alive in this world.
Well,
To
guess
you,
what? You're wrong. So
but
that's
no,
fine.
you're wrong because I think that's right and you think that's
Prove
right.
me. Prove it wrong.
What constitutes a human being? What is the definition of a human being?
The creation of DNA that will never exist again, and a soul goes into that moment. I don't expect you guys.
What's a soul?
A soul?
What's a soul?
No, maybe not. What is a soul?
What is a soul?
The eternal, indistinguishable, let's just say, non-visible being of your existence.
I don't believe that. I don't believe anything is eternal.
Sorry you don't believe it.
That does not make yours a
Yeah, you
Hold on a second. Here's the thing. At some point, somebody's truth has to win. Because guess what? Your truth doesn't matter. That's still a truth
You've had
claim.
your truth in this country for the past thousands of decades.
Thousands of decades.
Not thousands. Whatever. My bad. That's a little embarrassing. But your truth has been the narrative of this country forever.
Has
and
it?
you think
Roe
yes,
versus
the
Wade
white
just
straight
got
male
repealed.
Truth,
Abortion was
the
illegal in this country for 40 years.
And before the 40 years, what was
And
it?
crime dropped
Thankfully illegal in
40%
most
after it
And
went.
on top of that, do you
Oh,
not
wait,
think-
hold on. Do you think abortion lowers crime rates?
Crime dropped 40% after abortion became
Why,
legal.
why is that the case?
It's called a statistic.
Who has the most abortions in America?
Woman.
Black people. Is that so? Are you trying to say the termination of blacks in the womb lower crime? That's a very racist argument.
That is not okay.
Yeah, and see, this is an example of what he does. Which we're gonna keep playing it. He debates people and on these college campuses, and Steven Crowder's done it. You know, many other activists have done this before, and he's saying, like, with the abortion, like, say all the black children are being aborted is wrong. And yeah, that would be, we want them to live and have good lives. So yeah, example of how he did his debates. Okay.
Blacks have 45% of the
I would suggest using African American.
blacks. What?
That's crazy.
Okay.
Sir, that's a leading question.
Huh?
Sir, that's a leading question.
You guys can come up and talk if you want. Yeah, it's 95 degrees out here, man. So, yes, sir.
That's a racist. Okay.
No, you're the racist. You're the says that abortion lowers crime rates and blacks have the most abortions in the country. Yes.
Yeah, you see, she was saying how abortions lower crime rates and blacks in the country get the abortion. So yeah, you see how they, that was just an example of like his debating skills. Yeah, he's impossible to debate because he knows all the facts. Yes.
Not name calling. Wait, is it not Black Lives Matter or is it African American Lives Matter? It's both. Oh, really? Okay, I thought it was BLM, so I say blacks. Okay.
He was just, okay, not too much, Andrew. Do you believe that you have some sort of privilege that skews your view on other people's lives? Because personally, I don't believe you could step in my shoes as a black woman and relate and understand the things. So I feel like it's not fair for you to choose what I get to do with my life because I'm a black woman in a white society.
What does being black have to do with truth?
Because there are different things that we experience,
Like what?
and my truth might not be your truth.
What, you get into college easier than I do?
What?
Affirmative action.
Yes, you get jobs and internships that white kids don't get?
Oh, poor white people.
You have entire movements dedicated to your race?
We're so like, okay.
Sir, do you remember the
Those movements are to get riots. You're crazy. Okay,
do you not believe in racism?
Of course racism exists. The Democrat Party is still alive and well.
Do you think people are racist against white people?
All the time. All the time.
That's his definition.
Affirmative action is racism against white people. Yes.
Okay.
And Asians as well.
And Asians, that's right.
So I do have a question in that sense. If affirmative action is racism, why are most colleges predominantly white?
Why are they most predominantly white?
Why are most colleges, public colleges, are predominantly white?
We're a majority white country. You realize that, right? So colleges are the depiction of the nation.
Okay.
And actually, blacks on campus are disproportionate more than their population in certain areas, in certain campuses, than their population because of affirmative action.
In HBCUs? Is that what
Certain
you're
campuses.
Are you talking about HBCUs?
So, but let me just ask a more broad philosophical question. Why does skin color matter at all? Why should we care about it?
Because of the society we live in.
Wait, hold on.
Because of the society.
No.
You're dismissing anything that has ever happened to someone of color
Let me ask
by
you a
saying
question.
that.
What can you do, or what can I do that you can't do? What law?
Explain how
Affirmative action is lowering of test standards and quota for a quota.
You're an idiot.
No, it's
I'm
not.
gonna tell you
It's
how
the way
it
it works.
I'm gonna tell you how it works. 'Cause I read
Yeah,
it.
it's the way it works. I'm not going to entertain fallacies.
No,
Tell me,
you won't
why?
entertain me because I.
Just let him
Why?
talk. We have to hear your fallacy.
Why does skin color matter?
Let him talk. Well, don't
I
call him an idiot.
believe skin
Be
color
respectful.
matters
He's being
because of the
respectful.
society
He's not
we
being
are
respectful.
in.
Do you know how
And
this
I guess
shit
it
works?
goes
It's called
into critical
rights.
race theory.
Removing
Yes, it
rights
is.
Because of the society we have
I'll
lived
do it too.
in, race is a factor. If from the beginning of time race wasn't a factor, and there was never anybody who was oppressed because of their race, I feel like it would not play a part in anything that we do. But because literally less.
Oh, it's just Charlie.
If they were interrupting you, I was.
Do you believe on black crime?
Hey, did I just
Do I believe in black on black crime?
Yeah.
It's a.
Yes, amen, Moki. Absolutely. And he's patient with them, and he is allowing them to say their position, and they're having a democratic discussion as the Constitution wants people to have. See? All these people that are on the other political side are saying their voice, and he's doing his refutations of it. So the assassination of him was completely ridiculous. It's like, why do you have to assassinate somebody that you disagree with? The people must be so insecure about what they think is, and they know it's wrong, and they know that they're not going to win, so they just have to do stupid things like that to delete him. It's just so stupid. It's just, that's how you know your side's true, when something like this happens.
Yeah, it's the #1 cause of death in many black communities. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like,
he is right. Okay. So back to our previous argument that was interrupted. So in the sense of what, like I was saying, you don't believe, like, because of the history and because races have been oppressed, you don't believe like race plays a part in things, and you don't believe like.
No, that's not true. No. So, do you know who Thomas Sowell is? You know who Thomas Sowell is?
No.
I really encourage you to look. Thomas Sowell's great. He's one of the best black economists of the 20th century.
That's what Norm was mentioning the other day when we were watching Chuck E. Cheese get arrested. Chucky get arrested from Chuck E. Cheese. So some synchronicity right there.
Grew up in Harlem, and he's done the best research in the 1940s, 1950s, and 60s black community. And essentially, his argument is that black America was experiencing a renaissance in the 50s and 60s, despite discrimination. Yes. Now, the one part that I would agree with.
But, however, it's not the black community as a whole, it's Harlem black community.
There's Chicago too, but let's pretend you're right, okay? The one argument that I would agree with, and I'm against systemic racism arguments, the one that I would say, you know what? There was something very wrong is when Democrat Lyndon Baines Johnson came in and destroyed the black nuclear family. If there was one part where I could say, you know what, that was unjust and that has to be undone, it's when Lyndon Baines Johnson went in through the Great Society program with the intent to destroy the black nuclear family.
Okay. So in that sense, do you believe the war on drugs also played a part? Or
Not
do you not
really.
believe in the war on drugs?
Well, look, I mean, I believe we should be very harsh on drugs, but I think I would give some merit to the argument of some government agencies peddling cocaine in the inner cities. There is evidence to show that. I'm not going to debate it. Do I think it has so for example, like there's one number that I'm fascinated with, right? Single motherhood in the black community was about 28% in 1945, okay? Now it's around 65 to 70%. Why? Are we more racist than we were in 1945?
No.
Okay, so then what happened?
The war on drugs.
Okay, fair enough.
The war on drugs. The demolishing the nuclear family, in a sense.
Right,
And I believe due to the history that's happened, racism is still very prevalent in a lot of the a lot of the systems that are in America, correct?
Yeah. So, no, of course not. But I was actually caught by your shirt. You know Malcolm X was super pro-life.
Yes.
I think Malcolm X could teach a lot of the black movement something, because more so than Martin Luther King, because Malcolm X, I'm getting there. Malcolm X, some people don't describe him correctly as being violent, right? That was a very small part of his literature. He was very big on trying to get black America to succeed despite the white liberal.
Yes.
And
not the white liberal.
He did say white liberal. Oh, you go look up the Malcolm X white liberal quote. And so I think that's interesting. Just think about it. Go look up Malcolm X warned against white liberals owning black America for their own gain, which is exactly what BLM is.
Okay, so back to my initial point. Back to my initial point. You don't believe that my truth can be different than yours, specifically based on race.
Experiences can be different, but there is always a truth. I'll give you an example. We all might have 5 different opinions of a car crash, right? But eventually a truth will be revealed of what really happened. Does that make sense?
So you believe that your truth is the truth that you have found yourself is the ultimate truth?
I would hope so. Yeah.
Super.
And I'm willing to learn.
And then make America great again.
Otherwise, I think Malcolm X can teach us a lot right now. Yes.
What do you think about like the 1960s and 70s militarization of the police, the shift in the police?
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally very pro-police. What about the military? I mean, the question is what came first, and I honestly don't know the answer. Was it the rise in crime, or was it the police that went into the inner?
If you knew what you were talking about, you would know the answer.
Yeah, it's not so clear. Because there was a massive crime wave in the early 1970s in New York, where a lot of New Yorkers demanded more police with heavier weaponry and the ability to enforce the law.
And post-militarization of the police, crime went up.
and then it went down in the 80s.
Correlate
Violent
that
crime
idea.
went big time,
Well,
down big
let's talk
time.
about the 10 years that right after. What happened there? What do you think happened there?
So you're drawing a correlation between police officers being militarized and more people committing crimes.
Over-militarization of the police.
It's kind of a question: what came first, the chicken or the egg? And you know, the rise in crime is unfortunate anywhere, and I do think that all races do commit crimes, and maybe some areas more than others. And I think that a lot of these kids, interesting information that they're learning, they're learning from him, and they're having a civilized discussion about it. There's no need to have these murders and stuff. So you have interesting information coming from him. Yeah, and it's fun being friends with people in other countries. Yeah, facts. Gooby cow. And it says, college sounds like 12-year-olds' waste of money paying for college, immature idiots. I'd spend the money for college going on 3-week Viking River cruise. Yeah, my family didn't want me to go to college, and I did YouTube, and that was the best decision I made. Although, if I needed to do some sort of a profession or something, like, I actually was recommended to me to be a lawyer if I want to go to college, a lawyer or a teacher. I could have gone that route, and I would have still been with y'all. In college, brilliant people are there. But yeah, some of these people may not be the brightest that may be around college campuses, but I could have gone that route, but in respect to the people that went to college, they're very brilliant, those that went and studied and made it into something. Now, I did something different, but that doesn't mean that I'm better or worse than anybody else. So, interesting debate he's having with these people. Right. Look at the little girl. Slow down. You got to get schooled. All right, continuing. Yeah, so, interesting dialogue on both sides. Interesting. Both sides are being respectful in saying their points.
Yes. Is
why?
Not exactly more people committing crimes, more people being arrested for crimes
Okay.
and put into jail or minor
Yeah, I mean,
crimes.
I can't disagree with that.
The prison system. I mean, we account for.
Yeah, I mean, why do people go to prison, right? Because they commit crimes. So.
Let me ask you this: if you knew for certain the baby, would you agree it's a baby? Is that a good term to use if it's in a womb? Is that a baby?
I think most people would say fetus.
Probably fetus. Yeah.
Okay.
Gobby, not Gooby. Okay. That's what Miranda's cat's named. Okay, so it's Gobby cow. Okay.
Okay, so what does fetus mean in Latin?
I think a fetus is a growing child. It's a developing
you're right,
child.
Molly. You know it means a little human.
Yeah.
It's just using fetus is nothing more than a cope for what you know it is. It's a baby, right? So it's just
obviously not if we're here debating it. I don't think it's as settled
then
as
you don't have to use the word fetus. It just makes people feel better. It's obviously a baby.
No, I mean, obviously you wouldn't take a fetus that just has like a heart and like their brain isn't fully formed and be like, that's the same as like a 1-month-old.
Yeah.
Like we obviously see differences between development from then and there.
So, but then how about 30 weeks?
That's where it becomes a lot more contentious. But the point being is that we don't look at a fetus from its beginning stages and be like, yeah, that's the same thing as my like 3-month-old cousin.
Hold on, that's a 9-month-old is not the same thing as a 1-month-old.
Okay,
right? So you can go through the progression of development continues. The question is, when does it start?
Yeah, that's $1 million question. I agree with that.
So
do you think conception?
Of course. That's the only answer.
Most women, I don't believe, even know that they're pregnant before 6 weeks.
But
so like around like the heartbeats and stuff like that.
The knowledge of your pregnancy doesn't mean that you're not pregnant.
No. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying like practicality-wise, there are many instances of women who have miscarriages without even ever knowing because it might just present as like a very heavy cycle that month.
That's fine, but it doesn't make it any less a life, right?
Sure,
go ahead, Molly.
No, but would you mourn that miscarriage in the same way you mourn like
100%,
an
yes.
abortion, like a conscious choice?
Not the same way. No, it's not the same way. No, but it's still a tragedy. A miscarriage is a tragedy, but an abortion.
Even if she doesn't know about it?
But an abortion is an act of human will. A miscarriage most times is not. Now, sometimes it can be a miscarriage because you drank alcohol and you didn't know you're pregnant, or you might have taken a drug that have side effects. But yes, a miscarriage is a tragedy. Yes.
I have a question. So
Do you care about the children once they're born?
I mean, I care a lot about them. Yeah.
So, if say a woman got R-worded or something, or even if she just got pregnant and
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200.
Right?
Life is not subjective, and we know this because you were speaking of killing. Why is it so easy for you ladies to kill kids? If your comfort and lifestyle more important than a life you have created.
Anyway, my question was, what was I saying? Oh, if
you were saying
so
if somebody someone forced sex upon themselves, it's the word you're.
Or even like not even just that, but say like if the mother like was homeless or something, say like she didn't have a good life, do you still think that child deserves to be brought into the world just to suffer?
Well, so it's not a guarantee of suffering. Number one. One sec. The answer is yes, the life should be brought into the world. There are twice as many people on the adoption waiting list.
There's so many people.
Well, let me ask you guys, and I'm just curious, how many abortions do you think there are a year in America?
I have no
Tens of thousands, I assume.
Any other guesses?
I have no clue.
What if I told you there was over 1 million abortions every year?
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
But you went from tens of thousands to 1 million.
I mean, there's billions of people on the
Yeah, there's 340 million in America. That's right. No, but do you think
as far as like reported ones, because even just reporting data is going to be incomplete.
That doesn't count mifepressone, which is the chemical abortion that people get at home. It doesn't count Plan B, right? So,
and even if like abortion were illegal, for example, we stopped gathering data on like who procures abortions, there would be so many. There's so many now, even with states where it's still legal.
Texas, it's gone down dramatically. So hundreds of thousands.
No, they're still happening. It's just
no, they're happening,
not being accounted
for.
About
90% abortion.
Women are just doing it to themselves.
Right. It's a 90% abortion reduction rate in Texas. I don't want to dwell on that too much, though. So there's 1 million abortions every single year. And there's twice as many people on the there's 2 million people actively on the adoption waiting list. So there's really no such thing currently, there could be, but currently, of an unwanted child. So there's 2 million people wanting to adopt, and there's 1 million people that have abortions every single year. So there's twice as many people that want to get a child. Now, there's a longer conversation about making it less bureaucratic without allowing bad people to adopt kids for bad reasons. I'm perfectly open for that conversation. But to answer your question, I don't love the premise. It's a really good question because a lot of people have it. I don't necessarily believe being born in poverty is a death sentence or is a reason to terminate.
Of course not.
No. But abortion is a death sentence.
He is, very calm demeanor, and he's dealing with the other ones very well, and you'll see in the back and forth different takes. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of these people would be OnlyFans Smokey. Yeah. Right.
So I don't think poverty should give you a death sentence.
Would you say abortion is murder?
Oh, of course, 100%.
Do you think that people who procure abortions, women specifically,
Yes.
a woman who procures an abortion should go to jail for getting one?
Absolutely, yeah. They're the moral equivalent of Auschwitz.
Really?
Yes.
Millions of women are basically the same as like Nazi death camp guards.
The women are victims. They're lied to. 90% of women do not see an ultrasound before they have an abortion. They have no idea what's happening to them. They're the victims here. It is the abortionists that are doing this. But let me ask you, and I mean this, have you guys ever seen an abortion on a video?
Wait, I'm sorry. If women are the victims here, why should they be jailed?
Well, I don't believe they should be jailed. I think
the abortionists.
How is it that you could believe that abortion is murder, but a murderer shouldn't go to jail?
I didn't say that. The doctors, the abortionists, the people that call themselves doctors, the people that put women under general anesthesia and go into.
But women do. They ask for it.
They are doctors. They're medical.
Are you going to just discount the accountability of the women in that decision?
My current perspective is because the women are not given what is called informed consent. That the women should not be penalized. They should not be. They shouldn't be penalized. In fact, they should be given grace from a system that has lied to them and has misled them. They are not given the full picture of exactly what's happening to them. Informed consent has not happened, so these women are the victims. The abortionists, one second, the abortionists are the ones that know exactly what's happening. And if you haven't seen a video of an abortion, I'm not going to say anything too graphic. It is one of the hardest things to watch. The baby fights, the baby struggles, the baby dodges, the baby avoids. They break the neck of the baby. They euthanize it to the spring. It's not a joke.
Sorry.
And then they tear it limb from limb through there. If you're trying to tell me that's,
That's like a.
If you're talking about, they're called dilation and extraction abortions. Then yes,
hold on a second.
Like that. But if you're talking
a baby
about
has a backbone at 6 weeks and a spine. It has a complete figure. It's small. It's like probably as small
the
as
size of like a grape. Yeah.
Yes, but by 8 weeks or 12 weeks, and you're talking about.
But the vast majority of abortions are performed in the first trimester.
Yeah, that's right.
So when
And-
you
and
just
so when-
the
when
type
is-
of abortion that you
the first
described
trimester was
is
up to
literally
12
the
weeks.
like minority
Hold
of
on
the
a
time,
second.
and those are wanted pregnancies
you
because
said they
usually
don't-
those women want those pregnancies. They weren't able
They
to
don't
carry
know
them
they're
to term
pregnant till they're 6 weeks,
because
to your point.
they weren't able to carry those children to term because of health risks to their own life or to the infants.
Right. So, without getting into that, no infant should be terminated because of health risk to the infant. Okay, that's insane. It's like you're going to kill the baby because the baby has health risks. That doesn't-
Not just health risks. These are
Oh, let me ask you.
these are medical.
Hold on, Down syndrome.
Yeah, like
Should we
stillbirths
abort
or
Down syndrome kids?
No.
Iceland has. They said if you have Down syndrome, you're done. So that's not a new phenomenon. They have gotten rid of Down syndrome. If you have a DNA test of Down syndrome,
I'm going to see if there's any updates because there's some stuff coming through. Let's see. No. One thing that is here, it says, New York Yankees hold a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Amen. New York Yankees and moment of silence in honor of conservative activist Charlie Kirk before tonight's game. A picture of him was featured on the Jumbaroon with the phrase, remembering Charlie Kirk. President Donald Trump will be at the stadium tomorrow for the Yankees versus Detroit Tigers game, where pre-game ceremonies at tomorrow's night's game will be recognized the victims, heroes of a terrorist attack on September 11th. So, can they see that? Yeah. Now, there's nothing... Okay, so, Anna, they caught the person. The person was wearing all black. And there's nothing really other details about him released at the moment. All right. Thank you, Joyce. Yes. It was hardly any security knowing all the death threats he was getting. Yeah, I do agree. Now, Loki was saying that he always did college campuses because maybe he didn't think about it. But I do think with the political climate these days, it would have been better to have better security. But, of course, it's hindsight 2020. You know. But, yeah, it's definitely the same method they did with President Trump. Trump was sniped from a roof in Utah, 6 cops and a crowd of 3,000. For a man, that is a lot of haters. Bad job, Utah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right. Continuing.
they abort the kid. I think that's cruel and unusual.
That is. Yeah.
Okay, we agree. Good.
I think there are frivolous reasons to procure abortions, but I don't believe that just because there are frivolous reasons to get them, that means it should be outlawed.
But should murder be outlawed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like you were saying,
Then
you even though you believe that those women have a hand in committing the murder and infanticide basically of their own children, they shouldn't go to jail.
They don't believe they have not been given informed consent.
Do
They
you
don't
have
know
that
what's
opinion
happening
with
to them.
people who are addicted to drugs? Do you think only drug dealers should go to jail, but not people who actually try to buy drugs and consume them?
It depends what drug it is. It depends the category, the class, the
Is there a
repetition.
single drug where you would say that somebody who is buying and consuming drugs that they are addicted to should not be going to jail, but only their drug dealer should be going to jail?
I mean, I think fentanyl and heroin potentially, but it's a completely separate issue because a lot of people know the informed consent of heroin and fentanyl. It's not. We have PSAs, we have billboards. Stop using fentanyl. Stop doing fentanyl. How many times have you heard that? Have you
Tons,
ever?
but they have a
Hold
chemical
on a
dependency
second.
now that prevents them
Hold on
from
a
being
second.
able to make that
How
choice.
often have we ever had an honest conversation with women in this country saying that having an abortion increases the chances for depression, anxiety, medication dependence?
So does having a kid.
What? Hold on.
Having children carries all of those same risks.
You think having children? You think having children?
No,
is,
don't mischaracterize me.
No, that's not true at
I'm
all.
not going to say that having a child necessarily gives you depression
Women
or
who have
any of
children-
that.
That's what she said.
It can come with it. Like postpartum depression, for example, is
Is
extremely common among
it's
young
temporary and short-lived, and obviously.
Not always.
For some people
last years.
So is the depression
That's
from
temporary and short-lived. That's not permanent.
You think
but when you're
years
in that,
of living
you're
with
not-
postpartum depression can simply constitute a temporary
Wait, so
medical issue?
let's theoretically even grant. So you're saying because of potential postpartum depression or financial burdens, the moral answer is allow women to go in.
No, that was never my argument.
clinics.
This had
Okay.
nothing to do with morality. This was a completely separate question. I'm only saying that I feel like you're trivializing and downplaying how serious conditions like postpartum depression can be when you want to write it off as like a
it's
temporary
obviously-
medical
it's obviously
issue
real. It's-
when it can be years-long battle,
Look,
especially if it's
having
left
children is a
untreated.
serious choice. So what percentage of abortions, according to the Guttmacher Institute, are not rape, not incest, and not life of the mother? What percentage would you
Probably
say?
the vast majority.
97%.
Yeah.
So is abortion now birth control, yes or no?
No, I don't think so.
I think
But-
that's situational to each and every
Molly, do you think that birth control, I mean, it could be called birth control in certain
Because
situations?
you're talking about over 1 million abortions, but there's tens of millions of women that are on birth control, that are that have IUDs, that take birth control pills. So obviously, that's not the only reason why.
But it's a
Or
form
that's-
of birth control, is
it's
it
a
not?
form of birth
Because
control,
they're
sure,
not,
but
they're,
you acknowledge that it's not the predominant form of birth control.
Well, no, I didn't say that. Hold on, I said it's
Don't make government pay for them. If they want to be evil and get an abortion, let them pay for it themselves. Yeah. And you see these, and that's the point of the debate. They trying to see what the other side is saying, and he's saying his position about it, and they're saying their position about it. And it's interesting information. Like, you can learn from both sides. And Rita said, yes, pay for your own.
birth control.
Yeah, but we're not disagreeing with the category. I'm talking about the prevalency of
if
it.
it's birth control, then why would we allow it to continue if it's not? If you put the rape, incest, life of the mother, which we can debate.
I didn't.
But no, I'm going to put that aside for a second. Then why should we allow a horrific procedure to continue that has such heavy and dire consequences and results in a child not being able to live outside of the womb?
Because that's
You're
the mother's
loading
choice.
it so much by saying
Okay.
a horrific procedure.
Hold on,
Most
so-
women who procure abortions actually report being happy long term because they made the choice, because there's many different reasons why women get abortions. Some women aren't in a financial position to have a child at that time and actually decide to have.
Rita says, once again, they had the wrong guy. They just released him. Okay, so the dude has not been in custody. Okay. Person taken into custody in Kirk shooting investigation has been released, FBI director says. FBI Director Kash Patel announced that the person who has been taken into custody in relation to Charlie Kirk's shooting has been released. The subject in custody has been released after an integration by law enforcement. Our investigations continue. We will continue to release information in interests of the transparency, he said in a post. Okay, so the person has not been caught yet. Darn it.
have children later.
How'd they get pregnant?
What do you mean? They had sex, unprotected,
So
or
wait,
an accident.
So they want the orgasm without the responsibility.
Do you think the majority of women are having orgasms in sex? Are you serious? Have you seen the studies on orgasm gaps between men and
I'll
women?
be honest. So they want all the pleasure. They want all, but it's you want all the loose lifestyle, but none of the responsibility.
Now you're framing it like the punishment for having it should
Hold
like
on, it's a
orgasm should be
punishment?
punished. No, the way that you're framing it, which
No,
is
it's
that
not a punishment.
Yeah, Liberty, it may have been very well been a hitman, probably from the dark web, because the dark web allegedly has hitmen on there. That's certainly what it seems like it was. It was like a movie assassin.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
want
called
the
a cost.
loosey-goosey parts of sex,
Hold
like
on.
the orgasm,
If you-
but you don't want the responsibility of a child. It's like, yeah, some people want to be able to have sex.
Okay, no, you
and,
articulate it
not have
perfectly.
kids.
I'm going to be able to have sex how I want, and if I have to go put a dagger through, or have someone put a dagger through a child for me, then so be it.
Sure, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that you're being morally clear, and basically it's my body. I can do whatever I want with it, even though. Let me ask you a question.
Even though, like I said,
if
most
it's-
women don't regret their abortions at all. Like the vast majority of women report happiness and being okay with their decision.
I
I'm
find
sure
that
you think
hard
that
to
they're
believe.
lying or they're indoctrinated or
So,
wrong or
but
delusional.
if it's
yeah.
not your DNA, how is it your choice?
What?
If it's not your DNA, why is it your choice?
It is.
No, the baby has its own DNA.
child to
DNA,
gestation.
your partner's DNA, and then it forms into
It has its own unique DNA that's not yours.
It's part
this
of
is-
your DNA. It's
this is
50-50.
It's half. Oh, so should the man then be able
Hold
to
on.
have veto power over abortion?
Well, the point is the man isn't the one incubating the child.
But I thought if it's about DNA.
But I never made the DNA argument. You did. The argument that I was going to make was, or I was going to ask you the question, do you think another person has a right to your life and your body?
Does another person have a right to? Well, technically, because abortion was legal when I was in utero, someone did have a right to my life and body.
Oh, hey.
And my mom chose life, praise God. So did all your moms.
Yeah.
My mom
The
actually wanted an
argument.
abortion.
Are you glad that she didn't have an abortion?
No.
So you would rather be dead?
I don't know. I mean, life can be
If
difficult.
she
I'm not
didn't
gonna
exist,
I'm
you
not
would
gonna
not
that
be able
deep.
to even
Some
know what you
asteroid on
never,
that one.
what you never materialized.
A couple people wanted to come in really quick. It looked like you wanted to come in. I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak. Then I think you had more Pixie than Molly. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It was just backtrack just on what he was saying on not wanting to have the responsibility. I think that's really, I don't really think that makes sense because I don't think sex is just for reproduction. It's just like asking you, you know, like every time, I'm not trying to bring in your wife, but you know, every time you have sex with your wife, it's purely for reproduction. I feel like that is very inaccurate. So I mean, it's hard to expect everyone who isn't in a marriage to just not have sex just because they don't want to get pregnant or just because they don't want to have that responsibility.
Wait, did you even make the argument that sex is purely
No,
for...
I didn't.
I don't think you did.
But Angel's making a good point, and I want to give her credit for this. What she's saying, and it could be misunderstood that I was saying sex is strictly for reproduction. What I was saying is that everything in life has consequences and choices, right?
Correct,
and at times, the mainstream predominant narrative is that sex comes with almost no downsides, and we're going to give you either the technology, the procedure, or whatever to try to limit those downsides. But the difference is that when my wife and I have sex, if she results to be pregnant, which she did, is that we live with that consequence, which happens to be a positive consequence, right? A huge
Good night, Lynn. Thank you for coming.
blessing. Now, I understand what I'm saying is very, very radical and very unpopular, but the ideal should be far less people having premarital sex and trying to have sex within marital guidelines, or at the very least monogamous guidelines, okay? So that if there was to be a pregnancy, that baby could be loved and cared for and brought into this world. I understand it's a hard ideal to even grasp and comprehend in a world where everything is very sex positive and sex abundant, but it's an ideal that I defend nonetheless.
I mean, I don't think there's anything that's in contradiction with being sex positive, but also wanting to help prevent unwanted pregnancies. I would just say to those women and those people having sex that you should be using birth control and family planning methods to make sure that you don't have any unexpected pregnancies that you don't want to have. To skip the abortion part altogether. I don't think anybody loves their abortion. I only said that people just don't regret them.
Are you guys familiar with what's happening with the chemical abortion craze that's going on right now?
No. The pill that...
No, not the pill. That's different. I'm talking about where they're mailing chemical abortion packets.
Oh, yeah.
Where women are bleeding out and emergency room visits are up nearly 300%.
No,
you guys should look into it. It's a very serious thing.
But why is that?
Because
it's
abortion,
harder to
about
get
to say, it's because women don't have access to safe abortion, so they start resorting to these sorts of methods that are way
There's no such thing as a safe abortion. Let me be honest. Okay.
Really? You
But
just said
it's
that
safer when it's
there were
legal.
millions of women that got an abortion, but you're going to say that none of them were, all of them died after?
All the babies did.
But did the women? Is it safe? Is it unsafe for a woman to procure an abortion?
But it doesn't. Well, hold on.
Answer that question. Is it unsafe for a woman to procure an abortion?
Every single abortion.
You know it's not unsafe. That's why you want to answer.
Hold on. Let them answer.
Every single abortion has a victim necessarily, and many times has a woman full of regret that we are now seeing, and I'm not going to make up numbers out of nowhere, but there is a growing community of abortion regret, including, people that are speaking out and they're saying, I wish I wouldn't have, and it resulted in either difficulty to have children in the future or mental trauma.
Why do you care about their life?
That's a good question.
Or what about the moms like her
question.
mother, who I wish I actually had an abortion because that wasn't the life path that I wanted to go down, but it was one that I chose to make. Do you care about those?
I care about all people. So why do I care?
Do you care about that specific opinion? Somebody who regrets not getting an abortion.
Regrets not? No, I don't regret that mothers wanted to murder their kid.
But do you care about?
Liberty says sex is for reproduction. God made it to feel good, so we would do it a lot. Don't get pregnant, girls, unless you want a baby. I used to see many things completely opposite of the way I do now. When people know better, they often do better. That is the way of life, definitely, Lori. And failure is the greatest teacher, and as we age and mature, we can see things that our younger selves will regret. The dreams of youth, the regrets of maturity. And Moki says, breaking, the person of interest was released after interrogation into the fatal shooting of political activist Charlie Kirk, Val University. Thank you, Moki, for the update. That is just wild that they're not. That it wasn't the person, so he's still on the loose. Wow.
The opinions of moms who actually say, I have a child, but I'm not happy with having a family. I actually wish I had gotten an abortion. Do you think that
Why don't they just kill their kid then?
I don't think that it not necessarily follows that if you regret not getting an abortion that you're going to commit murder.
But it's the same thing. Yeah, just put your kid up for adoption.
What about adoption?
If you regret it so bad, just give it.
I don't think most people at that point, they're not going to
Hold
put
on,
their
you
kid
could drop
up for
a kid.
adoption.
Why not? You regret it.
No, I'm not saying anything's stopping them. I'm saying most people
drop
are
your
not
kid
going
off
to
at
do
the
that.
foster
But
kid system.
if you ask them, like, would you have rather had an abortion or a family? Some of them might say, yeah, actually, having a family and raising a child is very hard. I actually wish I had an abortion.
I
not started
don't
a
doubt
family.
that opinion might be
Not
held.
everybody is fit to be a parent.
But let me just answer your question really quick. Why do I care? If you cannot get the life question right, then you get every other question wrong. When does life begin? And I care about the innocent. I don't like bullies. I don't like evil. And I believe it is an act of evil to destroy those that can't defend themselves, including the 1 million babies in
Are you pro
utero.
contraception?
Joyce says this whole country has got out of hand. People get offended so easily. You can't disagree with someone and move on. People get butthurt so easily. It's just not the same, and it's depressing. I agree with you, Rita. I agree with you, Joyce. People are what's called snowflakes. They're just too soft these days. Yeah, I agree. You can't handle a simple conversation. Aaron says, still sitting and sulking. Oh, well, thank you for hanging. Thank you for staying with us, Aaron. Yes, adopt it out, but say I wish I had an abortion and ruin it psychologically. Scared. Noki said, a Gen Xer, I don't get it. I don't care if somebody disagrees with me. I still like hearing other opinions, and I certainly wouldn't not be someone's friend because of that. I agree. Facts. Rory says, I agree. It takes a few steps back just to see majority of humanity right now. As a toddlers, we are going through growing pains. Rory said, you're right. Probably won't give us the satisfaction of putting him on trial.
Are you pro women?
Personally, or I'm agnostic on the question politically, meaning it's legal, so be it.
Okay.
But I wouldn't consider it to be a good lifestyle choice, including most specifically hormonal birth control. Now, mind you, I'm over my skis on this being a man, but I will yield to the growing community of women on both sides of the political aisle that are ditching their hormonal birth control because they say, I don't like the way it makes me feel. There has been,
they want an IUD, which is a non-hormonal form of
one
birth
second,
control.
but there is a growing body of literature by Dr. Daniel Amen and many other people that show that the pill increases anxiety and depression and certain types of ideation. So again, I am not going to act like an expert on that, but that's a legit community online of people that are ditching hormonal birth control.
I think the way that you're like phrasing things of like, oh no, like murdering the babies is quite interesting, because I don't think in like any other example where we have a person and their life is somehow connected to someone else, if they decide like, hey, I don't want to do this anymore, like I don't want to give my kidney to this person, I don't want to continue this blood transfusion, I don't want to continue this process, we wouldn't go.
Liberty said this guy was getting people to think, so they took him out. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Kirk. When things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded, turn off your phone, and read the scripture, and spend time with friends, and remember. Amen. Very wise. People these days, especially people, share the same views and opinions that don't always happen. I agree that we can disagree and still get along, of course. I'm always right. Yes, Joyce is always right. Yeah, exactly. They're on fire tonight. Yeah.
Go and point at them and be like, you're a murderer. So I just think that there is a distinction to be made here when you're saying like, oh no, they're murdering babies, by just deciding that like, hey, actually I don't want this like fetus to continue using my lungs, my blood, my organs to continue developing. Like, would you call somebody who doesn't want to have like give a blood transfusion or give a kidney or something
No,
like that?
that's a good question.
murder?
That's actually a good faith question. So if I had the specific type of blood type, okay, and in a hypothetical desert island, there happened to be a medical facility, and somebody right there needed a blood transfusion, and I said no, I would be complicit in their death. Yes.
Okay.
I'm
do you
saying
think-
that is the extrapolation of the hypothetical you
So
articulated.
if, what is
Complicit
it?
to the point that you should be punished if you refuse to render aid to that
Wait,
person.
Aaron, let
me
Pixie
finish.
finish.
Yeah.
Aaron, let
Let me
Pixie
finish.
finish.
Fair enough. Okay, so if the government decided, hey, you know what, like let's say Joe Biden is put in the hospital and you're the only person for whatever reason in the world that can like give him a kidney and you have to basically give him like constant transfusions of blood for like the next year, would be a murder if you decide not to do that.
Well, first I would do it, even though I can't stand Joe Biden. So, yeah, just for the record. And if it was only for 9 months, yeah, I'd do it.
And if
Because-
you didn't
hold on.
do it, do you think you should be punished with jail time or
It
worse?
depends the type of informed consent that goes alongside of it, which goes back to why I believe women are lied to and women are victims in the abortion process. And yes, there are exceptions where women really know what's happening.
I was going to say, even
Very, very rare. However, I don't think the law should go towards women. I think they are, first of all, I just think that there should be grace and forgiveness because a lot of women go to abortions in crisis. They feel overwhelmed. They feel as if the world is against them. The abortionists, let me be very clear, the people that call themselves medical doctors that know better, that actually do the very damaging graphic removal of the baby, those are the people that I think should be focused when it comes to law. To your point though, if for 9 months I would have to live a tougher life for another human being to live, I would do that.
Wait, but it's
What
not
about-
just a wait, I want to be clear. Would, like what Aaron was saying earlier, so do you think the government should be able to punish you for not doing that? Should you be able to go to jail, or should the government be able to send you to jail because you didn't want to give blood transfusions to Joe Biden for 9 months? Should the government have that ability?
It depends if I knew the totality, if there really were no other options. If I said if all of a sudden in this theoretical stranded desert island, in this abstract thing, and I had all the informed consent, and Joe Biden was dying, and he said, help me out, bro, I need 9 months of your blood, and I said no, I would be at the very least third-degree murder. Yes.
Do you think that
in
there
in that stranded, because all of a sudden if I let him go and I say, no, I'm not going to give you my blood, I'm not going to give you my stuff, I personally wouldn't be able to live with myself. If I have something that I don't need, maybe you guys agree or disagree. If I have something that won't, and this is my own personal, you guys could disagree, but if I have something that will make my life more difficult for 9 months, to use the analogy, right? But it meant another life could continue, I would sign up in a second.
All right, so I've been watching this for some 20 odd years.
He's very good at getting people to think and see another point of view. Yeah. He's very good at that.
Oh, ma'am, you've been doing it forever. Welcome
Guys,
to the
let me-
First Amendment. I fought for
Sir,
it.
can you
See
just stay
this
focused on me?
taxpayer-paid jacket?
Sir.
Thank you. I brought it overseas.
All right, sir, just ask me the question.
Right, Liberty, do what you want on this issue. That's on you, but pay for it yourself. Yeah.
So what is it about conservatives and this whole racism thing? Like, you guys are always just saying that it's either not a thing or it's, just not in any of.
Okay, Joyce. Shout out to your kiddo, and thanks for hanging out with us. Stay safe. Take care.
The institutions or the police department, but it seems that over the past 18 years, we've had several race riots, and the biggest one being in 2020. So it's like, how are we still denying segregation in a city where we can clearly see what fucking neighborhoods are white, which ones are black, which ones are Latino, and we know how we got there. So it's like, what is it with conservatives and admitting that there's a problem and not addressing it? Because it seems like you guys want to be obsessed with, oh, the gender thing or the racism thing, and then you guys say, oh, it's not here, it's not a big problem. But why are millions of people rioting every couple years?
So let me ask you a question.
We can say that it's Democrats
Yeah,
and shit, right?
well, let me ask you a
okay,
question.
go ahead.
So what do you think is a bigger problem facing America, single fatherhood or racism?
Racism, by far. That's how
Can you
we
say
got
that? Say that in the microphone.
Racism, by far, because racism gets people killed, not single fatherhood.
Well, no, a single motherhood. Let me be more specific. So single moms, their fathers leaving the home, you think is a bigger problem than racism?
No, sir. I'm gonna repeat that one again for you. I think racism is a bigger problem than fathers being outside of the home. However, I do see fathers not being in the home is a problem.
Let's make sure we're defining our terms. How would you define racism then?
Racism is a system of oppression used by used by a certain group using prejudice, institutional power, and it's situated by the media, government, and all these other
So
institutions.
give me an example of one thing you as a black man cannot do that I as a white man can do in America.
Got you. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago, right? I went to a DeSantis rally. Got my ticket, all that good bullshit. Been to a million different, rallies of a kind, whether, I was a conservative at the time or whether I was a liberal, right? I know that as a black person, I am far more likely to be arrested for expressing my view, whether I am a conservative or a liberal. And I've done it on both sides. And, oh, yes, I was arrested.
You were probably being a jerk. That's why you were arrested.
And that's the best part. And that's the best part, right? That's the best part. I wasn't even being a jerk. And the courts even found our beloved courts.
Let me make sure I understand this. So you think the bigger
yeah, it's like somebody is causing a riot. I've seen many protests and riots in my time online, and people of all skin colors, whoever they are, it doesn't matter what they are, they're arrested. And it's like people on these like political things in that camp of thinking, from what I have heard, which I have never been to one, these the conservative rallies seem to be very welcoming to people, and there's I don't know what the other one's like. I'm sure they're nice to people too. I don't think either side would necessarily be racist to a person that's there supporting a political thing. I wasn't there. I don't know for certain, but sometimes there's personal accountability that needs to be taken, even if you're wrong. If you were wronged, because I just think that's the best way to go. Because when you blame other people or blame other things, you eventually go to a downward spiral of a habit of cringe. Scared. But yeah, Charlie Kirk, very professional. He's just good at getting people to think. He's not against anybody or any person or any ideologies. He's not against women or black people or any. He just has speaking his political stance. And this guy to get assassinated is so stupid. Like this dude, didn't do anything to anybody, and he was very respectful and kind to the people he was talking to, and also giving the other side a voice. Like, there might be someone that agrees with the other side he's debating, all right, and then they have a voice too. It's so stupid. It's like someone walking down the street and go and take a AR-15 and just open up a light them up like Christmas. It's like it's really stupid. That shows you the insecurity of whoever was behind this. That they know they're just so insecure about they can't have another position because they know that their position's wrong. It's really quite hysterical. He wasn't hurting anybody or doing anything wrong. There's a lot of P-files. There's people that are doing really evil things to people as we speak, but this guy's the one that gets targeted. Larry said he was sacrificed. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. He was martyred for our freedom and our country. And this will certainly send shockwaves. There's been many men and women that died for this country, and this is another example of that. And that's why his shirt said freedom with blood on it, because that shows that what he was standing for. He's a civilian talking. He's not even in combat. He's not a president. I mean, this is just, it's turning into like those other countries and those communist countries or other type of totalitarian regimes. Even Martin Luther King Jr. made references to that and how he would understand those countries you would not have the freedom of speech like you would over here. And it's unfortunately we still have whatever was causing problems before is still there now. So yeah, but this really is going to backfire on them. People are not going to tolerate this. And everything is in God's hands. He's the greatest planner. So in time, things will get better, I think. But yeah, just really ridiculous. But anyway, very great at what he's doing, and we'll now continue.
Problem than fathers not being in the home is a abstract conspiracy theory that you have that hecklers and jerks at political events are arrested because of the color of their skin. That's the best definition of institutional racism.
No, that's not my definition on racism. I
Well,
did
no,
tell
give
you
me
what
an
my
example
definition
of something a white man like me can do that a black man like you can't do. Because guess what? If I showed up at a DeSantis event and started heckling, I'd be kicked out and arrested.
No, you would not. No, you. In fact, I even have evidence.
You know how
of
I
that.
know that's true?
You want to know?
Most of the
Do you want to know
hecklers
how
are
I know
white
it's true?
suburban kids
I have
from
hundreds
Highland
of
Park, and they're arrested a lot more. Actually, when you see the mugshots. Yeah.
Oh, so white kids are arrested a lot more. Could
Well,
that possibly be? Could that possibly
Can you talk
be?
into the mic?
And I'm just guessing here. Could it possibly be that white people are arrested more because you have a higher population and therefore by proximity you are more like, because it's math, it's basic math. I know we hate math. I know we hate it, but I passed it.
Okay.
Unlike y'all.
So let me ask you a question. How does racism contribute to black-on-black crime in Chicago? How is white people to blame for that?
Oh, actually, matter of fact, that's actually a whole other issue. So let's talk about, so you want to talk about intracommunal violence as it pertains to
So what does the white man have to do with that?
And that's a great thing. I love the red herring that you threw in there.
No, it's,
yes, because,
it's a question.
intracommunal violence is proximal, right? So when we have segregation and we got races sitting in one area, and you got another race in another area. Now, we never ask white people, why is white-on-white crime so high with white people, and but instead we focus on black people.
Yeah, so out of the 530 murders in Chicago of the last year, how many were black-on-black crime?
Hey, I wasn't looking. But you know what
Yeah,
I do know?
well
But
over
you know,
420 of them were black-on-black gang-related crimes. How is that racism to blame for that?
Let's talk. So now, are we going to talk about over-policing?
I'm sorry, sir. You're kind of demonstrating. You can't answer the question.
Would you like to talk about? I mean, we can talk about it. We can.
Okay.
Are you ready to address it, though?
Well,
are you ready to address it?
Rita says, "I'm going to get going. It was nice spending time with you. All good night." Okay. Okay, Rita. Thank you. A very dark day, but thank you for spending time with us. Lori says, "Perspective. We on Earth are still at level 0, meaning we really on a finite resource, namely fossil fuels, and we still war and murder one another. We are infants in a sentient universe, in my opinion." I agree with you. I agree. And we have a lot of growing up to do. Over time, society will evolve and advance and go to a better level. And Nori says, but here on Aliens Learning Channel, we are raising consciousness on a daily level. Well, okay. Oh, thank you, Lori, for that. I appreciate that you feel that way. Now, yeah, we all got a lot of growing up to do as a society, and I believe over time we'll advance. And we are slowly bringing it up to higher consciousness by what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Because we can talk about black-on-black crime, but we need to talk about it as it pertains. We need to. Okay, let's talk about it, sis. I'm ready to talk about it.
All right, hold on. So
let
me just narrow this down. So let me just say this, okay?
All right.
So if you were to rank the 100 biggest problems in America, the fact that I know we're not a racist country is the best example you have. Is
Okay,
some
so you know we're not
story
a
of you
racist
getting
country
kicked
based
out of a
on what?
DeSantis rally. If we were a racist country, you'd say, Charlie, I can't go in a convenience store. Charlie, I can't go into school. No, we actually live in such a amazingly decent country that whoa. Let's not do that, okay?
All I did.
All right.
All I did was speak.
You're trying to pull it out of my
Mostly peaceful, everybody. Mostly peaceful, okay?
I didn't lay hands on you. I
All right.
I got witnesses. I did not touch you. No.
All right.
I touched the mic.
We're going to wrap this one up, but let me just say this.
We got racism we got racism all over the U.S. We just had a race riot 2-3 years ago.
Okay, so let's
in
talk
2020.
Wait, hold on.
And, oh my God! And then we had all 50 states plus 18 countries. But don't worry,
Wait, so by race riots you mean mass looting of big screen TVs? Let me tell you, it is not an argument in your favor that we're a racist country because blacks decide to start burning down Wendy's and stealing stuff. That's called criminality.
Actually, it is because
and the
you're not
majority
even
of black
looking
Americans
as to why
found
it
the
happened.
looting
You're not
to
even
be
looking as to why it happened.
objectionable.
And that's cool. You know, we can definitely play, obtuse on the whole issue. Yeah, black people were burning it down. Why? Racism. Racism was a big issue, and we can pretend that it's not a big issue. But hey, If you don't want to, then that's just called being obtuse. And that's why I asked you, why did you have such a big problem with talking about racism? You want to claim that it's not there, and you can say all you want, but that still doesn't prove, that still does not.
If you want to talk about racism that can be proven, let me give you some examples of racism that can be proven. How about affirmative action at this college that discriminates against Asian students and white students? How about affirmative action hiring practices in the federal government? We are such a decent, non-racist country. The best example that he has is to show that he was mistreated. And if he acted like this at the DeSantis event, I can see why he was kicked out of the DeSantis event.
What do you think about separate?
All right, Liberty. Thank you for coming here. Take care. Stay safe. I appreciate your commentary tonight.
Separation of church and state.
Doesn't exist. It shouldn't exist. Yeah.
Shouldn't exist?
Yeah.
So you should have church in the state.
Well, first, where in the Constitution does it say that? We
The
can't
First
have
Amendment.
Where?
It's about the religion, right? So there's no establishment of religion. There's no establishment.
It doesn't say that.
Yes, it does.
It says Congress shall make no law establishing religion
Yeah.
or prohibiting the exercise thereof. Where does it say church and state?
Religion.
Well, hold on. It says that Congress shall make no official religion or prohibiting the exercise thereof. Where does it say that the church can't get involved in the state?
It could be involved, but it can't be the religion established.
Hold on. We're talking about two different things then,
Yeah,
right?
no, see, like, because what you're saying is that, oh, you can be a Christian and be in the government. And that's true. That's how it works right now. You can be a Christian and be in the government, right? But you cannot establish Christianity as the basis of...
Well, no, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that Christians should be in the government and the church should be actively involved. Where do we get that phrase, separation of church and state, from?
The First Amendment.
No, we don't. No, it's Thomas Jefferson writing to the Danbury Baptist Convention in Massachusetts, assuring them that the church would not come after the state. So let me ask you a question. Let's pretend that church and state is the law of the land, right? That the Warren Court and the Burger Court argued in the 1950s and 1960s. Then why on earth did we put up with the government going around and shutting down churches during the pandemic? I thought we need separation of church and state. Why is it that the government can go and shut down churches?
Okay, so
aren't they supposed to be separate?
I actually played for a church. I played drum set, right? So I would go to church, and they're not shutting down churches because of COVID. They're saying that it's unsafe to be in public in person.
But they shouldn't have the right to do it because I thought they're supposed to be separate, right?
I mean, for general safety. I mean, if you want people dying, then
so you could shut them down for safety. So it's not separate. It's like we can come in for whatever reason we deem necessary to restrict your religion.
It's not restricting. You can practice from on camera. We played through live streaming online.
Yeah. So watching church on a live stream is like watching a fireplace on TV. You could see everything with no warmth.
Okay, but if God is real all the time and you can't go to church because of a disease going around.
What does it say in the Bible about do not forsake the gathering of believers, where two or more are gathered in my name?
Okay, so what does it say about conception? When
What?
does it begin?
Huh?
Conception? Or when does, life begin?
At conception, of course, yeah.
I thought it said at first breath.
No, it actually doesn't say that. So
What's the verse?
Well, hold on. First of all, it says, I knew you before you were in the womb.
Yeah.
And what you are doing is paraphrasing what you consider to be ex nihilo, out of nothing, made in the image of God. The breath of God was actually where life begins. So the question would be, was John the Baptist a baby when he leapt in Elizabeth's womb?
Was he?
Are you a Christian?
Me?
Yeah.
Am I?
You play drums at a church, so I hope you're a Christian.
Used to. But you're missing the point. That's what it sounds like.
No, I'm actually not missing the point.
I asked you the verse that says that it begins at conception.
Right, so I knew you before you were in the womb is one of many verses of which it reinforces that you should protect life in the womb.
But what you're doing is interpreting, right? So I want you to tell me where it says
I'm reading.
Life begins at. How are you reading? There's no book.
There's no book? I've memorized scripture. You should try it.
So you're reading it in your brain right now?
Well, no. In Jeremiah, it says very clearly, I knew you before you were in the womb.
Yeah. So when it says in the Bible that conception begins at first breath.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't.
What does it say?
You're misquoting it very clearly. Psalm 139, 13 through 16. For you formed my inward parts, it says. You wove me in my mother's womb, it says. I will give thanks to you, for I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works, and my soul knows it very well. Fearfully, wonderfully made, and my inward works. That sounds like a baby in the womb, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, a fetus in the womb.
A fetus in the womb?
Yeah.
What species is that fetus?
A fetus? Species.
What species is that fetus?
Human.
So it would be a human life?
Well, it would be eventually.
Oh, but when does it become a human life then?
When it's born, when it breathes.
Oh, really? So that a 26-week-old preemie baby that is saved because of a cesarean section isn't a baby until it comes out of the womb?
I mean, if it's born, it's born.
So you believe that we should be able to terminate a pregnancy up until the moment of birth?
Did I say that?
I'm asking.
No.
Okay, so then what restriction on abortion would you give?
Well, if the woman who is giving birth is going to die,
which never happens.
Which never happens.
That's right.
So
that's right. It is a mythology that women will die if they have a baby. That's right. You could talk to entire communities of OBs. You know why? Because if cesarean option is entertained, then you could save both the mother and the baby. Instead, the abortion industry lies to the mother, and they say that you must terminate the baby to save the mother's life.
So
you could talk to hundreds of Christian OBs and non-Christian OBs, and they will tell you that is a mythology of the abortion industry.
You know what? That's funny.
No, it's actually not funny.
No. I'm saying the way you represent facts, like willingly and knowingly.
I'm sorry.
The way you knowingly represent facts. You say, oh, okay, abortion. Oh, it's terrible because you can't possibly save the baby and you can't possibly save the mother at the same time. No, it happens. The 10-year-old in Ohio, right?
Yes, a cesarean section could have saved the baby's life and the mother's life. Do you know what a cesarean section is?
Do you?
Yes, my wife had one.
Oh, okay. I'm confused. I'm saying when the baby, right?
So do you know what a cesarean section is or no?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, so I would, here's a little word to the wise. Let's quit while you're ahead. A cesarean section is a medical intervention that saves tens of thousands of lives every single year of a small slit done at the top of a woman's
C-section.
pelvis. Yeah, cesarean section. That's a C-section abbreviated, all right?
Oh, wow.
So maybe that's where we get the term C-section from. So guess what? If every woman that's lied to by Planned Parenthood was given a C-section instead of an abortion, then all of a sudden abortion would not be necessary to save their life.
Every single one of them.
If you talk to hundreds of OBs across the country, they will say medical necessary abortion is a lie.
So when
period.
you're 10 years
End
old,
of story.
right? And you're pregnant, right? You're 10 years old and pregnant, okay? So you really can't give birth through your womb. You can't give birth to that.
So you do a C-section.
How?
You cut them open and you lift the baby up and everyone lives.
How does the baby survive?
Hopefully through a work of God and also medical technology that is the most common surgery in America. So I'll kind of close with this and then we'll get to the next question because we're running low on time. When does life begin?
At first breath.
At first breath. That moral standard of first breath would therefore believe that you could have abortion up until the moment of birth. Life begins at conception. I'm going to say this as nicely as I possibly can. You're a drummer at a church. You should probably reconsider that because you are advocating for the most horrific and brutal eugenic, non-Christian abortion policies that I could possibly imagine. I hope you prayerfully reconsider and repent. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Mr. Kirk. I am welcoming booze as saying I am a Marxist. I'm very left-leaning, but I'm here to find some common ground with you.
Okay.
Your critiques of the monopolistic tendencies of multinational corporations align very closely with my beliefs as viewing the world through a class lens as being the major axis of inequality in this country.
Yep.
My question is, as a leader of a conservative organization that really condemns large government, how do you address this ever-growing power and these monopolistic tendencies without using the federal government and big government? I just would love to know how you propose to.
That's a good-spirited question. You have read your Marx. Good for you, because some people say they're Marxists and they haven't. So look, I think the Marxists are wrong on a lot. We could talk about that in a second. But the Marxists, their fascination with class is not wrong. And there is a place where class warfare is legitimate and ugly and cruel, and that powerful people are trying to stomp on people that don't have as much as they have. Do I think it's as plain and simple as Marx and Engels put out? No, obviously, that's not my position. But I do think that a bipartisan diagnosis of
kind of class issues is something that's very interesting. I'd be curious to get your thoughts as a Marxist of why we talk about race all the time, because that will tell me what kind of Marxist you are, but not right now. So to answer your question, the answer needs to be to try to pursue market-based solutions. Not be afraid to use the government to break up big monopolies like Google. Not be afraid to use antitrust authority. However, understand that sometimes more regulation can actually be a boon and a gift to those mega corporations. For example, when Facebook goes and they says, hey, we want more regulation for data privacy. No, they don't. They want regulation that only they can afford, so the next social media company like Rumble is not able to pay the same that they're able to pay for that sort of data hosting, lawyer fees, and all that sort of stuff. So look, I think we can both agree, though, crony capitalism or cronyism is awful and wrong, and that entrepreneurial, bottom-up focused solutions is a beautiful thing. Where we will disagree, though, is that if you are a Marxist, and you seem too sweet to be a Marxist, so I'll put that aside, but do you believe by definition that the entrepreneurial activity will result in exploitation and will result in the concentration of one person benefiting from the other? This is where I disagree. I think a portion of American economic activity, yes, is big companies exploiting or lying to people. But the vast majority of economic activity happening in America is beautiful. It's voluntary exchange of both parties benefiting. It's the local small business serving a meal to somebody in Santa Barbara. It's a local hotel that is able to have somebody with a great experience. It's somebody that starts a taxi cab company to be able to provide for their family. So I think that we bash markets way too over generally, and I would love your thoughts on that. Do you agree that most economic activity in America is probably done voluntarily and is actually beneficial?
Not anymore. I think because so much industry has gone overseas with certain trade agreements,
it's you're speaking my language.
Usually like very large corporations that dominate employment in America. So I don't think small businesses are doing very well, especially after the pandemic.
No, that's true. I don't think they're doing well, but I think still the volume of economic activity is largely not rooted in exploitation right now in America. What do you think about that?
I agree to disagree.
Okay, got it. So think about that, because I do think that exploitation happens, but largely I think that there still is somebody but instead offer a service, and most people that are willing to trade their value, their time for that other service. And I don't want to lose that. And the Marxists, in its most pure sense, at the eradication of private property, we would lose that. So let me just ask, can we agree on one thing as we close this question out? Break up Google, yes?
Definitely.
All right, we got an agreement. Thanks for being here.
All right, so Laura is a friend of mine from another channel that I brought over here. Right. Yeah, so Laura is from another channel that I'm on, so I know who that is. Cool people, a very good friend. All right. It's not somebody from an unknown individual. I know Laura. And yeah, so Laura says, "Hey, Alien Spaceship, been watching for a while. Thanks for streaming this. Sad day. P.S. Yes, there were 6 officers during the security for that crowd. 6. Oh yeah, now I'm going to try to behave myself. I have a foul mouth. All right. And scared. So that was some Charlie Kirk, some of his debates. And Utah Valley University clears campus about 6 hours after Charlie Kirk shot. From 2 minutes ago, the Utah Valley University has issued an all clear for the campus almost 6 hours after the Charlie Kirk was shot, saying there is no ongoing threat to the campus. The investigation is ongoing and campus remains closed until September 15, the university says. And it's also eyewitnesses say there was a lack of security at Utah University event. Jeremy and Amy King, who witnessed the moment the conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot earlier today, say they were surprised by what they called a lack of security at the Utah Valley University event. But I looked around and there was no security. Rory says, I'm here riding my bike home from the shop now, so won't be able to chat for a while. Okay, understood. Stay safe. I looked around and there was no security. We were able to walk right in. I had a ticket. Nobody checked my ticket. We were able to go through the door and through some students and go down from the row. Right. Jeremy King says Kirk's security team was scanning the crowd whole time, but it was wide open for anyone to go to the event. They acted immediately. Jeremy King said Kirk's security guards, when he went down, yes. They acted immediately. Jeremy King said Kirk's security guards, when he went down, they were on top of him immediately. The search continues for the suspect in the shooting of Charlie Kirk after a person of interest previously announced by authorities was released from custody. After initially announcing that a subject was in custody, FBI Director Kash Patel said the person has been released after integration by law enforcement and targeted attack. The shooter fired one shot at one person, according to Mason. Officials do believe it was a targeted attack toward the individual. Only one person is believed to be involved. Patel then announced that next a person of interest has been released following the interrogation. FBI has set up a digital tip line for information about the shooting for Charlie Kirk, the agency announced on X. But quickly after saying that Cox sent messages during the news briefing to whoever he did, we will find you, we will try you, and we will hold you accountable, further send to the law. Alright, those are some new updates about it. Alright, free speech groups condemn shooting. The free speech group Wednesday condemned the killings of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Potential for violence is never an acceptable response. Speech Fire, then Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression said the statement this afternoon, violence has no place in our democracy. The campus must stay safe spaces for dialogue, of course, wide range of political view, PEN America said. And Laura says, yeah, they have no one. I'm outraged. This man was assassinated in front of America. Yeah. Person, like Liberty was saying, they think that it's probably an assassin. A professional assassin. Aaron says, I think they'll find him in time. They won't share much unless they have to. Plus, anyone who did this will brag. Yeah, unless they're like a calculated killer. Excuse me. It's not like the people on TikTok that think that they're all smart, but they're not. Moki says, meh, dude will off himself, conspiracies theories will rage. Right. Others urge people to continue fighting politically without violence. Veteran conservative organizers Matt Shalop said on Newsmax next that young people will make Charlie awfully proud if you continue fighting, but also if you fought in a way where at the end of the day you can have a cup of coffee with someone who you disagree with and show that there is humanity to this important endeavor that we're involved in. And CBS correspondent Ed O'Keefe made a similar point during the network live coverage. You may not have listened to Kirk. A lot of your relatives and friends and coworkers probably did. They know who he is, and you should talk to them about who he is and what he did. Aaron said if he's caught, he just has to say that he has mental health struggles. Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm gonna see if there's anything new about that school shooting that happened, because earlier in Denver there was a school shooting that occurred. And 3 students were injured, and there doesn't seem to be any more information about it. So they're critically injured. That's what it says. It's critically injured. Okay, Moki, thank you. Okay.
That he's dead. At the age of 31.
Oh. Wrong window. Wrong window. Okay. Had the wrong window open. We're going to switch this over to this window. Okay.
That he's dead. At the age of 31. Which he would have to be if that video was real.
There's no way he survived that. The only good thing is, it had to have happened quickly.
Right. Right. They're reporting that Charlie has died. That he's dead. At the age of 31. Which...
Moki said, Aaron, I think it was MSNBC saying, you say bad things happen. And it's a bunch of clowns over there. Alright, and Laura says, Aaron, I don't know, but MSNBC tried to say it was likely a supporter firing celebrity shooter shots. And very professional. Yeah, professionalism is quite intense right here. Yeah. It was very sad news. Me too, Laura. Me too. MSNBC apologizes for analysts' unacceptable comments after Charlie Kirk shooting. Laura, it was just awful, but I'm glad people saw it. It seems important, not just a gruesome, you know. Yeah. An MSNBC used to apology on Wednesday after liberal analyst Matthew Dowd suggested Charlie Kirk's hateful rhetoric led to his shooting and speculated that one of his supporters may have fired the shot in celebration. During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. MSNBC President Rebecca Cutler said in a statement, "We apologize for the statements there is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." Statement from MSNBC President Rebecca Cutler, during our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dode made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements as he therefore, okay, I'll read that again. Didn't make any sense. Insensitive, incompetent, and unacceptable. All right, here we go. Just the whole thing. Staying for MSNBC. President Rebecca Cutler, during our breaking news coverage of the shooting, Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dode made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for this statement as he has as well. There is no place for violence in American politics and otherwise. Hello, Zero. Good to see you, buddy. Maybe I'm out of it, but they say about musicians when they overdose, like FAFO, that I can think of, so tasteless. Alright. After Kirk was shot Wednesday afternoon, Dode suggested it was caused by a chain reaction from his hateful words against various groups. Kirk, a leading conservative activist and top ally of President Donald Trump, later died aged 31. Well, we saw from his videos that he did that he has a right to his opinion. He did not insult or he did not mistreat his opponent. He was always very kind to people he was debating to. I mean, the people really going to go delete someone over another opinion? This is so stupid. Like, if somebody is being, like, no one should be murdered, okay? But if somebody was being harassed or bullied and they're, like, being mean to people, that's not right. But this guy wasn't doing that. All right, and Oki says the other video right there is Charlie being taken to a car. All right, viewer discretion is advised when if y'all choose to look at that. It's graphic. Before the news, Kirk had died. Dowd told MSNBC host Katie Tur, "We didn't know any of the full details yet. We don't know if this supporter was shooting the gun off in celebration." And you go right here, turn this off, and see this. Okay, and all right. Yeah, he was taken to the car. Taken to the car, okay, possibly. It's not really too bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's like it's very very bad. But I might show it in the screen. Okay. So anyway, continuing. That's very graphic, Mookie. What I want to say is a better word. It was very very sad video. Thank you. Dode said, Sir said, "No offense. All I know this guy is he is the one Cartman portrayed in a recent South Park episode. Zero, and he laughed about it." Right, Mookie. And Dowd said Kirk has been one of the most divisive, especially young figures who is consistently sort of pushing for this hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts leading to hateful words, which lead to hateful actions. I think an environment where all people are just, you can stop with these sorts of awful thoughts, and you have them saying awful things. Yeah, I laugh at South Park. South Park's funny. And Jerry said, I saw 4 different angles, all the same shot, and poor Charlie, I am pissed off. I can't get over his face and the blood gushing out of his neck. Neck time to fight back. Alright. And a positive message from Charlie. Thank you, Moki. Alright, positive message from Charlie being played right now. Trying to turn this up. Okay.
Life. Wow. To go give and to produce and to risk and to then go sow into other people. That is a biblical idea that has made the world a profoundly better place.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began.
Then that was the message he said. And rest in peace, Charlie. Alright. What do you think I've been screaming since 2008? We're at war and nothing will stop the enemy. Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
You are commanded to go do something productive with your life. Wow. To go give and to produce and to risk and to then go sow into other people. That is a biblical idea that has made the world a profoundly better place.
It's been...
You know, it's very, demonic and evil this action was. There is an incident where they built a satanic, statue and they took it and someone got arrested for taking it down. I'm not even saying these people are Satanists. They're probably atheistic communists, something like that. I don't really know what they are. But the situation is people could be religious or not. I certainly think that this person was not trying to do anything evil to other people. He was cool. There's no reason for him to be assassinated like this. And as I said, there's all kinds of evil people in the world. And this has to occur, as I said, regardless of religious spectrums. Of course, I do think it's very evil and satanic what they did. So just showing you the destruction of our society, how it's going downhill. This is an evil act, definitely. It's an Insta post, but I'll try sending it here. Okay. Okay, thank you. We are now have pods out of the womb. Pregnancy is now available for as young as 2 months old. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, so let's see. Okay, going to change the window.
That are against homeschooling.
Well, they can apply for a job from you in 10 years from now. So.
That's awesome.
You're going to be more polite, smarter, wiser, happier, more direction, more purpose, less corrupted, more understanding, more battle ready, better prepared, less confused, more biblical, more grounded, more Christ-like. If you are homeschool your kids if you can, homeschool your kids. If they're scorning you or they're saying bad things to you, blessed are you who are persecuted in my name, it says James 1:5. So I'm a big fan of homeschooling. By the way, it used to be, the homeschool kids were quote unquote weird. No. The homeschool kids are wise. The homeschool kids, they're going to be the ones that are going to be running society. My money's on the homeschool kids more so than anybody else. God bless you. Stay strong. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a person that needs to be. That's a fascist chat. That's a neo-Nazi. That's a racist. All these stupid things that they say. It's just really, come on. It's just these people are so disgusting. They really are just completely cringe that he was just trying to spread love and kindness. But that's what happens a lot of times. You know what? Jesus was about his age. Jesus was 30 or 31 when he was crucified. So that's an interesting parallel. Yes, and Moki says Erin is uprooting her life to homeschool her kid. That's amazing. Yet that is amazing. From what she told me, it sounds like a very great Camp Erin. And that's going to be better than any school the kid could ever go to. Okay, so let's look at some more of his videos. Let's see. Erin said, I've already made a bunch of mistakes. Haha. But each day we're getting better and better. Already found out she was not learning at her age. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. And you're going to do great. Yes.
Honored to be partnering with the Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. A government official. Obviously, that will not happen.
All right, this is an example. This is an example of what exactly like where he was assassinated. Exactly the type of stuff he was doing. All right, so let's continue.
And just so we're clear, Signal was an approved chat by the Biden administration.
I know
it's an
that.
approved secure channel by
I'm not talking shit
government.
on Signal.
However, time out. Let me ask a question about Pete Hegseth. Would you rather have a warfighter or a bureaucrat run the United States military?
I would rather have somebody that doesn't have a history of alcoholism. I'd rather have somebody that, I mean, realistically.
Wow. So do you think how about Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin, were they better at running the U.S. military than Pete Hegseth?
I mean, I think you're going to probably start talking about how there's higher enlistment numbers.
Yeah,
under
not only
Pete
that.
Hegseth.
So recruitment in the military is up majorly. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. He's doing a pretty good job. Number 2, procurement. We're saving money. Estimates are that we'll save hundreds of billions of dollars in efficiency. War games are up. The amount of war games we're doing in the Southeast Pacific has increased by 30%. This is a military town here in San Diego. They have a massive increase in people wanting to join the Navy, want to join the military. That wasn't happening under Biden. Morale is actually 30 points higher now that Pete Hegseth, a warfighter's warfighter, is running the U.S. military.
We have a complete difference. We'll never going to agree on this.
No, but not an agree, but show me, then prove the evidence. What is one number that is worse with the U.S. military now that Pete Hegseth's in control?
The numbers that you're talking about are numbers that I actually actively do not care about, because I think that we have an overly powerful military, and I think too much of our money goes to the military.
No, I know, but tell me one thing he's done, numerically, empirically, judge his performance, right? What is one thing that you could say, wow, the Pentagon is in a worst place because of Pete Hegseth?
I would say his inconsistent foreign policy, where he backs on statements depending on whether or not Donald Trump has heard them or not. Like in the beginning, we were talking about what happened with Ukraine and Russia. Like, they've had disagreements already within the first couple months of the administration.
What? But first of all, the president is the commander-in-chief, so he executes the running of the military.
I'm just saying that
he's the operationals manager,
I
right?
understand that.
And so when you want a military, you have recruitment going up, you have war games going up, you have morale going up. You have, by the way, how about this? Do you agree that physical fitness standards for men and women should be the same in the U.S. military?
Yes.
Pete Hegseth is to thank for that. He has brought physical fitness standards to be the same for men and women. Lloyd Austin didn't do that. Mark Milley didn't do that. Do you also agree that we should not have like transgender pronoun type policing of our military members on the front lines of combat?
See, the thing is
Pete
that
Hegseth has gotten rid of all that, but I'm saying you're trying to
a-
make a contention that he's not qualified.
Okay.
The military is in a much better place thanks to him only after 100 days, man. And that's that is the weakest example of all the ones that you have in the cabinet. You didn't address Rubio, you didn't address Noem, you didn't address Bessent, you didn't address Lutnick, you didn't address Bobby Kennedy, you didn't address all these people. So I have to ask you the question.
I can continue addressing people.
But every one of these departments is in a substantially and an empirically better place than it was.
Okay,
even after
including
100
the
days.
Department of Education that's been completely defunded, and somebody who literally.
I'm so glad it's being defunded.
Okay, I bet you are, but guess what?
He
Most
ran on
Americans
that.
aren't, and that's
No,
the
that's not-
reality.
Wrong. Donald
Okay,
Trump.
yeah, just because you have a bunch of people here saying that doesn't
hold
mean
on.
that's the
Let
reality.
me prove it to you. Donald Trump ran on a pledge to get rid of the Department of Education. We can agree with that? No, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. He won a popular vote. The vast majority of people voted knowing that the Department of Education was going to get eliminated.
If you truly believe that the vast majority of people were educated enough about the fact of Donald Trump's opinion on the
voters aren't very
Department of-
smart. Now that's what we're going after.
No, I'm simply just responding to what you said. What you said is that
Insult
you,
the voters. They don't know.
No, I know a lot of people that voted for Trump who had absolutely no idea that he was going to defund the. And of course, this is just an anecdote, but I know that this is the truth. Not everybody, when they vote, looks at every single little thing and every little aspect, like you and I might, of why we would vote for somebody. Like we're both political commentators.
Right.
It's not,
Fine. And as a political commentator, then I will argue more forcefully against you because now you're not just like a college kid searching for this. Has education in America improved or gotten worse since the Department of Education was formed?
It has literally been 3 months. I have absolutely no idea.
Since the Department of Education was formed in the 70s. We now have 50 years of evidence. Has American education gotten better since we've had a Department of Education, or has it gotten worse?
I personally don't think that has to do with the Department of Education.
I found myself at a
Well, when you've spent over $4.5 trillion with one federal department, and we have 30 schools in Chicago where a fifth grader cannot read at grade level. We have 35 schools in Baltimore where kids cannot do math or reading at grade level. We cannot find a single school, not a single school in downtown Detroit, where by the time they graduate high school in the heavily black areas, that they're proficient in reading or math. We are now like 31st in the industrialized world of education. We spend more in education than almost any other country per capita, and yet our results are worse. Maybe it's because we sent all this money to D.C. to overly centralize the way we educate, and the Department of Education has been a complete disaster. And so we can go anywhere you want with this discussion.
I'm just going to say one more thing about this and we can move on. And thank you for talking to me for this long. I really appreciate it. But you're talking about like people that are coming from poor backgrounds where education in their families is not a part of the way that they're raised. Of course, they're going to be the ones that have a lower...
No, that's not correct. You
I
see,
highly doubt it.
The competing Catholic schools in the same area that do it for 2/3 less money, almost all the kids can read by the time they graduate middle school.
And where does that money come from?
Well, sometimes from charter schools, taxpayers, or from private donors. So take, for example, in downtown Chicago or downtown Philadelphia, the private Catholic school can educate a kid for around $12,000 a year. Philadelphia, it's about $30,000 a year, and none of the kids can read. So the local religious schools, they have kids that are less likely to be unruly, less likely to commit crimes. They're more likely to graduate high school and college. They can read and they could do math. And yet the local public school spends triple what the local Catholic school does, and they can't do any of that stuff. Why? Because a government-run program of education has been a failure in this country, and that's what President Trump is doing by abolishing the Department of Education.
Okay, so if there's no public... I'm not saying that the public education system is perfect. I'm saying that having... I think the privatization of public things in general is bad, and obviously that's a very...
Why would you say that? So, I mean that's just... we can go through the list of that, but...
Because it's not... Because getting rid of, for example, DEI, or getting rid of... And again, I'm not super pro-DEI or anything.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in California. I'll put it that way.
I'll try to apply it to yours.
Okay, I grew up in one of the most expensive towns in California.
Okay, Montecito. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, something like that. I don't want to
Okay.
talk because I'm a political commentator. I'm not saying my name, but
Okay,
I will
no,
tell you
fine, but-
that seeing that we had
But
three
the
82-inch
question-
TVs in my school for a public school when other kids in Compton had absolutely nothing, and I
Yeah,
know a
and
big
so,
part of
so
that
why
is
is
because
that? It's property taxes, right? And so,
Yes.
yes. However, let's just get down to the core of it, which is that in San Diego, are the private schools or the public schools more desirable?
it's kind of complicated because we have charter schools that are public, like we have like High Tech
But
High. We have
people pay money to go to private school, right? For a reason. So what is our perspective? The money should follow the child. You should have school choice. You should be able to go to whatever the school of your choosing, and it works super well.
But the good private
And
schools that you're talking, you talk about these ones in Chicago with cherry pick data. When we're talking about San Diego, they cost about $40,000 a year.
It's not cherry pick data.
It is cherry
okay?
pick data. Talking about a single example of a Catholic school that's publicly funded or funded by donors.
There's hundreds of these examples.
Okay,
right?
hundreds of these examples, but the reality is that the majority of them, you have to pay an exorbitant amount of money in order to get into them.
Right. So then what per pupil in San Diego? What do you think they charge per student in the public school? Anywhere between $25,000 to $35,000.
I have no idea, and I don't think that it has anything to do with the debate we're having.
No, it has everything to do with it. And I'll just close with this. So there's 21 million people that work for the government in this country, 11 million education, 11 million in education. How many of the 11 million do you think are teachers?
I see. You're just coming up. Look,
No, it's super
can you repeat
it's
your
not-
question? Because
it's
I thought we
okay.
were going to continue because we
There-
barely
and then-
talked about anything I want to talk about.
Well,
but
no, I mean, we did freewheeling. That's what this is, right? So there's 11 million people that work in education in America. How many would you guess are teachers?
I'm assuming that it's very bloated, and I'm just going to guess that 2 million are teachers.
Yeah, it's about 2 to 3. It's like 3.5 to 4 million. So that means that 7 million people that work in education are unnecessary administrators and paper pushers. And why is that important? Because we've not been funding teachers or education the last 30 years. We've been funding unnecessarily bureaucracy in our education the last 30 or 40 years. And President Trump goes to abolish it. Thank you for your time. I got to get to the next question. Thank you. Hello.
Hi. My name's Ellie. Overall, just to go into my question, I am conservative. So going into this, I was like, what should I ask you about? I think overall, I was going through different policies, and in general, I agree. Ultimately, I think the topic of my question is how to approach politics in school and in general with this function. I've found that a lot of times, when I talk to people who are on the other side of me, they are surprised to find out what I think, and my ideas are not that crazy. It's like when you actually get into the meat of it, it's like, oh, actually, maybe it does make sense. And so I think it's really valuable to start giving these ideas to the world. And so this is one of these options. But I guess my question is this the best way? Because when I hear, like, for example, on Reddit, they're like, don't approach him, don't do this, he's just doing that, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's using all these tactics. And so I wonder if you've considered, not to say that this is a bad way to go about it, but if there's maybe a slightly better way, because I think what you're saying has a lot of value in this world, but it's like in this school specifically, it is thought of as evil and as like not like a valid way to think.
That's a UC San Diego problem, not a Charlie Kirk problem, right?
No, and it's not, and it's not to say it's a problem of you. No.
And I mean, like, and I read there was some op-ed journalists where they said, ignore Charlie, ignore him. Well, what they're saying is that they are not either smart enough or they're not intellectually mature enough to have a discussion with a conservative on any issue. I have literally almost no notes. I have like a couple charts to show you if the topics come up. You guys can use AI, you guys can use Grok, you could do whatever you want. You could bring a professor, you could bring 5 of your top libs together, debate me, right?
Yeah.
Other side? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And you guys can debate me at any time. I fail to understand why, well, actually I know the reason. Speech is not a left-wing value. And they do not believe in freedom of speech, they believe in totalitarian control. There are exceptions to that. So if they have a problem, I think this is one of the best ways, not the best way. I literally could not be more open to disagreement. I say if you disagree, you go to the front of the line.
Yeah.
And I mean, how often do you as conservatives get a chance to challenge liberals on campus right, and being welcomed ever?
Absolutely, almost never. Definitely
because
not in
speech is not a
class.
left-wing value.
No, but to say that, I mean, with all of that being said, that is very true. But ultimately, what happens here is I see a lot of, like, the ideas just being, like, bubbled against. And so, like, when I talk to my friends, their ideas aren't changed from these conversations. And so I wonder if there's just, like, a...
You would be surprised. Sorry to interrupt. What happens here gets seen hundreds of millions of times on social
absolutely,
media.
yes.
The crowds are growing. And so, look, some people are going to remain closed-minded. They're not going to, have their horizons open. But that's on them, right? They have to actually want to pursue the truth and not just have their own worldview confirmed.
And then I guess that's where I disagree, because I think fundamentally there is truth within anything, and I believe that maybe I would ask you, like, to see that, like, you have a big role in this. You have a big fan base and a big media base that you are making incredible change, and to take it just one step further would be really trying to push the narrative against this being like a place where people are just like debating. It's more than that.
What would you like to see?
I guess maybe it's more of a question. I guess, I don't know, moving forward, like trying to maybe to see that, like, instead of using these really fast tactics and to really like try to bring it down, not to say someone is, not to say that they're, no.
I disagree with all that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you're thinking way too much about libs on Reddit. I care about normal people, so.
No,
yeah.
But
I mean, you did bring up Reddit. I'm sorry. You're like.
No, I guess that's true. No, and I guess
so
maybe
these people are not well socially adjusted, right? I talk to the 90% of the American people that actually want to make something of their life and have kids and.
No, and I couldn't agree more with that stance. I guess maybe stepping away from Reddit, it's to me the people on this campus. This is a school I go to, and almost everyone I'm surrounded with has a completely different view from me, and
Not everybody.
No, and this is the people here, to find them, it feels like you're sifting through a needle in a haystack.
You want a hat?
Sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Disagreements, come to the front of the line. Yes.
So I have a couple points that I want to talk about in illegal immigration. Is it okay if I say all of them with no interruptions? Okay, cool. So first, illegal immigrants power our economy. They're 50% of U.S. farm workers, harvesting the food on our tables, and fill 70% of construction jobs in states like Texas. They pay $13 billion annually in taxes, including $2 billion to Social Security that they can't claim. Deporting them would slash agricultural output by $60 billion and raise food prices by 6%. Why gut our farms and wallets when these workers fuel our prosperity? That's my first point. Second point, they strengthen our communities with lower crime rates. So in Texas, undocumented immigrants have a 26% lower homicide conviction rates. Which is 2.2 per 100,000 versus 3 for native-born citizens. Nationally, immigrants are incarcerated at half the rate of native-born, where it's 0.85% versus 1.71%. That's according to Bureau of Justice Statistics from 2019. So if safety is your goal, why deport people who make our streets safer? This is my third point. Mass deportation tears apart American families. Over 4.4 million U.S. citizens children have an undocumented parent, and in Texas, 1 in 7 kids lives in a mixed status household. Okay, this is my fourth point. Deportation is a fiscal nightmare. Removing 11 million people would cost $315 to $400 billion, more than the entire Homeland Security budget, and shrink our GDP by 1.7 trillion over 10 years. And this is my last point. Our immigration system is broken, pushing people to cross illegally. Visa waits Mexicans can exceed 20 years, and the asylum blockage is 1.3 million cases, with hearings 4 to 6 years out. Okay.
You done?
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
All right, so without looking at the phone, look at me. What
Sure.
should the penalty be for breaking into America?
I think there should be a system where it's more merit-based. So if this person...
No, penalty. So what is the penalty? So what should happen to you?
It's not a felony, it's a misdemeanor.
No, it is. That's not true. It's 8 U.S.C. 1312. You can look it up right now.
It's a felony if it's done twice. If
No,
you try to
that's
cross
not
the
correct.
border, that is correct.
That is not correct.
I Googled it, dude.
To illegally go across the southern border with the well intent to come into harbor yourself into the interior of the United States, the violation of 8 U.S.C. 1312, which is a felony in the federal criminal code. Now, it can be enforced as a misdemeanor, or it can be upwards to 5 years in prison. Now, I want to know, since it's a felony, law on the books, 8 U.S.C. 1312, what should the penalty be?
Well, in my opinion, these kinds of like laws are usually they're what do you call it? They're sorry. Usually the like the sorry. Wait, sorry. Can I check my phone real quick? I apologize. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
What should the penalty be for someone that breaks or comes into America illegally? What should the penalty be?
I think there should be a merit system where the people... Okay, the penalty... All right,
that's not the answer. It's a very simple moral and legal question.
Okay,
what should the penalty be if you come into America illegally?
Okay, so since it's a misdemeanor, not a felony, misdemeanors
I just told you it's not 8. You can look up on your chat GPT what is 8 USC. Look up what is 8 USC 1312.
No, I know. I've already looked it up.
Yes,
when it's your second time crossing the border illegally, then it becomes a felony.
It can be, and it is enforced as a felony. And it usually is done as a misdemeanor citation because no one has the stones to do 20 million felony applications.
Okay.
So I just want to ask, what should the penalty be then for someone that comes into this country illegally?
Usually there's 3 ways that go about this when there's a penalty. There's either like a fine or there's some kind of like public service that this person does. Or you send them back.
Send them back. I agree. That's what we should do.
Okay. So this is interesting. So one of the statistics that I read said that illegal immigrants don't cause as much like they don't break the law as often as people who are native born.
Well, hold on.
That is statistic.
But
time out.
But every single one of them are criminals. They're all criminals.
Okay, sure. By law.
Well, hold
by
on.
law.
No.
By law, of course. Of course they are.
So if they commit less crime and they're all criminals, wait a second.
So
by definition, they all have broken the law by being here, and they break the law every day by staying here because you're actually not allowed to stay here either. Do you know that? So every day you're here, you're actually continually breaking the law. You can't break in or harm.
Hello, G. Good to see you again. G says, okay, they did not catch the murderer. Now, so G, the person that they caught was actually not the person, so the suspect has not been caught yet. They released the second person because it wasn't the person that did the attack. So far, the perpetrator has not been caught. I had you on, but couldn't comment from the market. Oh, okay, G, thank you for keeping me on. And she says, Alien, I was just talking about you at the supermarket with my older one. How you both exemplify such goodness in a criminal world. Oh, thank you, G. I really appreciate that kind word for me. Oh no, has to be a professional. Yeah, that's what Liberty was saying earlier, what she thought. And I was kind of thinking it myself, where the assassin was likely a person that was a professional, or they were just very good how they did it, where they good at getting away. They did some research. And it was from a rooftop, like the Trump incident. Bullet hits him, like right here, and his neck breaks completely. And he looks like a, animal that was caught. And blood just coming out. It was the shot and everything was just orchestrated to perfection, unfortunately. Yes, Nor, we looked at that earlier. There's a video of the shooter on the rooftop from a couple different angles. He's wearing all black. Yes. Yes, a hunter could have done it. I agree with that. But at the same time, they were able to get away. But it could have been easy. It could have been a hunter. And they were just good at getting away. Or they were allowed to. Yeah, that's possible too, Laura. It's possible. And yeah, a scope and all, definitely. Just one thing I'm saying is the person was able to get away very quickly. Shot the bubbles. Good to see you, Bubbles. See what he needs in a moment. All right, continuing. And Yankee Stadium is going to do did a tribute to him. And tomorrow, Trump is going to do talk about a tribute to that in 9/11. Let's see, where's this thing at? It must have been closed. There we go. Oh, this talk is not from today. I think I made that clear before, but this is just an example of what it would have looked like, because from what his tent looked like. It was not from today. No. He was wearing a different color shirt. I just got home, had to stop to drop a chat line a few times because I had very little impulse control. I don't think he was professional because he was visible. Okay. So I don't know enough about what an assassin would do, but maybe he was just like a good hunter or a good marksman, and with all the drama and chaos, he was just clever enough to get away. And so it's very possible. Either way could be possible. He gave a short speech a little bit ago. All right. I said he was only 200 yards away. Anyone could make that shot at that distance. Okay, Norm. The reason why I was wondering if he was an assassin was because he was able to get away without getting caught. But maybe that was easy to do. He definitely did his research. Yeah, G says hi, Bubbles. Yeah, he knows. He knows. And same way people made it sounds was he was on the roof like a sniper who knew his skill. Yeah. He was on the roof from what we saw, and he was very low, and he was like a sniper, and he had his scope, and he took his shot, and he got it. The thing with this one, and that's why I was wondering, it could be, but maybe not. He was just very well practiced. It depends on the weapon and the wind, in addition to the marksmanship and the ability to hold it still with your heart racing. Yeah, that takes a lot of skill, Lori. G said, are basically like Brian K., but we know where he is. OMG, did you guys see release pics of him half naked? Ew. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm scared. Let's see. Yeah, ew. Yeah. Yeah, this is okay. Brian Koberger. Okay, so I'll show you all Brian Koberger. Some cringe. Cringe warning. Yeah, exactly, Lori. He's so skinny and ew. His body shaming, it's about who he is. Right. Exactly. And Norm said he definitely was able to get away, but I think it was because nobody knew where the shield came from. Alright, here's some Brian Koberger cringe. Yeah, murderer. A horrid murderer. Alright, this is Brian Koberger with no shirt. He certainly is skinny. Yeah, scared? I don't know. It's going to give me nightmares now. Yeah, that is him. And he looks like a stick. And he's trying to be confident. But he's just like, he's completely cringe at it. Ew. And G said, Aaron, heavy day today. This one man gunned down. And how about the kids no one is talking about? They are just kids in critical condition. My heart aches for their parents. Yeah, and G, the whole time I was trying to figure out where we were going to see. I was trying to get updates about it, and the children are in critical condition. The three of them are in critical condition, and it's basically the same information from before. But yeah, we were the only ones talking about that one. Yeah, very dark day today, and we'll blame the guns, not the mines. And let's see, the mines are definitely at play. At the same time, it's certainly people that are messed up in the head need to not have as easy access to the weapons at the same time. He had zero emotion at the sentencing, BK. It's an empty shell. Yeah, and his eyes were just like dead stare. Just dead stare. He's intense. It's like definitely a murderer. Remember, his kryptonite is he's basic, still the best impact statement. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look at this dude cringing. And he's got a Timu belly right there. Ew. Scared. Scared. Yeah. Yeah, now, I'm going to step away for a moment to see if the cat needs something, but y'all could talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, Bowles is just mad. Yeah. Hello, buddy. I'm going to go entertain you. And we have this amazing picture of Koberger sarcasm, and he has no strength. He has no muscle mass to him. He thinks he's all that, but who he is sending that to? They said they found endless prawn on his phone. Oh yeah, it's something that he's only into. I don't know. He could be, or he's trying to make a reference to it. Yeah, he does not look appealing. I'm not gay or anything, but yeah, he's no muscle mass or anything. Right back. Alright, buddy. Bubbles the cat. Bubbles. It's time to eat something. Okay, here we go. Alright, he's eating his food now. Moki, I was fist pumping and gave a standing ovation alone at home, lol. My late husband was trained as a sniper. They got skills, could have been. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And thankful for his service, Lori. Aaron, gee, I agree. My daughter says I am overprotective, but this comes in terms with why. Yeah, my mom was protective for good reason. Yeah. And probably Kamala put out the hit mad because her security detail has been canceled by Trump and LAPD. Scared. And I think that people homeschooling is good to be a big thing now, except then you will have a child abuse situation and no guidance for authorities for sicko parents too. Thank you, Moki. Trump's statement. Thanks. Aaron says, well, you know my story back in my time. I know it sounds stereotypical, but my mother would say, we pay the bills, leave the doors open. Our guests have a right to see the home layout. Another Charlie clip about trans. Oh, okay. Okay. You're not... Time, even my life, is fully dedicated to my kids. I never think about dinner dates or my own dreams. I truly just believe once you decide to have kids, you are second to your kids. Yeah, facts, G. That's very good mother skills. Aaron, we do matter, of course. Do I think I have a right to a happy life? Of course, but my kids' dreams will always be more important. I think that's lacking. Today's kids want interference. Yeah, it's like completely the dynamics have changed from how they were back in the past. And it certainly isn't... People aren't how they used to be. Oh, this is creepy as... this is disgusting, chat. Ew, scared. That's a Timu Koberger. It looks like he's enjoying that crooked deek up his arse. Up his ass. That's what he looks like. He's enjoying that crooked deek. Brian Kober makes a face and an undated selfie photo recovered from his phone after his arrest. University of Idaho student murders. Yeah, he's got some yeller teeth. And he just looks really disturbing right there. G said, the kids are dying for parents to care these days and age. Close the door. Your son is plotting to 3D gun, pew gun, 3D gun killing kids, and you have zero idea why. Yeah, that's what happened with the Columbine shooters. That they didn't really pay attention to what their kids were doing. Yeah, and that was messed up. These are the victims. And G said, at my time it was rude if your door was shut. If a guest was over, especially the first time wanting to see the layout of a house. Okay, G, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you. In my time it was rude if your door was shut. If a guest was over, especially first time wanting to see the layout of a house. Lori said, my eyes. My eyes. Like the SpongeBob character. My kids are in the basement suing soccer balls from Honduras. Aaron says, gee, I stumble every day, but my kids know she's loved and protected. Oh, that's very nice. Right. And that is Koberger cringe right there. All right. see. Let's see what is going on over this way. Right here. Okay. And Norm says kidding. Okay. Yeah. Yikes. Yikes indeed. Okay. Now, this other clip. Thank you, Moki. Next clip. I'll play Trump's statement about the Kirk assassination. Alright, let's do that. And I'll play some of the Kirk moments too, Moki. Alright. Okay.
With grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And G says, why is he saying stuff though? Does he know whoever did it? Is it leftist? Do we know? We don't know who he was. And also she says, also, what if someone of these guys say he had a mental thing? Yeah, now, with the shooter, you are right, we do not know who did this. And it is assumed that somebody from that side may have wanted to do this to silence him. But we do not know at the moment what the real reason was. The person was mental or whatever it could have been. And even if the person was not politically motivated in general, they would have done something like this to anybody at some point, because they have something wrong with them to do that and think like that in the first place. Now, there has been in recent times, in my opinion, in recent times, the media and the news has said things to put people with different political views than they do in a certain category of, like, fascists and things of that nature. There's people that were celebrating this person's death online. Yes, G, I agree. And I don't know why. Another question that I would have is, why would the person choose to delete this political commentator figure? Was it to get fame? It's possible the person wanted to get, like, recognition or to make a big scene and be talked about in the media. Maybe they didn't have anything to do with politics. But there is a suspicion, since there's people that have been influenced to think that people of his political stance are fascists and things of that nature, that they want to take out people like him and silence his voice. But it may have not have been. You're right, I do not know who did it. But although we do not know who did it, we also don't know. It could go either way. Maybe it was politically motivated from the left, or maybe it wasn't. It certainly is a question to be asked, and we will see what the truth is whenever it comes out. So, over time, we will know who the perpetrator was. And it was a precise hit by somebody that was definitely not well in the head. And I will also say, G, that a lot of people in a right state of mind, in a sane state of mind, will not ever do something like this. Because there's all kinds of people that are leftists. Okay, Aaron, good night to you. Thank you for praying for our world and for you guys and being the best place to process this. Oh, you're welcome, Aaron. I appreciate it. And G, I'll also say this. There's many people on the left that are Democrats and that do not do things like this. But the person that did this certainly was deranged, of course. And G said, makes sense. It's a political thing. That's more reasonable. But I am just saying, to make a speech without blaming on a motive is premature. Gee, that is very good advice, and I do agree that we should see what the motives are, and the most important thing is to honor his memory. That is a good point. And I do think it was politically motivated, in my opinion, of course. And at the same time, though, I really don't know for certain until we find out who this is. We technically wouldn't know. We have to see, but definitely I'm very 99% or 98% sure it's politically motivated. And G says, I don't care who is Dem or Republican or a farm animal, whoever it is, jail forever. Amen. I agree. We have Phil, and I will say, there's many people on the left that are Democrats that are not doing stuff like this. And per people that want to do something like this, there's something certainly wrong with them. So they've been radicalized or were insane already that we're going to do something to somebody at some point. Right. And Laura said, I just think the best way to handle it was some sort of, regardless of your political affiliation, we can all come together and condemn this act. Then it's confirmed later, call them out. Yes, Laura. Yes, Laura. And very good point. All right, let's see the other one. Another one today. It's like these killers don't care. Even president's threats will mean zero. Very good points, G and Laura. All right, we're about to play this other part. Let's see something over here. All right. All right. Let's see this right here. This way. Yes, Bowles is happy now. Bowles is happy now. Thank you, G and Laura, for y'all's analysis. I am neither so good. I am neither so I am good there. I am on the side of whomever is right always. I am by act, not the person or party. The act, it's either wrong or right, no matter who does it. God's commands. Amen. Okay, so this was somebody allegedly cheering over the attack. All right, so that, going over it again. All right, go there. If somebody's cheering like that, when there's gunshots being fired, that really, that takes something there. This is today. Yes, person's happy. It's an NPC. It's a person at the rally. The person at the event from the attack that happened. Right after he was shot. Norm said, I had a couple of people try to gang up on me earlier tonight, but it backfired on them. People will attempt to do anything if they are dumb enough. Right. I will say that I have family that are Democrats. I have people that I know that are Democrats that are not like this. All right. And not all leftists support this. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom, many others have condemned this action. So doesn't mean that all people in that group are doing this. And there's a choice of words that could be made about these situations to bring unity to the country. Yeah, it's evil to celebrate something like this, of any politician, any person. All right. Duke, good to see you, buddy. Duke says, just want to say hi. We are very sad about this happened like 20 miles from me. Oh, no. Well, Duke, thank you for your condolences. I'm sure it has to be terrifying to be that close to this event. And G said, you cannot go by political party. Evil exists everywhere. Most humans are honorable and nice. To say one party is wholly bad is literally saying God's plan in creating human was flawed. I agree, G. And there's people I know from trial chat that are on the other side of the... And I look, me, like I am on the side of what's right. I, of course, have obviously conservative views. But to me, if the other side had something right, I'd say, okay, that's cool. Like, I'm not dogmatic in my views. Like, if something was good, their other side was saying something good, I don't mind it. Or if the others, or the right or left, say something good, it doesn't matter. Like, whoever is the right person that has agreement to do the right thing. So, I'm not tribalistic about it. And I don't think that Trump or anybody's above criticism of this type of stuff. That's why it's good to see y'all's analysis about it. And as I said, to put everybody in that group down is wrong, especially in this situation. Yes, and Laura said, like our friend Damon said, it's mentality. Yes, mentality is definitely a factor. And what Damon said, that it's not, we're not all going to agree on the same thing. And that's fine. And I will stand by that. Very good Democrats out there, and there's very bad Republicans out there. There are extremists on both sides, I think. And as I said, we don't really know who did this, for sure. But we definitely, very, very, very positive who we think it is. Who we think could, the people, what they think behind it, like what their ideologies are. But we don't really know for certain. We have to see what it is as it unfolds. And I think the best way is to bring unity to the country, because that is the best way to go, rather than causing more division. And to stop violence as much as possible. She said, me too, and I just was never raised with any political thing. We never focused on it. It was more about God, faith, and our lifestyles, and we're kind, loving, generous, helping others. Yeah, with me, as I said, a lot of my family's, I'm related to a lot of Democrats, because it was just back in the old South, in America in general, and like JFK, for instance, everybody was Democrat back then. So... But they're not the kind that, that are people today. It's like old-fashioned people. And they're not even really politically tribal. Like, it's whoever's right for the job. So I had a similar upbringing, G. Not really affiliated with political things. But, of course, I was taught about political things like Germany. And it was wrong to do what they did, of course. And also about England and stuff like that. And learning things in America. Yeah, I wasn't specifically raised with a American political stance. No. If that makes any sense. Like pro-American, of course, but just people trying to help other people and do their own thing. Not really as concerned with it. And G said, Alien, back in the day, Dem and Republicans all got along. We've never heard of them even arguing. They'd shake hands. They didn't even care. This is one of the last 10 years. Okay, G, thank you for your analysis on it. And I definitely see what you're talking about. It's a strange world that I'm growing up in. Yes, Lori, I don't chat much in there, but I've seen you quite a bit. Laura, you SNS family member, I should have known, but I have CRS, can't remember Sheila. My brother has TDS so bad... Both have threatened my life because I've said Trump's name. Yeah, people got chill. If your political stance on the right or the left, it doesn't matter. Like, people have a right to have their different political opinions. If they like Trump or Biden or Harris, it doesn't matter. Oh, hello, Shell. Good evening to you. It's a very dark day. Thank you, Moki, for the link. And she said, Aaron, night out. Take that nose ring out. Duke just said, my brother has TDS so bad. Oh, okay. Trump derangement syndrome. Both have threatened my life because I've said Trump's name. So, gee, there are people that if you like Trump or like somebody likes Trump as a candidate, there will be people that will get very angry if you say his name or if you mention it. There's people that will act irrationally angry over a different opinion. So that's what he was referring to, that people and friends can't have a conversation about politics because they're too emotional about it. And back in the past, it wouldn't be like that. People would all get along. And Doe, I acknowledge you. Thank you for being here with us. If I didn't acknowledge you before, which I think I did. And there was a school shooting in Denver. 3 students were injured. They seem to be okay, recovering. G said, Mokes is blessed. I can't see the post. Tell Moki blessed to not see me. Oh, scared. And, oh, that was farther back. It was a message he said farther back. And mental derangement. Yes. That is a different position, you know, for people to get upset on both sides. I think both sides have a capability of being like that. Yeah, Bubbles is sleeping. Oh, I said hi. That's good. Okay. That's terrible. Kids are dying of cancer and people are shooting innocents for political reasons. OMG, Norm. GSI. I had another landlord years ago try to steal my recipe book. I eventually cost more than 10 grand. Scared. Laura said, I'm way more offensive than Trump. Oh, scared. Scared. All right. Mokes, G says hi. Oh, scared. Shell said the politicians need to stop calling for violence, fighting ICE, etc. Yeah, in recent times, there's been politicians that have been advocating for violence, allegedly. And, like, if you see them in an apartment store, if you see them somewhere, go and attack them. So there's that the politicians and the media have been promoting and making Trump and his group look like a bunch of fascist Nazis. And it's possible that some people got radicalized and want to take action and have these people assassinated, especially if they felt it was a threat to the democracy republic. So, yeah, there allegedly have been politicians that have been calling for violence. This is, where this information is coming from, where media and stuff is encouraging, and young people see this, and they really think they're doing the right thing. Now, I'm glad that you also condemn violence. But yes, there has been a situation where people have talked about doing violence to people that are politically different. So, also on social media, there's people, that will cry, scream, and have a tantrum when Trump won. And they'll act very, very like they're possessed. And it just... This is where, to give you understanding, because I'm always watching it and seeing it, and I really, feel the same way, and where it seems kind of strange, maybe, but really the political climate's very unpredictable, and we don't really know why they're calling for violence and stuff, but it has been happening recently, and it's been a bad influence on some people. So that is a theory that may not be true, but it is certainly something that has been going on for certain of violence. So if you have people demonized like that, you're going to have people going to lash out, and a crazy person that's already wrong, like we both agree on, the crazy people do stuff like this, regardless of political stance, they're going to do things like this. But and then when more information comes out about it, we can know for sure. Because as Charlie Kirk said, there could be an accident with 5 different theories, but then we find out what the truth was. And we all want truth, and we all want evil stuff like this to stop. That's something we could all agree on both sides. And I will say, Democrats have condemned this, liberals have condemned this, and not all of them do stuff like this. Only nutty people do things like this, all right? I stand by that. All right? You would have all the Democrat people and liberals doing it every single day everywhere, and that's not happening. Some of them are just very cool people that are just a different position than what we are. So, yeah, I definitely think balance is key. This is going to sound strange, but I believe that the thing we think we have least control over, we actually have the most. That's an interesting position, Norm. Great philosophy. That's 100% right, Alien Spaceship. We are all sick of evil. Yes. Yes, indeed. And also, she said, I don't dislike any president. I don't hate anyone. I always go back to everyone as a human whose life represents their upbringing, their insecurities, and their childhood trauma. Yeah, absolutely. All that will play a factor. And we're all flawed, and we all make mistakes, and we all can learn from it. Yeah. And I'm shocked that this 31-year-old lost his life. 2 kids without a dad, disgusting. And a mother without a husband, and he had 3 million subscribers. 3 million. And he was very kind to the people he debated. He was not racist. He was not against any group. He just had his own political interpretation on how to get things done the best way for everybody. And he talks about people that may not be religious. Understood. That's fine. But he was very religious, and his religion taught him kind and compassion towards other people. I mean, as I said, there are very evil people right now that are probably trafficking children. There are people that are robbing people. There's all kinds of sick people out there. Okay? And then they choose to delete someone like this that did nothing wrong, and he was around the same age as Jesus was when he was crucified. So, interesting parallel there, and he really was strong in his faith. And a lot of times I've heard the rumor or the old myth that may be true, a legend, that sometimes a lot of good people don't live too long. And bad people not that it's bad to live long, but people that are some evil people usually can live longer. People that are very good can live long, and hopefully we all have good lives, but it's just a certain parable that, there's evil people right now doing stuff throughout the world and the country, but this guy had to get deleted. But yeah, it certainly will backfire on what the enemy wanted to do. Whoever did this, or why they did this. And for instance, when the terrorist attacks happened, people didn't always know what exactly was happening or who was doing it. So we're in that stage. And as I said, it'll be tomorrow, it'll be the September 11th anniversary. So unfortunately, another thing happened, the day before, which is this. But we will eventually find out what happened. We're just in the stage of waiting to see if they're going to catch the person. That's 100% right. We are all sick of evil. Scripture said that one day we'll go back to the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. Yes, that is true, G. And G said, time to act evil so we can live a long life to be here for one another. Yeah, there you go, G. Yes. We have to act evil to live long for one another. Yes, indeed, yeah. So y'all get the voodoo out and the manifestos out of evil, and we have to do what we got to do to stay alive. So there are exceptions to the rule, though, and you can be good and live long. But yeah, that's true. That is certainly a legend that I've heard of, that the evil people live longer, and like a good person will not live as long. That's something I've heard before. I don't know if it's true or not, but I had to throw that out there. Scared. Lori said, alien for president, Bose for vice president. Yes. And I was to figure out, buddy, mentor, asked me, why did you choose your time? Yeah, very good question. Yeah. And G said, tomorrow is a day I almost lost my baby in my life. I am so honored, so beyond grateful and blessed. Thank you, God, for letting my baby live. Amen, G. And that was an extremely horrid, terrible thing that you went through. And I'm glad that your baby survived and that you survived too to be here with us. It would not be the same chat without you here. It's certainly an honor that God allowed you to be here, and it's an honor to have you in the chat and elsewhere always. Thank you. All right. And Norm said some people delete or die so others can live. That's how deep it goes. Oh yeah, Norman, you have a very good a very interesting philosophy. And Norm, I've thought about your philosophy since you've talked about it with me, and I do think there is truth in it. You know, I can see a lot of the things that you're saying, make sense. Because, like, say with this, with Charlie, that it's bringing all these people together and his message is getting even more out there. And it'll make a ripple effect to truly bring an end to this type of madness in the world, in my opinion. And G said, XOXO, it will be more peaceful without me, LOL. Oh, G, I certainly think that you, at least for me, brought me much peace. You brought me much peace. And I learned so much from you. The Queen of Sapphires and Diamonds. That's what you are. Queen of Peace. For me, at least. And Laura said, a blessing that came from today. Millions of people had no idea who Charlie was and what he stood for before today. Whoever did this, they just raised an army against him. Amen. Yes, indeed, Lori. Very true. Today was the first time I've ever been mad at guns, but it's obvious not rational because it has everything to do with people. Yeah, and look, I can understand with the firearms people are upset about it. And if they you know what they could have used? They could have used a bow and arrow on him. And they could have used a bow and arrow. They could have used anything against him besides a gun, because a person that's going to do that somehow. But I understand if we could have a system possibly to reduce this gun violence to some extent, where it makes it more difficult for them to get this, would be good. Although I still believe in the right to bear arms. I can understand the frustration Americans feel. Norm, I don't want to ever argue with someone like you intelligent, whom I've learned from. But while you are right, 100%, the truth is knowing they are using the guns. We need to do more. And Norm said, I almost 50 years old. Hopefully I am still getting smarter. Oh, Norm, I've learned a lot from you, and you're on the show. Like, I have a call-in show. I've not done it in a while, but I have like a call-in show where y'all can call in and talk to me. But yeah, Norm's doing the show. We talk about religion. He's different religious views than I do, because there are people here that are not religiously aligned with me, or some of the other people, and that's fine. I have a diverse group of people with different opinions and stuff. And we've had interesting debates and conversations. I've learned a lot from him. And he has very cool fishing stories. I've known him for a couple of years. And G says, you are a gem. You are the one we always learn from. I am no more than anyone else. It's just having lived 50 years knowing stuff, not because I'm better or smarter. Well, okay, G, thank you for the kind compliment. And a life experience is very important. And I love hearing your stories and life experience. It's certainly nourishing. And G said, guys, look, yes, at the end of the day, it is human who makes the decision. But knowing people are so far gone mentally, you need to account for those people. By you, I mean the government. Understood, G. Yes, understand. Lori says, and that's what happens for the masses to change. Yeah, absolutely, Lori. Yes. How many kids have to get deleted. It is guns because those who are holding the guns are cray cray. Yeah, and I will say that if the guns were reduced, or if they didn't have a gun, they probably would use something else. They could possibly use a bow and arrow or a bomb or a chair or something. It would be maybe less lethal, but certainly I can understand where all weapons or anything that could be used for that, they need to do a proper screening of the people that could be doing this. And I'll also add this argument, is that if someone has a firearm that's going to do something, it's good for people to be able to defend themselves against an attack. So I do think something needs to be done. And I don't quite know what that is. I'm not denying, and I do agree, G, where you're coming from. I do think it's important for people to have safety and defend themselves or use it for hunting or recreational use. At the same time, proper screening needs to be done to stop people from using this or a bow and arrow or whatever they could be using. So I understand your position. And Lori says, we generally aren't the primitive species. Many of us seem to have to go through hell to see that what we're doing isn't working. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And G says, in other states, they sell them at Walmart just to anyone, apparently. Yeah, and I know states that do that. And I've not done that at a Walmart. But in Mississippi, when I was growing up, when I was in Mississippi, 20 years ago right now, I would have been in Mississippi. And right now, this, where I'm sitting, would be underwater. It'd just be, you would still see me, but a part of me under, like, by my waist would be submerged in water. But you would still see me like this. You would just see some water in the background, just flooding the room, that's all. And, yeah, I think they probably had some guns in cases. And I love Mossy Oak's camouflage. I don't mind, like, I do like freedom and usually a limited government, not in every situation, but a limited government where I don't know if the government always does the best things. Sometimes it handles things incorrectly. I do acknowledge that people behind the guns are the ones really at fault, and you want people that have guns to defend themselves against people like that, but you want to reduce people that have these weapons to do these shootings as much as possible. Proper screening, proper better background checks, and people to try to not make it easy for someone like that to get a firearm. Of course, we never really know for certain. And if they got rid of the guns, he could have used a bow and arrow or any kind of weapon that could replace that. They'll find some sort of a way, and they could get it illegally too. They could get a gun illegally. So I do think a root to the problem is the society we have and the media and the things they've done. The root of the problem, like, say there is a beautiful tree I have in my yard that looks like Lori's tree in her picture, and there's these vines growing on the tree, and I cut the root, and all the other vines, the vines died on the tree, and that's good. So there's a root problem here that needs to be addressed, because they'll find something else to use. But I'm not denying that there should be regulations, and if we can possibly cut the shootings as much as possible, that would be great. And gee, I do agree with you. I don't know what the right approach is, but it's certainly something needs to be done to stop it. And whatever it takes to do it should be done. All right? And not everybody that's just anybody shouldn't just get one. I do think that. People really need to be screened. And you know what? Another idea is that they could get consistent checks. People may hate this, but if you had somebody consistently having an appointment to check if they have a certain type of firearm, that way they could know maybe something's going on with them rather than just checking them one time. That people will probably hate that, but I don't know. I'm just speculating here. So I do agree with you, G, about that. And chat, definitely. I just want to throw these other positions out there too. G said, how many times did we read a 6-year-old grabbed a pew-pew and deleted a sibling? And I don't know, but I don't know of any specific case when that happened off the top of my head, but there has been some situations where people have firearms. Kids have gotten firearms and blown themselves up or blown someone else up and deleted themselves or somebody else. Yes, that has happened. And for instance, Japan doesn't have guns over there, and there's no crime at all with guns. But the people are very different than they are here. Although there are some gangs, and there is cybercrime. Sarah has experienced a lot of cybercrime and stuff over there. But yeah, there are, but the people are different. The people are different over there. And another thing, G, is that there are people that have had accidents with them. There's people that have stolen them, and there's people that traffic them too. So that is certainly an interesting position, and we will never have a peaceful world. But we can make it a lot better. And G, I'll also give you this position, is that back in the 50s and 40s, when my grandparents are growing up, they always had a situation where kids at schools learned how to use guns. And my grandpa had one when he was a kid, and no one ever shot up anything. And there was guns then and when the 1800s, and they all had guns, and no one did these kind of things. So I do think that the guns do play a role, but I do think to some extent there's something wrong with our society and the people in general, too, at the same time. But I cannot deny the guns play a role. Like Japan, you couldn't do that because they banned all the guns. But they could have used a bow and arrow or something. If anything, that wouldn't make any noise. And that's even more lethal than actually a bullet. I saw a picture of somebody got shot with a bow and arrow, and it looks really gruesome. If it's hit correctly. But I am not denying about the gun violence, and they certainly need to do everything they can to stop it from going to this point. All right, so I'm not in disagreement with you about that. Now, there is in New York City, there is this shooting that happened. Somebody came in there and brought in a gun, to wage terror over there. And that was extremely messed up. Shout out to Mary Toodles. And that was extremely messed up that happened. And the person just came out of town and did it. Because you have law-abiding citizens that will follow the law. And then you have people that won't follow the law and get them anyway. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword. G said, I agree, it's definitely the human mind. But the point is knowing that we can't do anything about that. We then need to do the next thing. Yeah, and that is a very good point. The thing is that with the human mind, I think it can be... I don't really know what is causing the people to be like that with the human mind. I don't really know what's causing it. I think that what could be our society, the way in general, people I think are definitely too much in their emotions. I think that parents could raise their kids very well. But there's a lot of broken homes. There's people that have been radicalized by ideologies. So I think that compassion towards each other and families raising their kids correctly will be the right thing to do. And that could reduce it, but you'll still have people that'll still do those things anyway, and we can't control what a person does of their free will. So we should do what we can do to prevent them from getting those types of weapons, to do those type of things. If it's a bow and arrow or a chair or whatever it is, if possible, if we could even see the signs to begin with, because we don't always know when somebody's going to do those things in the first place. And G says, I agree, definitely, human mind. And Amori said, and criminals don't observe gun laws. Exactly. Right. And G said, may I share an example? We had a NYC jogger who was deleted, and all were adamant that a woman can run naked and have the right to any time. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and you could share the story, sure. You can share an example. And one thing I'll also say is that if they do reduce the guns or whatever they do, people with those deranged minds that we will not have any type of control over will maybe get the guns illegally. Or they'll do something else like that with some, they could build a bomb or something. They'll find some other kind of way to do it. So that is the mind. If we can somehow have a society where we could prevent that from happening, where the people, the root problem of the mind would be good to solve, which may not be easy or ever be able to be solved. But they could get it illegally too. And I just want to find out the truth, and whatever the right thing to do is, I want it to be done. And I'm open to different ideas. G said, the point is as right as that is that a woman has a right to jog at 2 a.m. naked, and no one has a right to touch her. Logic dictates you still don't do it. Right, and I wouldn't know a reason why a woman would do that. Alien underwear. Scared? Yeah, it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. I certainly agree. But I don't know what the reason why she would do that. Is she running, did someone break in her house and she had to run out at 2 a.m.? Could there be an exception where it was a situation she was put in? And that is an interesting example. And comparing apples to oranges, where it depends on the circumstances, where if someone is doing the right thing, doing something they can do, doesn't mean they should be doing it. I do agree. And it just depends on why they are doing what they're doing. She said, what the conclusion is what you are willing to prove you are right at some point. It's silly to lose your life to prove a point. Yeah, I totally agree with that. The difference between high-speed bullet from a rifle and a gun is incredibly huge because of the speed and the inertia. Yes. And G said, I think my point, Alien, about guns and people who want to assert that they have a right to do something, what you are willing to do to prove that right. And G said, no, it was a famous story. She was jogging in Central Park, and people were like, she should have the right. It doesn't deserve to be raped, the point is. Okay, thank you, G. Now, I would think that people have a right to defend themselves. I do think people have a right to defend themselves. Now, there's other ways people can defend themselves, though. They can defend themselves by using a pepper spray, other types of things like that, or a taser. So I do think that people have a right to, the constitutional right to bear arms and defend themselves. And people have a right to, if they want to use it for sport or hunt, I don't hunt or anything, but people could do that if they'd like. But at the same time, this shooting epidemic should end at the same time, though. And G said, we are at that point where they are doing the bad thing, whether it's raping or deleting. How far do you have to prove your rights? I am not willing to be deleted to prove that I have the right. Right, exactly. I do agree. And it's important for people to understand that concept. Now, G, what do you think should be done about this? What is the solution? Because I do agree with you. What do you think the solution to this would be with this gun situation? Because I also want it to end. And, because there is a lot of, as I said, there's shootings at a Walmart that we've seen. There is shootings at all these different places. And I do think that it certainly should be put to an end. And G said more venting. Yes, I agree with you, G. I agree with you, G. And it should not be done that easily, being sold at stores and stuff. And I'll say, G, in Japan, there's no gun violence because they banned them. And the people also changed too. G said people that are motivated by money will sell anyone on the down low. Yeah, I do agree. And I hope, G, that they come up with a better system to regulate the guns or the situation with it to prevent this from happening further, or any other type of weapons that could be used as well. Yeah. So I do certainly agree with that. It's like you're going to go to a Walmart or a place, and what are we going to do? You know, or somebody could get shot there. It's completely absurd. And G said, you can't even chew gum in Singapore. They have strict rules. And Lori said, yep, and we have an after-school hunter safety course in my high school in the 80s. They didn't bring the rifles, though. Oh, well, yes. I'm looking to you guys to educate me. What the heck do I know? Zip. and I think, G, that you're very knowledgeable and very wise throughout the years. And I think that you provided us very great insight about this situation. And those things that you requested certainly need to be done, because sometimes people just do anything for money. They'll just sell somebody something for money. They will cut corners. They could even do things that are against the law. And that certainly should be prosecuted. So this violence certainly needs to stop, because these shootings have been happening too frequently. And at the same time, doing what we can to fix society, where if there's, I don't even know how to do that or where to start, but if society could be fixed to not be prone to do things like this, that would be good too. But it may be too far gone at this point. It may have spread and become a monster. Yeah. So, gee, I think you made some very good points about that, indeed. And I'm just learning, you know, I am just learning and trying to find out what the truth is. And Lori said, every time I hear the word Singapore, I think of Captain Jack Sparrow saying, clearly you've never been to Singapore. And looking for Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow, oh, he's in Singapore. I remember that part of the movie, Lori. She said, basically, we are doomed, alien. Even if there is laws put in place, a greedy, money-hungry person will sell secretly. Yeah, I agree. Like I was saying before, that they could do it illegally. They could sell them to people illegally, or people will try to get them illegally, or use something else. Yeah, so in the end, I see what you're saying. All we can do is trust in God that this is to protect us, and that this should end. And whatever can be done, whatever in our control we can do to prevent this from happening with regulations, I think is good to have. I agree with that. Yes, G. We'll do something fun. Yes. And G, I want to thank you for your insight in teaching me about these different things and your position on this. Yes, we're going to watch that right now. All right, right now. Okay. And we have right here. I'm gonna go. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, Amber Heard Cross. We'll get right now. Right here. Start from the top. We're going to have our fun ad. That's going to do its thing. And here we go. Yeah. I love my alien. One of my besties teaches me so much. Yes.
That right? That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing. Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Lusa, will you please show the knife to the jury? Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing the phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
And Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published. Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo is standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone. Obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone?
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
Okay. So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5. Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath, while he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
Okay. Well, we'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
While he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony? While holding you down by the neck?
Sorry, what was your question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he assaulted you with?
At what point?
While holding you down by your neck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Okay. Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand, yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms. Heard,
it's the worst thing ever happened to me. I don't remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact sequence.
that's not my question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault, allegedly, that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
okay?
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence. So you testified actually. Do you have a copy? Yeah, I know. I just realized that. Do we have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript.
Day 16.
Yes. Ms. Hurd, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16? Yes, of my
Court
deposition?
transcript? Yes. No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript. So you testified on page, I'm getting there, 4506.
All right.
There? Okay. And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me, yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
Okay. And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound, yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
right,
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging, by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Hurd, that you testified to this jury, that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
Okay. That sequence. Then on page 4521, starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
Directing your attention, Ms. Hurd, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816. which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
And not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify. Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes. I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss.
Oh.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was, and then
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut.
My forearms and my feet.
And your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day, along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But
yes.
He was at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician?
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
If we could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2. At 589, lines 6 through 8. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury. Lines day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
You got to give me.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
there. Of course.
589.
I'm sorry. What were the lines again?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Wait. Did you say 540 or 589?
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Yeah. Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Miss Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner.
Thank you so much, G. That's very nice. Thanks for the shout out. Okay, it's right here. Probably. Alrighty.
Yeah, we approach.
Hearsay. We've discussed this several times.
Let's go. How long after sending this text message do you...
Clock. May not be the one. Let's see. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate that. I think we have it. We have it. Okay. Is it there? Here we go. Let's do this.
I just lost a family.
Maybe not. Let's go here. Right there. Let's do this.
Before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it. In this text that you sent to Chris, you know, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection? No objection. All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, Miss
Yes, G, that is absolutely correct. Yes.
Where I was with friends, yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day?
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Okay. And then you saw Aaron Barantholotti again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure. If that's what she testified to, I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify, according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors. That was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia?
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp?
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing, when I was leaving.
That's a yes, right, Ms. Heard?
That's... What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia?
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger?
That's correct.
Check this out.
Taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, "Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe," end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830. And I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I had not read that yet. I mean, before. But yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Okay. Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song You're So Vain, right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again. The black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph, no.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 1:57:21 through 1:58:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working it out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I go split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss Heard,
that
Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
So I told him.
That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's
I remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I
Heard,
went to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me course it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. I do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have them.
If we can scroll down, please.
Is this one already there? That's right.
No.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
I need to take a look at the redacted. Oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just talk to the witness about it, if I could. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and forth if she wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull
the
that up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia.
That is correct.
And Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Hurd?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was
Hancock Whitney.
horrible for me, and I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Hurd's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Hurd that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that
Brettelhoff,
Dr. Cowan's...
Your Honor, may we please
let's go.
approach? This is... So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right. 371 in evidence as redacted. Over objection.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
If we can publish that to the jury, thank you. So you write, Ms. Hurd, to Dr. Cowan, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change." Right?
And I said I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You said
I did.
Not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly
Hurd,
I can't
Ms.
figure
Hurd,
this
Ms.
out.
Hurd,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
The text. Just the text.
That's exactly what I was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Hurd, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia?
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pin was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time, so I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Hurd?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
But that is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister. Specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath, you threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear, but not that occasion.
That evening.
Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Ms. Hurd, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. And I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
A trust.
Is it done?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approve?
Okay.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet, Your Honor.
Did you tell which page?
Writing them down.
Okay, let's write them down first. Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
And you're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes. And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney, and I had heard a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th. That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there, and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you. Because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
Since your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Hurd, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Hurd, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Hurd,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You disagree?
He's not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Hurd, I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal. This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page 68. This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal. And you write, quote, "I hope the things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband. XX Slim."
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
Mm-hmm. So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, "My love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing, and if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal?
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
apology notes from you to Mr. Depp?
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, "I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever, you know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim." Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing, I tried reading, I tried therapists, I tried everything to fix it.
But yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though, right?
She physically saw me, but did not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you, and so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
Right. You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Ms. Hurd, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes. That's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after...
Build a website you love.
2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island? On that trip?
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes.
Weeks later?
Weeks later.
December 15th. You traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your testimony?
It's my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection. All right, 99, we can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Hurd's face? Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection. All right, 100 in evidence. You can publish.
Ms. Hurd, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is several weeks later.
Right. If we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Hurd, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence can publish.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Hurd's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Hurd, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
Okay. If we could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Hurd, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
No objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence. Can you publish?
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Hurd, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence. Publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Hurd, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Hurd?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that, yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts, and that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK?
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK. May I approach you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if I'd describe it in full in this statement.
Okay. I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement that accompanied the 5th witness statement in the UK. Ms. Redhoff? Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In the confidential schedule to your 5th witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21, you describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Ms. Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire.
Right, G says, okay, my sweet chat family, time for me to go. It's officially 9/11 for me. Have to message some friends who lost loved ones and go hug my daughter. Tell her how strong she is. Was to survive and keep me alive. Then I need to sleep. G, you do that. We're so thankful to have you here. It was great having you on today, and I wish you the best. Take care. Stay safe. Thank you. We're almost going to be done in a couple more minutes for those that are still here. All right. Thank you, G. Shout out to you and your daughter.
entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit you're on?
394.
394.
I think I have no objection.
All right, I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I say when I say I'm going to try and change X, Y, and Z thing or work on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing those things,
What things have you been doing?
working on these things and not doing certain things, trying to change certain things. That's last several times.
Hence, screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I would appreciate. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
He didn't fuck my kids up, but it was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed at everyone. Well, it's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So you're going for the counselor. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, poor kid.
your clever
It's not against me again.
comebacks. No. You think you're controlling yourself? You think you're controlling
Your
yourself?
character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm going to walk away now because you're actually making me see you even worse. And believing me, I'm not going to be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I've had an Ambien and think, I'm going to just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me. It is gross how you're using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is. Because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
Dip into Herdes, chunky salsa. Mexico.
That's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that recording.
He would often use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's
Thank
fine.
you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not.
All right. Okay, everyone, this is the longest stream I've done. So I want to thank you all for coming here. We had very good insight from the different people that came through throughout the day. And we had Moki with her links. We had G and the rest of the chat give insight, and Rebel with the news and updates about the tragedies that happened today. And we all stick together. And I appreciate that. So all of you, I wish a stay safe, good evening. And thank you, Norm. Very good chatting with the other ones. And also, Lori, thank you for what you did as well with the being here too. It came in a little bit later. Yes, that is true, Lori. That is what we did. Alright, and peace.